Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated.
you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Hi! Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
It's a beautiful day here, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with yet another esports action here at the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. My name is Flavor, and of course today is going to be day number 4 of the competition in week number 2, and we're going to kickstart with an interview session. This time, I'm joined in by a representative from Team Rex, REGUM, QEON, or RRQ, which is none other than Hexas. So good evening, Hexas. Thank you so much for joining on this one. Now, first of all, on our interview, I'd like to ask, now your team performance this season was way better than last season since 2 new members joined the team. And on your rest day yesterday, did the team make any special preparations for today's matches? And is there any teams that you observed based on yesterday's match which caught your attention?
Oke, permainan kalian di season ini lebih baik daripada season kemarin, apalagi pas ditambah 2 player. Dan semalam hari libur kalian, apakah kalian melakukan preparation lah yang spesial buat hari ini? Dan ada nggak tim-tim yang kalian ngerasa mendapat perhatian kalian gitu?
Kalau persiapannya sih mungkin cuman aware ke tim-tim dekat drop zone kita doang, kayak mungkin bisa dibilang GE, ada PBE di Sahme, ada ya itu doang sih, GE sama PBE itu doang yang dekat-dekat kita, juga sama Boom yang sering ketemu. You know.
Okay, so basically they only focus on the teams that drop nearby with their drop zone, which is one of that is GE, and they have PBE on Sahmi, and then they especially on Boom lah, because a lot of times where they find they cross path on each other. So yeah, they just like gonna focus on that part.
All right, and of course, we might just be seeing those happening today itself. And now, of course, now here's a special note. With RRQ's lineup this season featuring now I'm just reading it out, okay? 3 chubby players. Now yourself, No Mercy, and Nerpeko. And our audience has called this trio as Trio Endut. So what do you think about this?
Ya, jadi di season ini lineup RRQ itu kan ada 3 player gemoy gitu. Jadi dan netizen juga bilang yang itu dipanggil trio endut lah.
Yeah.
Jadi tanggapan kalian soal itu gimana?
Tanggapannya sih unik ya mungkin ya, karena kita tanpa disengaja gitu. Badan kita juga gede-gede, ya udah gitu. Jadi kesenangan tersendiri kita lah, walaupun kita dibilang trio gendut, memang chemistry kita udah nyatu juga kan. Jadi ya oke lah kata netizen, gak apa-apa gitu.
Okay, so actually what Hexa's trying to say is they feel it's unique for them, and they haven't planned about that. I mean, it's just like, oh, apparently we have 3 big players and everything, but despite all of that, our chemistry is already there, and we just okay with what netizens say.
Wow, I love the positive take that you see behind all this, and I hope that everybody who's also calling them this also look at it in a positive light, in no way trying to make fun of them. And of course, now, do you have any words for the teams that stay in the ranking above Rex, REGUM, QEON right now, RRQ right now?
Jadi ada nggak apa-apa yang mau disampaikan kepada tim-tim yang di papan atas?
Yang disampaikan papan atas sih mungkin nggak ada ya. Cuman mau bilang hati-hati kita ada di school.
Okay, so actually they don't care about the team that on top of them, but they make a clear statement, which is be careful, they on school.
Oh, wow. I hope, here's the thing, they're not watching the live right now, but if they got to know about this, just be a little bit careful, because RRQ is coming for them. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the TV. Thanks so much for our translator, Jans, as well. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be joining in with our amazing commentators to continue on with the show, and we're going to kickstart our first map of the day here at day number 4, week number 2 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
We're back here on the desk for PMSL Fall 2023 with me, Chu and XERXIA for the day. What an interesting question that was. I mean, like, I don't know how it was related to the game, but yeah.
I mean, I noticed it for the longest time, but thank you, Flava, for asking the question. That's a very interesting one. But at least he gave a disclaimer, you know, he's like, oh, I'll just read it out from here. It's like, oh, maybe that question is not from him, right? It's like, kind of like,
definitely from yeah, I think that's one of the popular questions people want to ask. But I do love the question early on when it asked regarding how they're observant for the past day, and what team actually will be impacting them the most, which is going to be GE and PBE, because they're dropping quite nearby. So I do want to see, especially GE. I feel like GE has been trying to fight everyone.
GE will be in Paradise Resort, so expect them to be fighting against the Xavier today. But for, like RRQ mentioned, like Hexas mentioned, Sahmi and PBE, that is always the common fight. So, but PB has been okay. They went to Sahmi with the absence of RRQ yesterday, so I don't know if they will change, because they have a tendency of changing depending on their mood, I guess. But I guess for RRQ, they would expect them to drop into Sahmi, and looks like they're prepared to take the fight.
I think today will be focused more on PBE side, since GE is not playing. DBD, PERSIJA, EVOS, and GEEK Fam will not be available as well. And by the way, today will be the last day for Group D to be playing. That's going to be XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe. They have to push all out when it comes to them.
Oh yeah, GE is not playing, so the Xavier will have Paradise Resort all for themselves. But before we get on to the game, of course, we got a recap on the format. In case for some reason you just joined us, this is already week number 2, and the second last day of week number 2, in fact. after tomorrow, we will reshuffle the groups again based on their this week's performance, and they will play it out for the final week before we decide who are our top 16 teams who will go on to the grand finals happening on ground for the 25th to 27th of August, eyeing the total prize pool of $250,000 US.
And not just that, the point system is going to be the same, which is going to be reduced compared to the old days. So it's not going to be that much when it comes to you place yourself second. And when it comes to league ranking points, each week, each team will be given a league point based on their overall standings. Now, 3 weeks long of league will be acclimated for each week as the initial points of the grand finals, but 50% of it will be included only. So when it comes to league ranking points, we do have first place with a full 20 points. Now when it comes to the last place with only 1 point last week, BN United already scored 20. I think whoever got themselves first place in any of the week pretty much can say they secured to get themselves the grand finals.
Based on previous seasons, likely, but there's also a small likelihood that they might drop depending on, well, how bad they perform in the other 2 weeks. But we need to see what happens by the end of tomorrow. Then we'll have a better theory about that. But for our participating teams, this will be the second last day that you will see this sort of grouping with these sort of teams, because it will be reshuffled again tomorrow, next week, based on their placement by the end of tomorrow. So Group E is taking a break today. GEEK, PERSIJA, EVOS, DVD, and GE will not be playing. But we have the return of Group C, Xavier, RRQ, Boom Esports, and MORPH GPX.
Well, when it comes to your weekly ranking, so far the standings as it is, and concerning in a very red zone is going to be Team Secret. 2 weeks in a row now they are at the bottom 4. Same goes for the side of Team Box Gaming, where the others, Boom, is not too... I have to say not too safe either. There have been ups and downs for them. Last week's performance has not been solidifying their overall bonus point ranking just yet. They are on 13 last week. Now, keep an eye out towards FaZe, MORPH, GPS, Team Secret, and Box Gaming, because these 4 teams were at the bottom 4 last week. So for the teams that I just mentioned before, they need to get themselves at least in the middle pack, or the best situation is going to be on the top 10.
At least MORPH GPX is doing not too bad this time around. It's just that yesterday they took a break, so teams would overtake them. But speaking about overtaking, Tony K overtook the Telco as now the #1 top eliminator amongst them all. But to be fair to Nebeko, yesterday he didn't play, so today could be his opportunity to overcome this, although the gap is quite big though. But 6 games, pretty doable.
But the thing is, Tony K is not stopping anyway at all. We're talking about Tony K has been going better and better every single week. But when it comes to Sunhawk, this is going to be the team to eye for DBD, GE, Alter Ego, and Yoodo Alliance. But DBD and GE, like we mentioned previously, they will not be playing here today. So it's going to be Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance. Who else if you have another top 2 Sunhawk player?
Oh, if I were to have another top 2 Sunhawk, that's a tough one because you only play like Sunhawk once every day, right? But if I were to give one, I think the Infinity is doing not too bad in Sunhawk. Yesterday, they got a chicken dinner in Sunhawk as well. So probably the Infinity might be the interesting one. Or maybe even like, I don't know, Sem9 maybe could be another interesting team.
True. But maybe even Vampires, because they are shown on our recap. And based on yesterday, we did mention about Tony K just now. Vampires, for the entirety of the team, they have been absolutely monster. We talked about how they've been trying to gun all people down. The thing is, you don't see them creeping from behind, and all of a sudden, Vampires, the entire team is there.
Yeah, the thing about Vampire's formula is that they will always play as a 4. So even if they split to the point that they're able to take care of each other. Like they split with the result, like maybe an off angle, maybe just to open up the perimeter, and that's about it. But they're always within the reach of each other, and that's why you can see that the backup is fast. They can join fights together quickly, and they can also revive each other quick as well. But this is the highlight yesterday from Tony K representing Vampire Esports. I wish it was shown a little bit more because that was him 1v1 with Luxy just to be heartbroken by the Infinity.
Yeah, when we talked about greatest of all time, the legendary plays, it's such a big scene when it comes to 1v1 till the end of it between those two players. But also coming up from the side of yesterday's performance, a lot of players have been managed to clutch at 1v4 quite a number of it as well for the entire week too. There's a lot of good clutches when it comes to 1v versus 2 or 3 squads, even 1 squad in that circumstances. But for today's matches, we're starting off and gonna kickstart very soon for our first map, Sunway, then as per usual, triple wrangle, and ended up with Mirama.
You mentioned interestingly about the clutches. I was doing my highlights and I realized that yesterday I got the most clips out of all the days so far. Yesterday was explosive. But the explosion can be even bigger if you guys get the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series right now, which is called the Dream Chaser set. That includes the suit, the mask, gun skin, M16 in the game.
I do wonder, right, if you have those skins going on, and if the Dragon Ball Super figures, or I mean like the character would be permanent, can they actually wear the suits and the cosmetic, like even the ultimate set here, the Danny Grooster?
Well,
imagine Son Goku with this hair.
So far the characters are special for that mode, but there are some characters that you can actually have their suit. Like the Master Turtle, I forgot what his name is. Yeah, you can actually get that to play in your regular game. So while it still lasts, of course, Dragon Ball Super, check it out because it is exclusive. You won't even know if it's going to come back.
That's kind of true. I don't think it will ever come back. But most of the skins and also the mode that we mentioned earlier on. Last season we had a lot of, I mean like last PMPL, we do have a lot of dinosaurs. And it's going to be once in a lifetime only. And the same goes for this season as well. So if you guys miss it, I mean, there's no second chances down there. But we're back about the official matter here, or official business, which gonna be our prediction and about the game of today. I put it up this for my prediction because it makes a good sentence. That's it.
How does it make boom box y'all? What sentence are you trying to make there? So boombox, y'all.
That's it.
It's like the boombox, y'all. It's like, yeah.
And then the best part is like
it.
your prediction is like box. So it's like going along with the music, you know. I mean, like
so it's like boombox, y'all. What? How do you do it? Yeah. Don't ask me to do it. Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to be creative here, okay? Because we're running down to only 2 more days left in week number 2 here, and definitely Fox haven't scored any chicken. I mean, like that. If we only rely on chicken to survive here, I bet they're already dying, and probably gonna be an not a human being anymore.
Yeah, they need to be fed right now. Okay, they need to be makan. I don't know, yamcha, I don't know, whatever it is, right? They need to just eat right now. They need to get a chicken. Fox Gaming, almost every round they go out fairly early. So that is still very concerning for Fox Gaming.
That's kind of true. I mean, Fox Gaming, it's okay if you don't have the chicken, I get it, because no chicken, sometimes no problem. If you can push yourself quite a high frag eliminations up there. Because we've seen it before, they done it before. Vampires ever did it in the first week before they actually do get themselves that chicken that they've been waiting for. But the problem with them right now, they barely got eliminations, they barely got consistency when it comes to placement. What else can be done for the side of Boom? Same goes for the side of Team Secret here.
Yep, Team Secret, despite them getting a chicken dinner yesterday, they're still at number 20. So they need to do a lot better than that. And if they still end up at the bottom by the end of this week, then it's going to be scary for Team Secret next week, meaning that they need to be like top 3 or somewhere really up there in order for them to have a chance of survival into the grand finals.
And also speaking of which, RRQ, even though they have, despite they're not playing at all yesterday was a complete absence, but they still maintain themselves as a top team in overalls. Talking about getting a huge gap in the top 3 still, and as a start they have 110 points for the start of day number 4 in week 2 here. I have a feeling this definitely them start to get momentum. Yesterday they revised so much because they are bench out, so definitely they revised everything through and through with their coach and analyst. But what's going to be dropping for today?
Yeah, that's the advantage of taking a break in the middle of the week, right? Like, you still can, like, okay, let's work things out for the final few days. Instead of not playing the last day of the week, which is Group D, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them. All they can do is just sit back and, well, pray that they can still maintain whatever spot they'll be in. But speaking about praying, looks like Beer 11 not needing to pray as he's now in the lineup, securing himself in it after that MVP performance yesterday.
Oh, I mean, like, but yeah, they can just sit back and relax for a bit. I mean, they don't have that much pressure on the side of being the teams down there. But we saw just now a glimpse of SM9. Everybody hovering about one player. It feels like they are discussing about their strategy as we speak. But the others, I mean, gears up. RQ, interesting question, but who cares, right? As long as they're happy. I mean, like, everybody is beautiful in their own way. Body shape, color, whatever you want to see it. I mean, everybody has a beautiful side of them.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I know I'm beautiful as well. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. I left my week all the way in Manila, though, unfortunately.
Oh, no!
So I still need to find a way to be beautiful.
Please put a week one day for the grand finals. Can I ask you for that? That's too much asked for.
Can anyone send me a wig? It's up for tender right now. If anyone wants to sponsor a wig, I'll be happy. Except green color, okay? If not, I'll be bald again. So other than green color, send it to me. I'll happily wear it then.
Honestly, I wish if PUBG Mobile can actually send us over costumes sometimes. We cast even at our own place here. And just put up, some costume based on the cosmetics. It'll be fun. I mean, like the Dandy Groove do have a bit of a green on it, so I don't think you can see 3 hours green down there. But speaking of which, we're already up for our first map of the day, Sunhawk. And so far nobody's dominating. We don't have any particular team that, this high chance they're winning, something like that.
Yeah, and it's a little bit swappy. But Vampire Esports, they still have the rest of the week though, and the fact that they didn't play day number 1, they are really, really close to the top. And maybe today they could catch up. So it's going to be the challenge for the top teams to maintain that spot. They're going to start off with Sunhawk. Here we go.
Here we go again. It's going to be the small 3 islands. We'll be hovering around with the aircraft going on top of boot camp and dividing the map evenly to 2 sides, northwest and southeast. When it comes to the drop though, do any of the teams want to do something extraordinary? Because we are down to 2 more days here, and some teams will have their last game for the week here as well when it comes to Sunhawk.
Well, PBE is still not letting go of Sami. RQ saying it's fine. You guys can take Sami. That's okay. We'll go to Camp Charlie instead. So they're going to have their own space down there. In Paradise Resort, it's definitely going to be Xavier since GE's not playing. Up north, we see with the absence of DBD, Boom Esports, who's currently the Nomad in most of the maps right now. They are taking the spot of DBD instead. But we're going to see the first encounter just on the outside of boot camp. We got 1 member of FaZe Clan and 2 from BTR.
The one I'm eyeing out for is going to be Ounstyle of Infinity. You're up north all the way against Boom. But FaZe versus BTR right now, cornered up. That's going to be first contact, first blood, and first kill for the day. Boy Chill of BTR. Now, as per usual, BTR will have the rotations when it comes to Keenan and Yuhai. They're not playing here right now. We do have Gen Force and Boy Chill playing this time.
Yeah, and so with the star-studded lineup, they can always change. But there's always a lot of chatter from the community that, okay, star-studded lineup, yeah, but their current performance is not so star-ish. Another team that really needs a star performance, Box Gaming. They're probably going to start with a knockdown to Soas. Oh, no. Okay, that is a stun grenade, but you toss out the stun, no rush. I guess he kind of wished that there was a frag grenade instead, but now Soas takes a chance to go away. 50% of health left. UMP in the hands of Drongzin, but Soas will be waiting for him on the other side.
If only there's a follow-up to it, is that stun grenade, it would be great. But the one that actually give back what they deserving so was alone, solo-handedly fighting the entirety of Box Gaming by himself. Now the entire crew is here as well, just in the nick of time. While Gosu and the rest of Box will rejoin their own teammates as well. Kwang tried to finish off Soas, and the side of Trongzin will be also bleeding out, but Break waiting for the right time to open fire. He wants a one-tap shot by being discovered instead. BN United. It's going to be a bit of difficulty, but on the side of Box, it feels like we do have another B group coming in, which is going to be Box and BN United and BTR. All the Bs gathering here.
Wow, all the bees, the hardworking bees running around the map. Gosu, fortunately not able to run away, and he'll be taken out from afar by Break, thanks to the members of BN United who knocked him down first. Now, Box Gaming only has Namkil left. This could be another early elimination for Box.
Feels like the stun grenade just now, if only the follow-up, things would have gone very differently for Box Gaming by now. There's going to be unnecessary loss on the side of Box Gaming, leaving only Namkut to do the work, with BTR and BN United both hovering on their crosshair towards the side of Box. Trongzin couldn't even be saved here. I assume there's going to be only one Box player to survive to the end of Sunhawk.
If only he can survive, because last we saw, he seems to be surrounded by BN United and BTR. Speaking about BTR, they're not done yet with FaZe Clan. Now knocking down Mormon, leaving only Onzens and Mela, the two top fraggers for FaZe Clan. And they looks like they will build this. Mela, oh okay, not yet. Onzens is still there, so Mela probably want to try to save Mormon.
Reposition himself, trying to go 1-2 formation. The two will be the other one trying to revive Mormon possibly. Onzen has been a very star player yesterday, but Mormon couldn't be saved either way. Lapar just finishing him off. A lot of team having very early skirmishes. We're dropping ourselves quite early, not even 5 minutes into the map. Two teams, or make it three, losing members quite early on, but still 16 teams intact here. Boychill on the other end having a go towards the side of FaZe Clan. They are rushing in. Satar going for off angle, and this is going to be it. If they can close this up, it's going to be a flawless run for BTR.
Oh, might be the case. But then again, Mela has a DBS. Okay, we know DBS, and this time it's close quarter combat. It's going to be really effective. Let's see if we can get the first knock onto the members of BTR first. But we got Boyce on the other side. Mela, now he knows that someone's behind him. Boyce has a DBS of his own. Mela has nowhere to go. But his DBS knocks down Boyce. Now he needs to deal with Lapa on the other side.
It was a mid-range, by the way, with that DBS. BTR didn't know exactly what they're going for, but Onzen, can he clutch this one out? Boychill on the ground, Lapa pretty low. All that's left is going to be Onzen's couldn't do it. His back turn, and that's what Lapa and Genforce finish off FaZe, the first one to be out. This got hurt because last week, not so well either.
Yeah, and for FaZe Clan, it's kind of tough for them because they were surrounded, and the moment BTR knew is like, oh, it's FaZe Clan, that they know that they have the numbers advantage because they were the one who take out FaZe Clan earlier on. So with that, they surround, they know they can overwhelm FaZe Clan, and that is how they wrap up the game. But for Boss Gaming, similar situation, only 2 players left. But at least the good news is that BN United doesn't have as many players as BTR, but still more than the 2 from Boss Gaming.
I'm surprised they actually extended this fight, provided that BTR have a bit of a third-party moment between these two teams before this. If they don't actually try to move here, it's going to be RRQ next for their third party coming in. While XERXIA, they're not so hot when it comes to this week though, but they still got themselves quite in the top 10, so quite decent enough. But on the side of BN United, they realize it's not going to be too late for them to start to push. They need to do it anyway because RRQ just closing in the distance. Break want to break the silence with 2 box players clustered up together in one small apartment, one small house. Kwang and Namkut. At least Namkut managed to revive Kwang. Last time we saw him, he was alone. At least he got himself some company to help him to work with what we have. But Break will be at the back line. They are surrounding box all around.
smoking in the house, but it's not going to protect Box Gaming, BN United. Now, at the same compound, we got Porsche and his DBS, the trusty DBS, and he should be able to wrap things up now with the numbers still onto Box Gaming. They will come in and it's going to be a straightforward cleanup. BN United will be the team to eliminate Box Gaming.
Well, it's just waiting for the inevitable, really. If you look at how Box just waited all the time instead of initiating to counter fight, maybe one of the main reasons because their resources are not as much as BN United, since they're taking a bit of slower rotations. They're taking too much time to think about what to do. Maybe that's one of the main reasons. PBE will come in the latest. This is going to be the trademark for now. But only one thing coming from the northern side, which is going to be Infinity, having a very clear pathway into it. So I assume we can predict around top 5. Infinity will be in the top 5 by end of Sunhawk.
The Infinity... yeah, let's see how they can pull this off, because all these teams they're not fighting as fast as the Sunhawks before this. And I think that some of these teams, knowing that, oh, we are in desperation mode, and knowing that today might be their last day for some of these teams, so they're playing a little bit more cautious, at least for game number 1, and this is what we see the trend. Normally around at this stage, we see fights happening all over the map, but since it's only stage 2 and only 2 teams eliminated, so I guess it's a different trend for today.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see until we hit into Wrangler and Mirama later on. Will the trend will persist or changing over time? Instead of Alter Ego, on the other hand, they do have motorbikes and buggy working as a 2-2. Well, they're getting themselves into the circle. They might actually have a bit of elevation, which going to be serving them as a huge advantage towards BN United, which is just beneath Rosemary right now. If he can spot them out, it's going to be huge. And also BTR across that hill as well. So 2 teams under the radar of Alter Ego if they can spot them.
Slower rotation from Alter Ego this time. Taking the cautious move. Don't want to drop the points because they have a chance of going up number 1. As for the other teams that we can see on screen here, Team Secret obviously at number 20 still, even though they got the chicken dinner yesterday, so they need to do a lot more for their last 12 games before the week wraps up. And they're currently on the high ground, and I believe that if we were to remember like what made Team Secret, what gave Team Secret the success whenever they got the chicken dinner, is for them to play a little bit more passive, wait for other teams to fight out, and try to be the team to survive up to like top 3, and then they wrap things up from there. Not as many elimination points, but if it works for them, as long as it gives us the survival, why not?
It kind of secures them that 10 points as a definite source of overall ranking points by the end of the day. Whatever works, especially when it comes to chicken, if you can secure 100% by doing that, why not? Because that's already 10 points in the back without even breaking that much of a sweat. It's just you have to be really intelligent and strategic when it comes to placing the rotation of your team. Instead of Empires, on the other hand, spot out BTR. BTR have been hunting people down for the entire day here today, with domination across the board, 5 eliminations in the back. BN United scored a 4 because they almost completely demolished the entirety of Box Gaming just now, but the circle will shrink. Will be Paradise Resort now?
Let's see, since it's a ping pong circle nowadays, so looks like the answer is no. It's going to go slightly above Quarry. Majority of the teams are already there, but we got a good amount of teams coming from bootcamp area. Vampire Esports and MORPH GPS just next to each other, so we can expect a clash there later on.
Satam going around, giving away a lot of positions and information to a side of RRQ. No Mercy will relay the information back towards the rest of the roster, but they're just taunting on the side of RRQ down there. Now, RRQ didn't mention about the Indonesian teams, particularly, I think it was BTR. Was it BTR that they mentioned by the side of Exos? Or was it Boom? They happen to be clashing into each other quite often.
So they mentioned Boom earlier on. But for this map, since they rotate from south and Boom rotates from the north, maybe not at this stage. If it happens, then probably at a later stage. So unless they are referring to another map, then there'll be a discussion for later, since Boom now is a nomad. But these two teams, not really a nomad, BTR and Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports all coming onto BTR. Boysil alone in his house.
A bit trouble. Can he hug the corners temporarily while waiting for the rest of cavalry to arrive? Boysil buying time down there. Still got an exit entry out the other way round. Will he get out from there? You have to be prepared. The nade has been mounting up to the side of Boysil after one into the other. Lapai, the backline, tried to actually help his friend. Vampires pushing and just making sure they were pressuring them all around. But Janforce open up the test, giving a bit of a hope for survival on the side of Boysil down there. And the rest of BTR wrapped around Vampires. They caught off guard, but they fire back as Ravenclaw and Fluke. Fluke is playing it today. Boysil and Lapa down on the ground. But on the side of Genforce, he burned Boysil alive.
Ooh, but the fight is not over yet. We still got members of BTR. Ravenclaw now back up. And let's see what's going to happen as Genforce gets knocked down. One more to go. Can they finish out the job? At the same time, the blue is here. Going to put pressure onto them. Fluke is kind of low. He managed to get back up to his 80% of health. So he will be able to hang out the blue. But now it's the Infinity and Boom Esports with Boom having the inner circle advantage.
They mentioned about Infinity coming up from the north without contest before. But right now, Boom is trying to gatekeep them from the inner circle. Razy and the rest of Boom keep dropping those big nades. But Lobby's fighting back, making sure that Yummy May will be down on his knees. Down to Razy! And that's the loss of it. Oh my! DX out of nowhere, butting into the business, helping Infinity indirectly. And on the side of Vampires, we're not done at the other end as well. MORPH happened to be passing by. Vampires and Infinity, both Thai team is gone.
Yeah, MORPH GPX took advantage of Vampires' situation after the BTR fight. And now the circle moved away, so MORPH GPX needs to move further forward, in which their next contender could be RRQ. But on the northern side, it's going to be interesting. We can see that D-Xavier is actually moving towards the Infinity now. This clash will be happening.
D-Xavier's coming in from sight lines, going straight, cutting into the circle. Logan already prepped the nade, dropping right on top of DX. Feels like a perfect angle just now. It didn't explode. Maybe it was a stun a bit delayed, a bit shot cook. Prematurely thrown over by the side of a Lobby or a Infinity just now. But Lobby finally caught on Chua on his knees. Parajin has been prepping the nade the longest. Logan and Lobby, look at their hands. There's a scary one. Coming in with a DBS swap over. It's similar to trade 1-2-1. Make it 2-1. But Armstrong and Lobby just fought back. DX down to 2 players.
Oh, that weapon swap took a while, but it did work out for him. But he got counter fire from the high ground from D-Xavier. Now left with Levi's as well as Lamborghini. Almstar still crawling, but Lamborghini should be able to do the job. Okay, he's going to focus on the left or on the right? Okay, it's on the right. There you go. One nation rule them all. Lamborghini takes out the Infinity.
My oh my, multiple nade galore just now, and we're not done as DX. Do you have the next challenger coming into the fray, which is going to be MORPH down to 3-1 formation, one on the elevations behind Lamborghini, the other 3 is right inside of compound. Unfortunately, coming out from the side of PUBG, who he wants to be the one that lurking around behind. He wants to be the one going up all the way, swinging from the back line to backstab these guys from DX. But Lamborghini caught. Well, Lamborghini quite alert about his surrounding, but Levi, you need to save Lamborghini as they're down to only 2 men left. The rest of MORPH is still alive. There's going to be a trio squad of MORPH coming in. They will try to revive while, just a bit of a ramming down there.
But Levi's now has to leave Lamborghini. He's going in for it. Okay, he has the DBS on the other hand. Get away an M4. Now he sees Rocky on the high ground, but he pulled out his weapon a little bit late there. Rocky will punish him instead.
Alter Ego, RRQ will be stopping them. Instead, it's going to be a hindrance for him to overcome RRQ just to get in the center. Hexas going around in circles to just shoot down on Alva. Alva sprays. He gives away position. That's going to be the shotgun. What a ring into our ears. Hexas secures an important asset of Alter Ego. And Potato will be the last of it. Within an instance, 2, 3, 4 teams down.
Ooh, Napeko managed to save his teammate in time, but oh wait, he's being shot at from somewhere else. From Sem 9, I believe. But he managed to go up to the sniper tower. He should have enough time to revive his teammates. He got about 20 more seconds before the zone starts to close. So it should be alright for him. But for MORPH GPX still on the outside of the circle. And now they might have to deal with either Yoodo Alliance or Team Secret.
I'm waiting on XERXIA. The only Thai teams that actually survive in this first Sunhawk map. They do have a full squad still. Team Secret on the other end. RRQ will revive the other two teammates being knocked down early on. Tom spotted them out. Sam9 not quite in the circle, but they can slowly crawl in. Not even that far yet. But for the side of RRQ, one being knocked. Hexstar still running away in the Telco. Just easily clean execution by Megamind with that spray. Definitely not breaking any sweat down there. But RRQ feels impossible right now for them to break through Sam9. And also we have a different team on the other end, which is going to be XERXIA watching as well.
Aha! Will this be a compound siege from the two? But oh, wait a second, there's BN United there. Oh, he's stuck! Max is stuck. Somewhat stuck at the area of Quarry. Now the blue will put pressure on him. The moment he shows himself, Sam9 can shoot him down. But he shoots onto RRQ first. But that also reveals his position. Now Max, he only has one first aid though, so he can't tank that much.
That's not going to be enough for the side of Max. You can't play healing game these days anymore, and that's not going to be enough as the resources being cut short these days. Mod with 2 Mac kits, that is. Max down to none. Oh, he wants to steal away the kills and last man couldn't make it in, but BN United, I think that's just it. Yep, Max being finished off by No Mercy, who's waiting at the blue zone still. Last first aid, and that's gone. All he needs to do is just push forward with the rest of RRQ right now. And Team Secret happen to be having the most solid compound right now. All they need to do is just fortify their ground, making sure they can defend as long as possible.
Yeah, Team Secret playing what they are comfortable with. That is going into the middle of the circle, stay away from fights, stay quiet, and it's so far working out for them. But like what you say, they have to defend their fortress. Now, Sam9 needs to fight again into the circle. PBE has a high ground advantage, but it's going to be Hexas knocking out Mikhail instead. Looks like RRQ somewhere else. No Mercy needs to get in as well. But Yoodo Alliance going to start it off with MORPH GPS by taking out Rocky.
RRQ being gatekeep hard on the side of Team Secret. On the side of the back line, XERXIA start to lose men as well. Not really. It's not XERXIA at the back line. I assume it's going to be somebody else entirely, which is going to be Sam9 down there. Hexstar spotting them out. A couple of taps is more than enough to shoot down on Tom. It's going to be finished off if Hexas just fly one bullet to that direction. But no mercy in the rest of RRQ. Still have to figure out how to get in with XERXIA coming up from the back line. Team Secret gatekeeping on the front. PBE taking on Sam9 Tom by the end of the day. XERXIA spot out RRQ. No mercy bleeding out. Now that leaves down to Hexas to call the shot by himself.
Here we go, Monboy high ground against Yoodo Alliance, the incoming Yoodo Alliance. Monboy should have the first view since he had this elevation. I move over to Hexas now, taking out Chopper from XERXIA. XERXIA making their move into the circle, but Hexas shot from a 4 by RNJ. RRQ is now out at number 7.
The side of MORPH still having a full squad to hold their grounds here. Spot out XERXIA coming in. They will take advantage of this to be their point of eliminations. But they are separated this for the RNJ. Bit too fast for them to move. But lucky enough, Yoru, nice covers from the side of MORPH. Yoru giving so much support from the back line. But Megamind Energy still stands, still actually alive. Boo Boo Hoo crawling to his knees, hoping somebody will pick him up. With a lot of Molly's pressure on his side. Yoru tried to open up the space for the team, while the rest of the team of MORPH tried to revive on the side of Boo Boo Hoo. Yoru be clipped down by the blue zone. He needs to move now.
Oh, here we go, Yoru. He has one first aid though. Oh, it's going to be a hard one for him. Exposed position. Megamind will easily take him out. So on the other side, but MORPH GPX is no longer the problem for them as they got eliminated. Now I move back over to PBE versus Yoodo Alliance. Repo Boy is currently down. Looks like Yoodo Alliance probably has only one player left. He's reviving his teammate, but Boy keeping an eye on the low ground.
Oh, if only he actually pushed a bit far ahead on the side of Mombo just now. He can visualize on Yoodo Alliance. Flax given the space, the very small space to reset himself. Can he revive Father Cloak? I'm not sure if he got himself any smoke, but the moment he popped the smoke, everybody know of their existence for Yoodo Alliance. I did OB sacrifice down there. That leaves out to only one player on the Yoodo Alliance for now. But for PBE, they still have a trio. While Team Secret, they have the compound, they have a full squad. There's no way they cannot wrap things up.
Oh, because Raul here, name was round corner by PBE. His teammate from behind, Helton, taking out PBE. Now Flex seems to come in, but Flex taking out by Megamind instead. So we have Ryzai and Team Secret still with the compound as the fortress. This could be the third chicken dinner for Team Secret. Megamind is the only one standing for XERXIA. Is there a clutch they can pull off, or is Team Secret going to end the game?
Oh, it's equal field now, 2v2 between these two teams as they are Megamind fighting against Helton and also Ryzai left. Putra, Zil and Zeral will be finished off. And it's going to be down to Helton on the rooftop. You have to climb down his high horses. Megamind got one rock to take covers with. Playing ring around the Rosie. Spot down knows exactly where Helton is. Now Helton in danger. Megamind here has his focus on the rooftop as well. DBS prepared in hand. Whilst Raul managed to be picked up also by the side of Ryzai down there. So they will have a reset and a trio.
Oh, multiple angles covered by Team Secret now. They should have a good advantage against XERXIA with a man advantage as well. Helton shoots on to the left. Megamind not moving. They're going to come in. They get the first knock down. They should be able to wrap things up right now. They're going in from behind. And that is a Team Secret chicken dinner number 3. And this is a strategy that works well for Team Secret.
It feels like they found their strength this time throughout the course of week number 2 for Team Secret. After PBE done it, week 1 XERXIA done it, week 2 PBE just smashing it, now catching up behind Team Secret. Can they still break through when it comes to week number 2 here? Because we do know for a fact they don't have much games anymore. There's 2 days left, including today and tomorrow, and that's just it. They still have a shot at getting themselves in the middle bracket. They need to push all out today, and this is the start of it.
Absolutely, Team Secret needs to go all in for this final few games. Putra MVP with his 1 elimination, 425 damage. But besides Putra, strategic-wise, I must say Helton on the rooftop, giving a lot of vision, giving a lot of information, giving cover for his teammates to secure that chicken dinner. This is Team Secret knowing what works best for them.
I agree. I feel like Helton knows exactly where he needs to send. And I love the fact this time Helton did not hesitate to open fire. It is so crucial. He was so pivotal for the team to make sure he gave enough pressure for the cover fire so the other teammate can work around to find the off angle to work. So coming out from the side of Team Secret, everybody pulling up their weight with 5 eliminations. With this consistency, with this chicken, if they still can score like this, with 10 points from chicken dinner plus 5 eliminations every single round, it's more than secure enough for them to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, as long as they do enough, whether it's number 16, number 15, by the end of next week to be the grand finals, that's okay. Do whatever works for Team Secret. Even though it's just 5 eliminations, that's fine. They still scored themselves 15 points in this round. Besides Team Secret, XERXIA is up there as well. MORPH GPX, who has been doing decently well in week number 2, also up there. And we have the last 2 days champion, RRQ, now coming back with a bang as well. So teams like PERSIJA, EVOS, Yoodo Alliance gotta be careful.
Well, when it comes to the full squad time, pretty much all teams average do survive till the end as a full squad, almost close enough, before one by one taken out by the teams in the center. And most of the team actually survive till the end, yeah, other than RRQ. The others, we don't see a lot of engagement coming out from the teams. But RRQ, on the other hand, I'm not sure how much they secured for their elimination, but I have a feeling it's going to be quite a number out there, because they have been running, gunning since the start of stage 1 in Sunhawk.
Yeah, I do think so as well. RRQ should get a good number of eliminations. I guess it's also partly the motivation of Nambeko wants to retake his top elimination spot from Tony K, so that's why they are still in that mode. But that is the strength of RRQ. They have the firepower. They can definitely do something like that. And if they're comfortable, they can gain the points, why not? But speaking about gaining points, this nade from Lamborghini that one need to rule them all, that was pretty nice.
It was a discount day for him. 1 for 2 there. I didn't recall anybody call about discount for today. It is Saturday, by the way. But RRQ on the other hand, look at how aggressive they were. Last time we saw them, they secured around 5 to 6 eliminations. That was halfway through. We didn't calculate or tabulate the entire score till the end of the match. So you're gonna have to wait and see. I think this is gonna be the overall scores. 10 and 15 for the side of Team Secret. But instead of RRQ and MORPH, they scored themselves the highest across the board with 7 elimination with each of team.
Yeah, sharing the same amount of eliminations with RRQ 7 as well, but because they only got 1 placement point, so they got 8 points this time. But on the other end, Box Gaming, again, another 0-point round, and we got some unfamiliar names down there. Alter Ego, Boom Esports, FaZe Clan even, getting 0 points. That is very unusual. Vampire Esports, the moment they came out of boot camp, they had to fight with BTR, so that's where they got the 4 points. But after that, they got caught up by MORPH GPX and they got eliminated right after without any placement points. So only 4 elimination points for Vampire Esports this time.
But I'm quite concerned on the side of Box here, and that's definitely true because we do know they are at the very bottom. If you are having the very bottom 4 consecutive 2 weeks in a row now, you should be really worried about your position here. And also come up from the side of FaZe and Alter Ego didn't score any. That was actually their last Sunhawk map because tomorrow they will not be playing anymore.
Well, look at this. For the longest time, finally Team Secret is no longer looking at the number 20. They are at number 19 now. After getting their 3rd chicken dinner in the entire PMSL and the 2nd in week number 2, now they're above Box Gaming, who didn't get a single point earlier on. And if you look at this, Team Secret is just 1 point behind Boom and BTR. Assuming they can overtake Boom and BTR, they are already not in the top or not in the bottom 4.
And not just that, looking at the first page, the only team without any chicken right now in this week is going to be XERXIA, still placing themselves at 7th place. 1 to 6 is not movable yet, but when it comes to the points, if you compare the eliminations and the consistency of the placement points, XERXIA without chicken, no problem yet.
And here are top Erangel performers. Since you're moving on to Erangel next, Vampire Esports. They are playing today. They are the heavyweight. And we also got BN United. A very different performance this week as compared to last week. Last week, they were the champions. And we have PERSIJA EVOS, who is not playing today. But we also have Alter Ego, who will be looking to make a comeback from their disappointing performance in Sunhawk.
Yeah, I just hope they really push all out and take advantage for the side of Alter Ego, XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance and FaZe, because they will finish off and close up their round for week 2 after this. And you know the feeling when you already finish off early than the rest of the team, you don't want to be waiting in anxiousness, knowing that somebody else will overtake you in the overall ranking board.
Yeah, but we also want to know if you got yourself the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser that is currently in game right now. Join the event, get the skin, and look good just like your players.
And this is looking even better with the first act suit with exclusive glide effect. Have you seen the glide effect yet, Sir Cloud?
I think you asked me the same question yesterday, and my answer is no.
Still no.
Not yet, ever since yesterday to today. So still waiting for some of you to make a content and show it to us, tag it to us. And also, while you do that, you can also check out the Aston Martin PUBG Mobile exclusive color scheme, because if you bundle those 2 sets together, you're Auto Sultan.
I think Sultan is pretty much a general word. That's going to be like a king's or emperor's standard down there, right? So we're back about the teams that have been performing just now. We do know Sunhawk is kind of a wild card. It's down to anybody to actually score the game. But when it comes to Miramar, it's a different story because Miramar we played 3 times now. We do know the fact that the Thais do prefer Miramar, but we do have more Erangel. This is going to be a big advantage for the Indonesian teams who do prefer this map over the others. But the Vietnam have not been spoken up too much. DX and Box, where are they?
The only big highlight we saw was Lamborghini nading down 2 and securing those points for the Xavier. But other than that, we didn't see much of a big highlight from them yet. And it does feel like it's been a while since we last saw a Vietnamese team get a chicken dinner, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're kind of missing them. And same goes for the side of Team Thai. I mean, yesterday they start to rise up from the occasion. I mean, like, yesterday, definitely a lot of their chickens, Infinity and Viper and Vampire scored. And we do know yesterday Infinity scored himself double chicken over the day. But when it comes to who get it better when it comes to week 2 here, who can actually have the last push, who still have that stamina to squeeze out the remaining juiciness of fiery sprays in the game. It's all down to how well composed they are and down to the coaches and analysts to call out what their strategy to be played out today. Can they deliver it?
Yeah, if you want to make it juicy, you gotta make sure that it's served a medium rare. Although I don't know if anyone does a chicken dish served medium rare though. That's more.
No, you can't do that. It's a
stuff.
it's very dangerous. You might get salmonella from that. So make sure it's well cooked, guys. If it's chicken.
I don't cook, so I don't know. The best thing that I've done is to cook instant noodle, but the last time I did that, I actually burned the pot, so I was banned from ever cooking instant noodle anymore.
What with just instant noodle, man?
Oh, trust me. If you want to find out, I can cook at your house.
Yep, don't. I love my kitchen. Don't do that. I am a kitchen person. Don't do that. I love to cook. I don't want my kitchen to be burned down by you. But I am wondering, how did you just from boiling water manage to burn your entire kitchen out of that?
You know, some things are very hard to explain. So the best way is just to show. So yeah, so I can either cook at your kitchen and you see for yourself, or I can be the one to eat.
I prefer you be eating then. I'm a good cook myself. I take my own praise for that as well. But we do know gears up for the players. It means that they are getting themselves into the lobby. The lobby is ready, so everybody have their headphones and earphones up. And in case you guys are wondering, the one that actually the yellow headphones, it's not really a headphone. The one they're listening to is actually the wired red color, and the one that actually the yellow one will be the what you call it, muffling the sound from the outside, so they don't hear this noise cancelling, so they can't hear what's going around them.
Yeah, it's earmuffs. So it's earmuffs there. And I noticed that for their earphones, majority of them, they're using. I'm wondering, like, are they using like their own or are they provided? Because some tournaments they provide, some tournaments they don't. Of course, for hygienic purposes, right? But maybe they are using their own. I don't know, because all of them look the same.
I think it's all being provided down there. So it's going to be a fair play for every single player because everybody using the same device. But it's also sort of no other reason, and there's no excuses anymore. Everybody in the same place, in the same stadium, using the same device, using the same gears. So all that's different is going to be their own individual and mechanical skill, and also their teamwork and the dynamics. Speaking of dynamic, we head into a wrangle.
Well, I wish they would have provided in the last tournament I managed, but oh well, that was that. And now we have a nice flight path in the middle from the left side of Kaka onto Prison. So generally, all these teams will be able to drop on their regular drop spot. The biggest question is that for Boom, since they are now the nomads in all the map, where will they go instead? Looking again at the grouping, so we don't have GEEK fam. We don't have GEEK fam, we don't have PERSIJA, EVOS, don't have DBD and GE. So potentially they will go back to Rosshawk, since that's their original spot before GE came to break their house. Secondary might be Yasnaya because it's not too far from Rosshawk anyway. So maybe they're comfortable with the area. But I think looking at where they're dropping right now, it's definitely going to be back to Rosshawk thanks to the absence of GE.
I'm right now just appreciating how straight of a line of this flight path would be, and it's just dividing the map beautifully into two parts, evenly even, and it's just everybody can drop within the reach where they always want to do, and it feels like a very equal fair play as the start of our second last day here. Even the circle speaks for gentleness today, generous circle, but we've seen this circle before, Cloud. It's gonna be Roshawk, high chance of it.
I don't dare to say with the circle pattern nowadays, so I hold my horses to that. But definitely for teams who, i.e. Boom, who landed in Roshawk, it's definitely going to give them a good advantage. They probably don't need to move for like maybe 2 or 3 stages based on this current circle, so they'll be happy there, and they can also enjoy the comfortness of Roshawk since they should know this compound by the back of their hand.
Speaking of the back of their hand, hopefully nobody will try to shoot them from the back of their head. Coming out from the side of FaZe is definitely not the best start for them when it comes to the Sunhawk map just now. One of a few teams to go out, barely got any points. And this is going to be their last day to play as well. So hopefully they can redeem themselves when it comes to the remaining of 5 more maps, including this one. But RRQ, they already given out the information early on, giving the statement saying that we'll be waiting for you at school. If you guys have anything to discuss with us, with the guns provided, obviously. So waiting in the school. And school happened to be right on top of that circle too.
Yeah, it's not too far from Roshawk. In fact, it's just next, and RRQ's regular spot is there. Honestly, one of my favorite spots to play in, the school compound. It's well guarded as a start, and then you have like multiple floors that you have a lot of stuff to loot from. And if in case like if you're playing like professionally like that, if you want to send like the other 2 to the school apartment, there's tons of loot there as well, and you're not too far from each other. So school is a pretty nice to be in, rather than like, okay, Pochinki is of course nice, it's in the middle of the map, a lot of loot and so on. It's just that it's really popular, especially if you play a regular game.
Yep. And speaking of school, I think it's more than enough to supply over a team, possibly 1.5 or even 2 teams down there for the loot down. But also the problem with school is just if you're being surrounded, you try to get out, it's just a bit difficult because of if you be the center of the school, it'd be great, and the circle happened to be it. But there happened to be more than one team to rush in down there. It's still going to be difficult because in an open field, the moment we step out from school, by the way. But on the side of these Xaviers, I'm surprised these days. I miss those golden age where everybody tried to fight for Pochinki. Pochinki is just not so popular nowadays.
I guess to a certain extent is that if you're playing Pochinki, yes, it's a big city. It's like it has like the Lost Learners feeling, right? Like if you want to loot, it's like you have to go like from house to house to house to house because it's like double story, rather than like you have one vertical compound just like a school, you get like 3-4 stories up to the rooftop, then it's like you just circle around in the same building, so it's like lesser travel time. And same goes for the school apartment as well. Maybe I just say maybe, right? But another theory maybe is also that, you know, it's probably not worth. One of the theories is also that getting vehicles around Pochinki is actually not as easy as a lot of other spaces because the vehicle spawn is not as often there.
That's true. And also, even if you spot yourself some vehicles inside of Pochinki, to drive it around Pochinki with so many buildings in between is also a challenging task for the players. Speaking of school, right, I think one of the main reasons why school is also a very valuable place to be in as your initial route spot is because back in the days, the early days of PUBG Mobile, when it started on the dawn of the competitive scene, the players did not exploit as much the creativity they can actually do in the game. Like example, hanging on the ledges of the building, right? So these days they can actually do that, especially if you have very high tall building. Even though your opponents try to find you on the top floor, you still can hang on to this outskirts ledges outside of the window.
Yeah, I'm taking a moment there, right? Yeah, yes, especially the school apartment, since it is close by each other and it is doable to do parkour there. And yeah, that will also be more efficient if you want to like loot from top to bottom rather than bottom to top. Of course, if you go to the top, you can still jump down and you'll be fine anyway. The 3 stories high is still going to be okay, not going to give damage. But maybe it's just more efficient that way, because once you're done, you go down and then you can straight go to your vehicle rather than needing to like jump down. So that's also one thing as well, that why that kind of tall building is pretty nice. On top of course, like the spawn of the vehicle, which is also very, very important for the teams around the areas of school, is not too bad. As compared to like Pochinki, that Pochinki is like, oh, it's quite scarce. So you probably have like 1 or 2 vehicles, and then you have to go somewhere else to get the 3rd or 4th vehicle around the area of Pochinki.
But speaking of tall building, right, it's not for those who get jumpy easily. I mean, we've seen it before where a lot of cases, accidents happen in the game. Some players a bit too much of anxiety kicking into their feeling. They start to be shaking up their hands and start to slide down, just died or knocked down without any cause of any action coming out from, the outer actions. There are no other people that actually knocked them down, they knocked by themselves. A lot of I have to say, this season of PMSL, I noticed a lot of accidents happen, which is something that they cannot avoid entirely. But usually the happens do happen when it's not supposed to be happening, in the very critical situation where too many teams are surrounding you at the same time. That's where you happen to be flipping your car, and that's where you happen to be sliding down, and that's where also when exactly happened when you actually accidentally bombarded your own teammate.
Yeah, I guess that's quite a common occasion when you're pressured by a lot of stuff. And when we say about a lot of stuff, it's not only like the 1v1 fight. It can be like, oh, when you're fighting and then someone else is shooting from afar, and then that would like somewhat disturb your mindset, and that would disturb your rhythm because you got like other things to think of. Yeah, true enough. We'll see more of that, especially when the fight really starts. And right now, we don't see like all those big fights yet. And I think like based on the Sanhok trend, and also now looking at least the trend of the 2 games, teams are starting to play a little bit more safer as compared to like day 1, whereby they know that, okay, we still got a lot of games to play. But now games are not as often, so we can see teams like, okay, wherever we are, you stay still, we chill, and we'll try to defend. And just like in the case of BTR, they already got this area, Alter Ego was nearby, and then they're like, oh, we don't want to take the fight still. Because they know that games are running low, and they cannot afford to lose any more points from here.
But embrace yourself. In less than 20 seconds, even now we're starting off to have a lot of team fights here, and a major one coming up very soon in the next couple of seconds. Only less than 10 to go into stage number 3. 16 teams still intact. No first blood yet. The last time we remember, almost around this time, was the longest time to actually wait for the first blood to happen. So will this be the record this time to have the longest first blood to actually commence? As FaZe spotted out some plays on top of ruins, they try to gatekeep some of the others, and the circle happened to be right in the center of school as well. School, that's RIQ's lair. That's definitely their most comfortable position, as it was their initial drop spot. So we gotta get to see, can they hold their grounds down there?
We are heading there though. Now we're at stage 2, almost in the middle, heading towards stage 3. And if we don't get a first blood by then, it's potentially the longest round without a first blood that we have seen. Even though we can see like 2 teams nearby. Okay, Vampire Esports and Boom, who is naturally inside of Rosshawk, but because of that sort of a gap between them, and maybe we won't see that often just yet. And plus, Boom is leaving Rosshawk, so it's like, oh, okay, Vampire Esports will have the entire Rosshawk for them. So again, another fight avoiding situation. I can totally understand that for Boom, because if they go further down, it's bottom 4 for them.
Tapping out from Trongsen. Boom from afar. Here comes the boombox. I mean, like, these 2 teams love to fight each other out quite early on. Trongsen with Mini 14 and Scar L. It worked perfectly well. We do have RQ passing by now. A bit too rowdy, a bit too crowded as the circle shrinks. With 16 team, no first blood cloud. Oh, there's going to be very little space for every single team.
That will make a stage 3 plus or 4 to be explosive. We might see the first blood here. No, not yet. That's going to be long range. Palm Bay is going to be fine. But you can see like how popular school is starting to be. We got two teams there, Fast Gaming and we got RRQ. RRQ went up to the high ground of school, which I think is one of the key positions in this kind of circle. I really like the kind of high ground. You can block teams from coming out of school, that's one, and then it's easier for you to defend, especially when teams even come from other sides, like even from the left or the right from the high ground. So for RRQ to leave school, to go up there is great, despite them still having their circle inside of school. And as we talked about the theories of where the best spot would be at, we just got our first blood, and it happened to come from Boom.
PBE just gonna spray and pray to the side of Infinity and connect it on Logan. Nowhere to be safe because there's too many teams around there on the side of Infinity, losing limb by limb out in the open. Amstar will just leave and just join the other teammate to go where they need. And it happened to be the next circle in between these two places. Whether you want to pick over the potato hills of Pachinki, or do you want to go right on top of school? Most of them will be hovering around school because there's more building with the vampires. Fluke is playing his, Stone is not playing for this so far when it comes to our 4th day of week 2. But vampires have one knock. Lucky is still a distance between them, so they do able to pick them up and revive. But on the side of vampires, they have to figure out to fight back, because if not, they will be sandwiched between RRQ and Box Gaming, who obviously has been very productive when it comes to Wrangle map this time.
And that's the thing about if the circle is at school, right? Like the school apartment will always be a very popular spot. That's where you get multiple teams inside of that. Yes, it can house multiple teams because of all these buildings. But to me, the biggest advantage is still RRQ being up on the high ground. You want to go down and crash, you want to stay up there and lock them in, you have options. But if you're down there, yes, you can fight with each other at the compound, that's fine. But if the circle goes away and it so happens that you need to go up to the high ground, that is where it is very, very difficult. You mentioned about how open it is. That is the best example of openness between the school apartment and the high ground, just on the south side of school.
Now, speaking of RRQ and school, right, they're so confident just now. We saw how they're separated into 2-2 formation, 2 different angles entirely to take over school, while the other 2 teams, Box and Infinity, squeezing in right in the center of it. Now they actually can wrap things around of the other 2 teams if they can take advantage of. But PBE now playing a bit of the blue zone, a very dangerous game they're playing. If you're playing at the edge of the blue, there's high chance you'll be gatekept by the inner circle team. But if you play it right, you can secure almost every chicken in every single map, knowing the timing have to be impeccable to move along with the movement of the circle. But PBE will be gatekept by FaZe and DX, and the circle happen to just move away. And Infinity running from school, going to a side of Pachinki Potato Hills, where this one of the most popular places as well for teams to fight. But speaking of RRQ, oh man, losing one man out of nowhere.
Me personally, not a fan of the potato here because it's very easily infiltrated. Just wait and see. You will later see the Infinity will share the potato here with another team. But for now, it's going to be Hexas on his knees at the lower ground. He moved from the school building. He wanted to go up to the high ground, but he was caught like somewhere in between, and that's where the vision of the players or the teams inside of the school apartment is able to see, and that's where you get a clear shot. So unfortunately, he didn't make it, and with that, Fluke will be happy to take the point out of Hexas.
No team willing to go out as the first team to be back in the lobby yet. 16 teams in the 4th stage is just too crowded, honestly. And we're heading to 5th stage. Honestly, it's gonna be just squeezing the life out of players. But Boom playing with a smoke vehicle. Spot out QEON, explosion of that buggy. Oh, Razy want to finish off the job, but they can make it done. With an AK arm in his hands. And Yummy May as well. Pulled over, going towards the direction of Alter Ego next. They want this compound because it is at the rim of a circle. But on the other side, Yoodo Alliance fighting for their life against XERXIA, who's rushing into the shack.
Oh, that was Road Rage, but Chopper not using the Road Rage. Instead, he will use the DVS to get a straightforward knock onto Yoodo Alliance. 2 of them on their knees. Chopper will be able to pick up the point. But there's one more member of Yoodo Alliance, not sure where he's at, but Megamind on the other side notices the rotation of Team Seeker. Oh, one of them stopped right in front of Megamind. Now they know exactly where they are. That's going to be Putra with the Mini 14. They are playing by the edge of the circle this time, and they need to deal with XERXIA.
It's not the best place for Team Secret to pull over their places down here. Not just it's on a bit of a lower ground, it was surrounded by those elevations who actually plays themselves around Team Secret. And it's an open field as well. Barely got any structures in between, couple of trees and that's just it. Maybe one or couple of rock, but it's a very small one. BN United, Infinity, Yoodo Alliance eliminated Nax. My oh my. Feels like whatever I predicted today, I happened to be the first one to be out. But BN United hiking up, playing alongside with the terrain, trying to take Infinity down, who have only 2 more players left.
Here we go. This is the infiltration of Potato Hill that we talked about. And it's not only like 2 teams there. We got 4 teams around this area now. PBE knows the existence of FaZe Clan just in front of them. Playing by the ring of the circle though, not really going up to the Potato Hill just yet. But Monboy fighting his way through. There are 2 members of FaZe Clan on the right. There's Moment on the left. So Monboy, he can't overpay. Gotta be careful.
Blue Zone clipping into a side of FaZe. FaZe a bit of a broken formation down there, but still make it through. PBE, how do they respond to this? Monboy off angle being shot down by Mela. Mela spot him out, got himself the smoke to cover himself temporarily. Mela jump shot, got into the blue zone, right across, and PBE slowly being taken now, but they go back. But wait, how? Why? No way! What is happening?
Wow, that was so fast. Who did that? Waiting for the elimination feed now to show. Because we got a lot of eliminations happening back to back. And who was it? It's still not showing yet, but now Drongzen gets a clear view. Oh, it's Parajit. Okay, he will steal that one away from PBE. Box Gaming defending the ground. And they managed to do so against Vampire Esports. Wow.
And Vampires, we talked about the accidents before. Feels like Schraps accidentally naded his own teammate in the most crucial time ever, costing the life of the entire team of Vampires to go down quite early. This is the opportunity for RRQ to get their throne back. After didn't play for the entire day here yesterday, they can snatch away that #1 spot anytime now. We're down to 10 teams in stage 5. Pachinki Hill still in it. You do have one of the players of BTR start to scout to the front, but BN United gave them some warning shot. Same goes for the side of D Xaviers, who just finished off PBE just now in a swift. But back on the side of Levi Spotted RRQ, they heard the audio cue from that vehicle. Box Gaming, I think that's the last player. No, they still have a full squad marching from the back line of RRQ.
Yeah, they need to march from the school compound, the school apartment that we last saw them. Alter Ego march into the circle as well, but they have more GPX just right below them. We come back to Box Gaming. Okay, this is going to be a tough one. This is where you want to come out of the school apartment, going up to the high ground. This is very, very hard now. Look at this. Box Gaming is having trouble going up.
Tapping out from afar with that Mini 14. Rocky definitely gave them a bit of a sting for their receiving end of Box Gaming. Barely got enough covers. Only one small shack to rely on. Here comes Rocky. Just boldly going in without any support fire from the back. You're a bit too late when he tried to realize Rocky rushing into it. It's a bit too late for him to follow up. Alter Ego spot out the rest of Box Gaming just now, being eyed out for the side of Yoru. That's going to be the last player of MORPH right now. Yoru at the foot of the hill. But Infinity taking down on RRQ. Happen to be breathing behind the back of MORPH. Yoru, the last member of it. Box managed to survive just a tiny bit longer.
Oh, here we go. Nade from Yoru. Might be able to take out the members of Boss Gaming. It did clip onto Namkyu. One more nade will be tossed out by Yoru. Yoru is the only man standing for Boss GPS, so you gotta be careful there. It clips again onto Namkyu, but not able to knock him down. Now he has one more frag grenade, but he's not using it yet. He's conserving it. Drums it in the building. Namkyu on the outside. Yoru spots him out with the Scar L, and he will take out Namkyu.
Oh, he spotted out! Oh, one lobby! Trongzi wants to take him down, but a bit too late for Box Gaming, even though he got the visualization first. But Infinity Lobby Axe is just going crazy with those hand grenades.
Oh, here we go. 7-9 now needs to fight to get into the circle. That is going to be Alter Ego in front of them. Looking at the circle, BTR has the middle of it. No mercy. Show none of it by the Infinity. And now RRQ has been taken out. We have Alter Ego back here together with 7-9. 7-9, they have the option to make a rotation down south. Or they can choose to take the fight against Alter Ego. They got to time their movement. What are they going to do now? As Strong's in now, Fox Gaming, one knock. And they get a second one. BA11 on his right.
Propping up the Nate, tossing over the perfect angle to the side of Beer. Can he dodge this one? Close enough, and that's just it. Strong's enough. Box Gaming secures the redemption they've been waiting for because of how Lobby acts. Steals away his kill just now. Alter Ego, on the other hand, out in the open. Everything seems to be unfold to a sort of BTR. Full squad, high ground, got compound. Everything is the best for their side. But Mikael's on the road rage. He going on a rundown and just splat onto the side of Alter Ego.
Oh, leaving Fnatic all alone. The last member for Alter Ego tries to take down Mikael on the left. But at the same time, Fnatic wants to save his teammate. Smoke will be popped out by Fnatic. But Mikael will take the active move. Trying to circle around Fnatic. Now he's behind. Fnatic splattered by Mikael. Face onto the ground.
Who needs gun when you have all the four wheels to keep it moving? But BTR, on the other hand, untouchable for now. Nobody's contesting over their compound yet, dominating, capitalizing over the those elevations, and have a wide angle of view to what's happening around them. The one that will contest them, which is going to be coming out from the northern side was 7-9. They have full focus on 7-9 right now with the AUG coming up from La Paz, but DX coming up from the sides. The one coming up from behind is going to be BN United. And BN United will start to gun down DX first. DX, despite they want to focus on BTR, they have to shift their focus towards the side of BN United for now.
Comes in on the outside still. He needs to get into the circle. He has already 4 eliminations in hand. Box Gaming not too bad this time with 7 points in hand at this moment. Potentially able to add more, but Trongzin first needs to survive. 7-9 loses that in the process earlier on. Trongzin managed to get into the circle, and now he is in the middle of it. But next to him is BTR.
We're down to only 6 teams in stage number 6, but less than 40 seconds away. We do have stage 7 commencing. That's going to get even harder than this. Trongzin, the last sole survivor for the side of Box Gaming, pushing the numbers up by himself. 4 frags out of all the frags done by the side of Box Gaming. That's 7. 4 is coming up from just Trongzin only. DX down to 3 players. Trongzin in the middle of the crossfire as well. 7-9 down to 2 or 3 right now. I don't spot out the third one. Mikael is open up the flank, entirely widening up the angles and space. But BTR, who can stop them at this rate?
Oh, who can stop the circle now? Nobody can. As the circle still favors towards BTR. Still a full squad. Good advantage for them. But BA United has a full squad as well, just that they don't have circle. Genforce tapping through the smoke onto D Xavier. Lapa will get a knockdown to Lamborghini. Now D Xavier only has 2 active players left. We move over to XERXIA. They have BA United to deal with on the high ground.
XERXIA, Megamind spotted out Max. But the entirety of BN United will not sit still. They are on the move. So it's pretty hard for Megamind with that TP28 barrels to control the sprays from this distance. Ambitious but doable still. Less than 200 meters apart from them. DX still trying to focus on which one to take as priority. Is it going to be BTR? Or is it going to be the teams coming up from the back line entirely? Has been stopping them since the start here, which is going to be BN United. 7-9 will be the next contestant. But BN United smoke up Dacia with a trio in it. That's not the wisest thing to do, but they are desperate. They will try to march up towards the back line of XERXIA. Chopper hurt those vehicles coming in. They shifted over their attention to this side. Megamind open up the flank all the way with their Z here. Try to go for off angle entirely.
Oh, here we go. Knocked down by Porsche to us. That could be another opening for BN United now to secure more elimination points over XERXIA. But Box Gaming, the last we saw Namkyu, he was in the middle of the circle. Unfortunately, he got eliminated, so they'll settle with 7 elimination points now. Porsche sprays into the smoke. Megamind is there. Megamind now fights back. Porsche will be knocked down by Megamind.
BN United, I just want to say they do have a full squad, but it happens to be down to 3 here, with XERXIA also being burned off by the Blue Zone. Nobody wants to be at the receiving end right now because both way pressuring them quite hard. With BTR coming up from the other end, Blue Zone closing in, and XERXIA have to focus on BN United. This is going to be a Thanksgiving day for the sort of BTR because they're just too busy against each other. It's all about just timing for BTR to step in, and Satar taking the opportunity as well, but Sam9 is right across them. Satar knows Sam9 will be the one that will be game-changing for them, so he will shift over that side. Lapa will be tasked to just focus on BN United for now.
And we have stage 8 circle, and it's still favors towards BTR. Still with the compound, still with the full squad. BTR looking good to secure the chicken dinner this round, but it's not over till it's over, they say. BTR still need to fend off the other teams around them. Who will they pick as their next target? But XERXIA, Chopper, and Megamind, they're crawling just below BTR.
That's being smart. That is super smart. They know for a fact, yes, you have compound, but you can't see what's happening on the outside. Satar tried to open up the view, but here comes Urzi, nated down on Satar. Megamind with a spray. Perfect combination. What a cover from Megamind and Chopper as a duo. Lapa in an instant gone, but down to only side of BTR. It's going to be Satar and Lapa crawling out. But at the same time, BTR start to be shaken up by the hands of XERXIA, who's taking over, dominating and capitalizing this compound. It's a breach, and BTR are shook. But on the side of XERXIA, not showing any sign of slowing down.
Here we go, BTR starts to slow down though. Satar is currently eliminated, only 11 points here, and GenForce, they've been shot at from multiple angles, but XERXIA is in the same compound as BTR. Boys, we need to be prepared. Yes, the DB in hand. Chopper! Oh no! He took damage for the Molly, and Force will finish him off! BTR! They defended their house against XERXIA!
Oh boy, that was difficult to stand against, but BN United now marching in as well. Not even a second for them to breathe in and have a reset. On the side of BTR, down to only one last player, and it's going to be Boychu to clutch it out for the entirety of BTR, while BN United taking advantage. Sam9 marching in as well. The X come out as a trio, not getting into this business yet, so they want to be as a third party coming in from the sideline. Sam9 on the other hand, waiting for the right time to open fire once more. While BN United, can they clear the corners of the house with Max, the last survivor, on their side?
No, Moisture won't have the time to pick up GenForce, unfortunately, but he'll try. He's crawling towards GenForce. Okay, GenForce, you're here. Hold my hand, GenForce. Hold my hand. The revival kick in. Sam9 not coming into the compound just yet, probably because they're aware of the fact that Xavier is there together with Max. Max on the other building. So GenForce will be back up on his 2 feet. He will need time to reset, in which he will have that time. Sam9, everyone's taking their time. Nobody's pressuring BTR for now.
Tom is too close to the side of Lamborghini. Look at how Lamborghini prep his nade down there. And the same goes to the side of Tom. Sam9 can see what's happening on the other end. DX toss over to the side of Sam9, giving away the positions. Now Sam9 have to open up the angle, knowing the fact somebody has come up from behind. Tom immediately just shifted over to the other side, while the other two focus on what's happening inside of this compound. And that's going to be no more circle left in less than 2 minutes here. BTR have to reloot and just upgrade their gears if needed to. But Max, playing just underneath this lemon tree, he tried to just focus on one thing at a time, hoping that he'll survive longer. He definitely see what's happening to the side of BTR, but Chua and the rest of DX open up, fanning out, just gonna try to slowly closing the distance. But BTR, they are insecure. They know for a fact they have no clue, no information due to the slight lower ground. They can't see, but Tom and DX, oh, Chua.
Well, I never knew there was a lemon tree, but thanks for the fun fact. Now BTR will have fun with the other 2 teams. Make that one more to go. Unless someone can get more of the clutch. Oh, it's going to be Xavier coming in, and it's Xavier. We talk about the Vietnamese teams not getting a chicken dinner for a while, and Xavier responded to that with a chicken dinner of their own.
I mean, definitely it was BTR circle all day long. They got the compound. They've been there the longest. They've been trying to hold and defend as much as they can, but the moment XERXIA steps in, that gives opportunity for the other teams like DX to know that they are the team that should not be in the compound, while wait for the best opportunity from the outside to wait it out to see who's left when they're all rushing into BTR's compound. That's how Sam9 went down. That's how XERXIA actually being sent out. And that's also how BN United being finished off. But Levi, you don't get him a lot. But I'm loving this. With 500 over damage, that will not justify that one elimination.
Oh yeah, but at least that shows that he did a lot of work. Oh, by the way, since he got an MVP, so fun fact about Levi's, he's actually Vcoy. So he changed his name for some reason. Maybe, I don't know, he like a new pair of jeans or something. But yeah, so he is in the lineup obviously, and he got an MVP. So great work from him. With the amount of damage that he dished out, he has been doing a lot of work for his team. And his other teammates collected the elimination points instead. So 6 elimination points in total for Xavier, with the chicken dinner bringing them 16 points.
Xaviers, we talked about where are the Vietnam teams, and finally they are back, showing us the first wrangle is theirs to take. And we've been waiting them for the longest time. I mean, like last season of PMSL, it was definitely the downfall of these Xaviers. Last year was incredible for them. They definitely top of the chart when it comes to all year round performance for these Xaviers in 2022. They start to lose momentum when it comes to 2023, but they are back here at the second half of 2023.
Speaking about coming back, at least BTR this time is a decent round for them, because they've been having a rough many rounds and they were at the bottom 4. But with the safe approach, just like how Team Secret play, they at least got a second place finish. It's all about calculating the elimination points that will be shown later on. But before that, we'll be checking out the highlights, the explosive highlights from the Erangel round. This was a fun one, I must say.
I agree. It was super quiet at first because we waited quite a long time for that first blood, by the way. I think around stage 3. Then we start having some first contact between the teams. And having 16 teams in the 4th stage, there was overcrowding. And like it or not, a lot of teams went down super fast within just 1 stage or 2 stages in 5 or 6. Even down to 6 stage, we're only left with 6 teams down there.
Yeah, I guess one of the factors that besides like the teams knowing that, oh, we only got a few more games to go, some of the teams last day today, it's also the fact that the circle is in the middle, like kind of nice. So teams can come in from multiple angles, so there's a lot more space to play with. Hence, we see fights happening like stage 3, 4, majority of them like 4 and above onwards. And it ended up with Xavier getting the chicken dinner, despite BTR having the compound for the longest time. But BTR still got themselves 8 elimination points, despite playing it safer. 14 points in total for BTR, not too bad this time. But Team Secret, chicken dinner curse maybe?
This is the problem when you score. You have the highs and lows in the same day here. I just hope they can come back from there. But from Box, definitely they are thriving with 7 eliminations. We can see, I think it was Strong's in the last player coming up from the side of Box, who really hold out his gun the longest down there. But also don't forget about BTR. They have been running and gunning people down. It's a hunting day for the side of BTR.
Well, speaking about hunting day, some of these teams need to hunt Team Secret back to number 20. Boom Esports dropped to number 19. What are they doing there? Boss Gaming even overtake them at number 18 now. And we got BN United at the bottom 4 as well. Yoodo Alliance still up there with a 10-point gap with PERSIJA, EVOS. So there's a little bit of gap there, and at least Yoodo Alliance is consistent enough to maintain the number 1.
It's all about the race for the teams actually in the top 3 here. Lucky enough, the gap is not that too close, so it's a very small margin. But also don't forget about the teams that will be playing here last for today, including Yoodo Alliance. But we do have an interview coming up, so we're going to toss it back to our host here. Flava, take it away.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, Flavor, and of course, I'm joining together with Helton from Team Secret. As earlier on the first map of the day, they did manage to actually secure themselves a yet another winner chicken dinner. So congratulations, Helton, to you and your team. This is second week, second chicken dinner, which is more than what you guys accomplished in the previous week itself. So, which is now, how's your team condition right now since your team is performing better and better compared to last week? Jadi Helton, tanya diucapkan kepada anda dan juga pasukan Team Secret di ataskan winner chicken dinner yang kedua, yang di mana mereka berjaya mendapatkannya di map yang pertama, iaitu di Sunhawk. Jadi apakah condition Team Secret buat masa ini, dan kerana kita lihat Team Secret sekarang ini perform dengan lebih baik berbanding dengan minggu sebelum ini?
Ya, Alhamdulillah untuk match sebelum ni yang sahur ni kita orang dapat chicken dinner. So bagi saya untuk week kedua ni kita orang lebih bersedia and berbanding pada week 1, and kita orang tengah mencari rentak untuk minggu kedua ni untuk collect banyak point lah.
So basically, he mentioned that he is very grateful together with the team that they did manage to attain a winner chicken dinner for Team Secret. And of course, they are trying to find the momentum and the tempo for them to actually perform even better in the competition. Now, a little bit to share, Helden, that I think everybody who witnessed that the first round in Sandhawk, you basically, if I'm not mistaken, there were 3 Malaysian teams and that final moment together with Sia. So what was going through your mind? What was the communication between you and your teammates in that final moment? Jadi kita lihat waktu dalam top 4 situasi final circle tu ada 3 pasukan Malaysia dan juga Sia dekat dalam circle tu. Jadi apa komunikasi yang berlaku di antara Helton bersama dengan pasukan Team Secret waktu itu?
Waktu tu kita orang based on kill feed lah. Kita orang tengok kill feed tim mana yang tengah hidup lagi, and then kita orang buat kiraan mana yang tim Malaysia, mana tim luar. So daripada situ kita orang dapat tahu yang ada tim Malaysia, ada yang tim pada luar tengah masih hidup lagi lah masa tu.
So basically what he mentioned is that they gauge based on the kill feed on which are the remaining individuals and teams that are still around within that particular map itself. So they did manage to identify that there are a few other Malaysian teams that are still available, as well as yet another team which is beyond the Malaysian teams there, and they made judgment based on that. And of course, now it seems that your team has finally found the momentum here in the competition. Can you share with us your current strategy in game? Is it camping all the way, or what is going through your strategy meetings together within Team Secret? Jadi nanti kita nak tahu juga sekarang ni korang dah jumpa momentum. Jadi boleh tak kongsi kita apakah strategi terkini pasukan Team Secret? Adakah korang camping sahaja atau mungkin ada strategi yang korang telah prepare dalam tim korang?
So strategi untuk kita orang adalah untuk lebih agresif apa ni, sebab kita orang bila dapat circle kita orang akan try secure tempat tu, and then bila kita orang luar circle kita orang akan cari kill, cari point lebih banyak, sebab kita orang pun struggle untuk cari point, and kita orang akan berusaha untuk lebih ke depan lah cari.
Alright, so basically what Helton mentioned is that, first of all, if the situation is that they are within the circle, they will hold on to that particular location to the best of their abilities. But of course, if they are outside of the circle, they're also looking to find some elimination points or kill points, because of, as you know, that Team Secret is also struggling to actually find some points here in the competition. And of course, they plan to actually strategize themselves better and play more aggressively in the next few rounds. And of course, last but not least, now, here's a more personal question I received, right? Okay. Now, there were many haters that attacked you and your team last week. Now, any words to them? So, sekarang Helton, kita dengar ada ramai hater di sana, bukan sahaja kepada Helton tetapi juga kepada pasukan Team Secret. Jadi, ada tak kata-kata daripada Helton kepada haters di luar sana?
Okay. Walaupun kita orang tak seberapa perform, kita sedar yang kita orang berada dalam tahap yang agak boleh katakan bawah sekarang ni. Tapi kita orang sedang berusaha untuk meningkat lagi, walaupun kita orang kurang pengalaman, tak ada apa yang persiapan pun tak berapa sangat. And then kita orang main untuk menang, bukan main untuk kalah.
Wow. So his response is quite an amazing one. Now, he mentioned that he does acknowledge that at the current moment, Team Secret, in terms of placements, they're not doing so well, and they're currently in the bottom rankings. But of course, them coming here into the competition, they're looking to win and definitely not to lose. All right, I think that is all from me. Thank you so much, Helton, for the amazing interview, amazing response as well. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to Team Secret. We look forward to see more action from them in the remaining matches here for today. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting our map number 3, so don't go away. We'll be right back with more PUBG Mobile actions here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
I don't know, man. For me, it's a bit of a mixed feeling for the interview. The fact, yes, they scored the chicken from Sunhawk. But the last wrangle, it was definitely not the map they were hoped for to be resulting that way. It was tough for Helton to respond to that because they know for a fact they scored, but the next one they were a bit too early. Like we mentioned, the curse of a chicken is happening all over again.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like they got an unauspicious number, so it just happened. It has happened multiple times this season. Like you get the chicken dinner, the next round you too soon. So it just so happened. I don't know. Maybe it's like the trend or what, unluckiness. For Team Secret, at least from what I can see inside of in the irregular game as compared to Sunhawk, they're like, okay, we found a spot somewhere in the middle, we stay there till the end, and we cool. But in Erangel, because they rotated from the outer side and then they had to take fights, and the trend is that Team Secret, their win ratio when it comes to taking fights is just not good. So that's why it didn't work out for them. And I do hope that they can go back to whatever that they are comfortable with, that brought to the points that is just try to find a spot that they're able to stay as quiet as possible and last as long as possible by not doing anything.
For me personally, I feel like all they're lacking right now is communication and strategy approach towards a fight between the team, because we do know when it comes to individual skill, everybody's up to par in this tournament. But when it comes to the head-to-head, we do have Shopper versus Mikael this one. I love this head-to-head because these two players are so close when it comes to stats here, because Shopper and Mikael, when it comes to playstyle, they're pretty much playing almost the same sort of wavelength. It's just different teams entirely.
And with Mikael's performance, he is giving Sem9 the reason to not put Real in for a good reason, because he's performing, of course. But you guys can perform as well. If you guys get the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin, the Dream Chaser Suit Mask Gun Skin, which is the M16, join the event and get your skin today inside the game.
We cannot stress you enough to try out the battery of Dragon Ball Super available for you guys right now. So relive your childhood moment with this. Do tell us which one is your favorite character in the Dragon Ball Super, by the way.
Actually, I like Goten.
Yeah. Oh yeah, same. For me,
Yeah.
I like
I thought you said
Videl.
Trunks.
Do you know Videl? Videl, yeah.
Videl is... Which one is Videl again?
It's Trunks' daughter, I think.
Ah, okay, yes. Then I remember. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many characters. Sometimes you know, there's one thing, right? Like, it's that some of them have multiple names depending on the language that you watch.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, that's kind of true. Because I don't watch the anime. I do prefer reading the manga, the black and white version, because you have different colors in your head for the environment, right? It's more imaginative that way. But yeah, I mean, like, I do love the pairing between, was it Goten with Videl? I think it was Goten with Videl, or was it Gohan with Videl ended up together?
I think so.
it was,
I start to forget. It's like so many years ago.
I
But what
have
I do
the entire
remember...
series at my place if you want to read it out.
Well, I do. But I do until Dragon Ball Z finishes, and then it's like the GT and all that. And yeah,
I honestly don't know how to separate.
follow.
I don't know how to separate the GT and the S and whatever, because when you read the manga, right, it's all the 42 books of comic, and that's just it. I don't know how you separate between it, because I just read the book, that's it.
You know how I separate it? Is by what hairstyle Goku has when he becomes Super Saiyan. Yeah, if it goes pink, okay, that's GT. If it goes like gold, okay, that's Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, so that is always the indicator. Well, until he's not really the main character anymore, then well, that's a totally different story. But yeah, that's a whole different conversation of anime, which I think a lot of weeboos would know a lot more better than me.
Hey, I mean, like, don't bash us. I mean, I do love a lot of comic book down there, but when it comes to predictions so far, we're still waiting. I mean, like, you guys know by now, for me, the prediction is just because it call it a very good sentence of boombox, y'all. That's it. But for Cloud, we're all waiting for, not just Cloud, I think all of us are waiting for that one chicken from Box. But unfortunately for Box, right, they do have the firepower, but their navigation throughout the whole map, when they're transitioning from one stage to the other, the entire team happen to be bumping into so many of the others that they're down to only 1 to 2 players when it's down to getting those chicken.
Hey, I'm looking over at like their total eliminations, right? So their eliminations are not too bad. They got 42 eliminations in week 2, which is as compared to like the teams on page 2, they're like somewhere in the middle. So their eliminations are not too bad. But like what you said, their placements are actually somewhere in the middle as well. It's just that I don't know. It's a very complicated situation that Box is currently in, right? Oh yeah, their placements are not the greatest. They're actually the second lowest amount of placements. So yeah, I guess they were caught up by a lot of teams as they try to rotate based on the numbers.
Oh, we do have a bit of early swaps of player here. Fnatic out and Octa in. And usually we do have this in the second half after the break. Will it be a bit too early, or they want Octa to have a bit of adaptation for Erangel before heading it all out? Or maybe they're just swapping in and out the players that don't have enough exposure or play for their week 2 so far, since Alter Ego only left with 3 more maps to go, or 4 more including this one, because they're done. It's gonna be their last day here today.
Yeah, another reason I guess is because Alter Ego didn't really perform for the 2 rounds, so they need to swap something out because they're running out of games, like what you mentioned. 4 more games to go for Alter Ego. So it's basically their final push to secure as many points as possible, because when they're not playing, that is where they will start to see the drop at the final day.
Oh boy, Alter Ego used to be the number 1 when it comes to last season. Look at how fast the team's growing, by the way, Cloud. Just within one season to the other. Oh my god! Oh my goodness me, that's painful to watch. MORPH! What is happening? Why did they pull their hairs out? I did that stressed out.
You know why I'm not surprised? It's a boys thing.
Really? You boys play like that? Because my siblings are all female, so I don't know how to relate to that. But that was scary.
Well, I used to be from a boys' school.
Oh, that's why you don't have hair anymore.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons as well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get pulled on. I remember even like my boy cousins, like they do the same as well. It's like, oh, it's such a boy thing.
Why would you do that?
They still do it in this current era, so it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. But that is already the least. Let's not even talk about what you do with things that you wear on the inside. Okay, let's not get there.
I mean, like, even on the outside, it looks scary enough. What's wrong with you people? I mean, like, by time, okay, guys do prefer instant noodle because it's simple, and instant noodle will make your hair fall as well. And if you're growing up already being grabbed by your hair since the start, I don't see why everybody start to question why men go bald easily. This is one of the reasons why.
Well, because the ratio of a lot of people doing that, right, and versus the ratio of people actually going bald, I don't know if that's a good ratio, but maybe, I don't know. I don't. Okay. Yeah, probably. So now I blame like my cousins and my schoolmates for doing that. Yeah, it's because of you now I have nothing left to play with.
I think you should. You should. Oh man, but that was fun to watch. It just feels like they do have the child side of the version for the players. So they are just growing up as well. They are growing into adulthood. They are still in their teens. But speaking of teens or not, we're heading to our Erangel map. Let's go for the second one.
And I can't believe I just had a conversation recently with a bunch of friends on boy stuff, and we were talking about wedgies. So if you don't know what is that, go wedgies? Google it. But don't say I warned you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Was it wedgies?
Yeah.
Well, I Google it. It looked like something from Switzerland.
Okay.
Okay. wedges.
You have a very innocent algorithm.
No,
I must say.
wedges. Municipality in Switzerland. What the heck? I do know potato wedges. Can I go and find a meaning?
Okay,
Oh my
go ask
God.
Mr. Manager.
No, he's not here. He's working today. My God, why would you do that?
Hashtag
That's gonna
boy
be-
things, ladies and gentlemen.
It's
Who
painful.
boys out there in the comment section has gone through that before? Put it in the comments because I know I'm going to get the support. Right, guys, right? Come on, Mois. Come on, boys. Come on.
I mean,
Put it
like
up there.
girls, we don't want to know. But can people faint over the painfulness of a wedgie?
Well, people only faint when they see, I guess when they see the hot, never mind. Yeah, I don't know how to word it. It's gonna go so wrong, right? But okay, I'm just gonna keep the simple answer. No one has ever fainted from a wedgie before.
Okay, that's great. Because it looks like they will. I'm kind of concerned for you guys. You're having fun doing that. I mean, that looks scary, but it's even scary with this sort of a circle, which love the water ratio so much.
About 50% of it. So this is going to be interesting. We'll probably, because of this, we might see a faster round this time as compared to the last two rounds. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be fun. Drop spot is going to be the same as before since we got a pretty nice fight path as well. I don't expect to see early fights since, everyone's kind of comfortable with their drop spot based on the previous round. But we will see earlier fights this time as compared to the Erangel at the sign-out round.
And due to the circle just tucked into one corner here, one of them, and a reason with lesser land to play with. We had this sort of circle before. High chance we ended up right on top of Mansion or Prison. But there's also, how bizarre the circle these days. It might be a shot that is going to be ended up somewhere we've never seen before as well. So coming up from the left side of the map, which we do have Empires, Infinity, PBE, FaZe, even Team Secret Morph. Let me count for a bit. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 team coming up from the left side. That's going to be half of the population remaining. If they happen to be cutting across Roadhog to get into the circle, and it's going to be doomsday for the one that dropping themselves on the left side of the map early on.
Now with the north side occupied, right? Like MORPH GPS, because I'm thinking for the teams on the left, like what you mentioned. MORPH GPS is there, and you got Vampire Esports at North Jogopool, MORPH GPS in Severny, and then you got PBE playing today, which is in Kameshki/Stauper. So the north side will be quite populated as well. They can probably try, since the ratio of teams is still mostly centered around the middle. So if they do so, all they need to do is just try to focus on avoiding those, at least the two key areas, and they should be able to cut into the circle from the north side.
Now, what I'm concerned right now is MORPH is not dropping on the north yet. They definitely secure a vehicle because last time we saw them, they right around Gatka and Pochinki because they dropped next to DX. Because of a flight path, maybe that's one of the main reasons they need those vehicles. Yeah, they're working up north. Hopefully, it will be a very peaceful ride for them, cutting across the river up to shooting range. Because Vampires happen to be on the north as well. They might actually go up to Zaki even. Speaking of MORPH, they spot out PBE. Surprisingly, PBE would drop on the left side. Who happen to be love to share around hospital. Going up north early on. The moment they got themselves vehicles. But on the side of MORPH, this is Thanksgiving Day for them. This is what they needed.
Two teams heading the same direction. MORPH GPS wanting to go to Severny and Kameshki for PBE, and they happen to bump in the middle, which is happen to be the choke point, the bridge onto the north side of Erangel. And FaZe Clan happen to be on the other side as well, because their regular spot is around Jogopool. So they are making their move, but at least they took the other bridge, so they are not part of the fight yet.
Speaking of separating their ways, well, FaZe, a lot of teams, I have a feeling everybody wants to go north here, whoever drops themselves on the left side. Nobody wants to cut across Roadhog except for Boom right now. Happen to be on Yasnaya Poliana, but still coming up from the northern side here. So I assume Yasnaya Poliana will be one of the most hottest place there is. based on all the teams that are rotating up towards it. So those who actually drop themselves already inside of a circle, we can assume they already take prison, shelter, military, Povka might even be occupied by now. But coming up from the teams on the left, everybody start to move, but the one that actually just cutting across straight, that's going to be only Team Secret for now. So I assume, because everybody else have the same mindset, we're going to go up to the northern side. It's quite vacant in the center for now.
I wouldn't be surprised if Boom actually rotates to the end, considering that PN United is in Yasnaya. So you see, so for them to either contest, maybe they're not looted enough yet, and if they want to continue loot inside of Yasnaya, you already have PN United, so loot is not that much by the time they arrive. So if they go all the way to the end, I guess they are number one, they don't need to care too much about like whoever's going to come in from the sea. You very 0.0001% you see a team there, and you can still loot from the houses. Oh, but we got a replay here. Okay, was this from early on? Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah. There's only one engagement so far, and PB unfortunately they just got the momentum in this week, right, with a lot of chickens in a day. But the moment they start to, this is the thing, if you rinse and repeat the same thing all over again, a lot of team will start to know exactly, and they're reading you like a book, and you can easily breaking the formation halfway through. You have to put up the variety of rotation in the case of playing it conservative way. So since PBE has been doing the same thing all over again, it's quite easy for the other team to read them out by now.
Because it's the same direction, right? Like they want to go back to their regular spot, and PB is the team that's comfortable playing at the side. So if you notice, every map they would play at the side. Like Miramar will be Impala, and then Sana will be Sami. It's all by the side, and it fits with their formula of okay, we do well if we stay quiet and to the end, and then we can get the chicken dinner, just like the couple of chicken dinners that they got. It's just that so happened this time they got caught off during the rotation when MORPH GPX wanted to do the same. And MORPH GPX, they were prepared for PvE when they saw them.
Bit of a first contact between Box and Savara Q now. Gosu, reposition, no mercy. In dangerous situation. Lucky got first aid, couple of them even. And just gonna reach to his destination on time as well. But Pombit drove straight into Rosemary Crosshair. It was a straight line. There's no way for Rosemary to miss that one out. And speaking of the next circle, we talked about the north. Look how busy it is. PBE, more VPE. All the ones coming up from the left side. But he dropped himself on top of Yesna Poliana. BN United came in late. Yoodo Alliance just cutting across farm. Infinity and FaZe on the other end, taking this super slow.
Yeah, speaking about late, FaZe Clan will be the latest one to probably enter the circle. And if they do so, based on our current view, looks like it's going to be a good advantage for them because a lot of teams, they go straight into the middle. So we'll see a lot of fights there. Boom still on the move as they pass by Box Gaming, who's already there. But they should be able to clear now thanks to the elevation. So they'll continue on. But by now, from our last view, we got a lot of teams in the middle. This is where Boom, who came in a little bit later, needs to be slightly careful. But good for them that they found this compound that they can call home.
But the home that they call onto, it's a great compound, yeah. It's a lot of buildings. Still, some sort of a 4 squared apartments. You can see each other out. But the problem is they do have a bit of lower ground. And the worst part, the elevation is just behind their houses. So it might be the best place for a second or third checkpoint, but not the place you want to stay for too long on top of this. But if they've been cornered out, why not? But other than PBE and Boom, the others still have all full mana intact. Octa, who just happened to be swapped into this map this time, having a bit of a tapping on the side of Boom, hoping it will connect. Ambitious taps. More than Brazen might actually go for more. But Alter Ego, they're just giving off warning shot. And I think Boom kind of aware there's somebody eyeing out on them. It's all about timing, whether they want to take up a challenge or not.
Unlikely for Boom to do that since they're all comfortable in the circle, and unlikely for them to there's stage 2. Oh, there's a team up there. Let's go up there because it will put them at a disadvantage. And plus the warning shot also tells the story of okay, don't come nearby because we already got you on a crosshair. So I think Boom adding on to the fact that they only have 3 members, adding on further that they are in the bottom 4, not in the best situation for them to force that fight against Alter Ego.
Fluke. Today we haven't seen any stone play come out from the side of Empires. So I assume Fluke, we haven't seen him playing a lot as well. So actually, he can adapt quite well if you compare with Mela, who missed out the entire week of week 1, with Fluke, who we barely get to see him play. But I think he dropped himself a couple of games. In week 1, he did play some. But when it comes to adaptation, you have to give it to Fluke. It doesn't feel like he needs time to adjust himself at all. He gels so well with the team dynamic. And they play like he's been playing with them all day long.
Yeah, I mean, Fluke, not at all. If you think about like Vampire Esports' lineup, the only one that has played the least is Nuzi. But apparently, Nuzi is an investment. So meaning that they are prepping him up for the future instead of like, okay, now, because you got like at least 5 really, really solid players that you can sort in and sort out. So Nuzi will probably only come in like towards the end when they have lesser things to lose. But speaking about lesser things to lose, well, FaZe Clan has a lot to lose if they lose this fight.
Onzen, can he pull out the shot just like how he did yesterday? He got one. Clear the corner, another one. Another DBS shot. Come on, Onzen. Finally couldn't stand tall for too long. Lamborghini trying to actually play the most difficult plays for the teams right now. Down to Mormon and DX Lamborghini. The rest of Infinity is here as well. Both teams are losing. If Infinity decided to just wipe them off their feet, the cleaning up crew is here. Oh, FaZe and DX.
Well, hashtag chicken dinner curse, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's no other way to explain this except for go shower flowers. Is that the right term? Okay, never mind about that. But Box Gaming also in the same situation. They will lose 1 player. They're down to 2. Oh well, I guess today it's like, okay, don't get the chicken dinner, get the 2nd place instead. Then you might be consistent.
FaZe. I'm not worried for DX. They definitely have decent amount of points to get into grand finals. For the side of FaZe though, up and down the numbers they go. BN United Max on the ground with Yoodo Alliance getting the shot off Max early on. The rest of Yoodo Alliance went to close up the deal, but the problem is a bit later the follow-up for them. Tony K in the dangerous zone, but he managed to reset himself. Namcute and Box Gaming fighting against Vampire. Namcute, can he hold the ground by himself? While Yoodo Alliance try to finish off the remaining of BN United, we're witnessing Vampires slowly clear up the corners. Where are... no more Box. They're left with only 2 players. Kwang Trong's in down. How to clutch the entirety of Vampires at this rate?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about 2 against the PMWI champions. The back-to-back PMWI champions to be exact. But maybe they can prove us wrong. Tony K on his knees now. But he has teammates to back him up. Not going to be an issue. In fact, Fluke and Shrub is going to be the same compound as them. For Box Gaming, ooh, okay. How are they going to take advantage of this one now? The Molly is still active, so they can't charge in. But Gosu, shot by Ravenclaw, who went for the wraparound instead. Very smart move from the IGL.
Tony K have to be revived by the teammate. Feels like Tony K plays a very different dynamic compared to what he used to when Fluke actually playing there. But Fluke will be going down on his knees. Ravenclaw, it's going to be a easy wrap around. Quite clean come out from the side of Vampires when they got a couple of knocks before. But they are the undead. They are Vampires for a reason. They will pick themselves back up to their feet. Infinity will rush into the center of the circle. The finish of a decent cleanup coming up from Alter Ego before. And against another team, which was FaZe. Sorry, it was DX and FaZe. Going straight into the circle. We do have BTR taking the center. BTR have been playing a lot of center of circle these days as well.
Yes, they are playing the safer route this time. And they managed to catch it in this round. But for Team Secret, I noticed them still rotating down south. So I worry for Team Secret in the case. But between these 2 teams now, MORPH GPX and BN United. MORPH GPX, so far the better team. But BN United are not going to go down without a fight. Yoodo Alliance had to fight him from afar. As Flex will very likely to get a knockdown to Bobo Who.
Side of MORPH. A lot of wars going towards their side here. Nam United will be eliminated at 13. I have a feeling MORPH might actually follow up behind because 2 or 3 teams will try to pin down the side of MORPH. Multiple angles here. Bobo will find a finish off by flags from afar. Yuri and the rest of MORPH do have these warehouses for them to take covers. But the thing is, the blue zone will come in like it or not. And they are quite far from the circle for now, around 300 meters apart, still within reach, but the gatekeepers are no joke. We're talking about MORPH have to go through not just cutting across Alter Ego, not just cutting across Sem9. There's also another team from the center that can see them the moment they show themselves up on this elevation of the ground.
Wow, look at this. Okay, Rosemary is going to come in for the other side. And Rosemary still waiting. I guess he saw MORPH GPX, so he wants to see what MORPH GPX is doing now. MORPH GPX forcing themselves up onto the high ground where the rest of Alter Ego is at, and probably will take the fight. They land onto the opposite side. They stop there. They look at Alter Ego. Alter Ego look back at them just like they're in love. It's just that this love that they don't want.
A rejected love. By the side of MORPH to the side of Alter Ego. Very, how do I say it? Relatable for some of you guys out there. But MORPH, they rejected the love to the side of Alter Ego, but their love being rejected by the other side as well, as BTR pinning them down and Infinity as well. They cutting across in the middle of the war zone, and they caused them quite a number of damage. On the side of MORPH, Rocky down. One side of Infinity, this time they are dominating. But Yoru hanging on to his dear life. Big tap from afar. Putra right across. And Putra didn't see him. But PBE, there was like 400 meters. Maybe even. It's actually just 200 meters. But yeah, so far managed to shut him off.
Yeah, so PBE did Putra a favor from that distance. Lucky for Putra though. And now Alter Ego against Vampire Esports. Okay, this is going to be huge. This is going to be between 2 big teams. Let's go. And the 2 teams happen to be on the outside circle. They got 45 more seconds to settle this.
Ravenclaw trying to flush them out with those mollies and hand grenades. Rosemary tipping his toes up there, walking on eggshells. On the side of Tony K, trying to flush out the other corner, but Rosemary see him through for the side of Schweppes. Down on his knees, playing on the rooftop. Rosemary thinking 10 steps ahead, but Vampires, can they wrap the corners back? They need to stop Rosemary because he just slowly taking limb by limb of the Vampires players.
Wow, but somehow Rosemary got shot at. Not too sure where the shot came from, so they kind of bought time for Vampire Esports. Now Alpha in hand, he has a micro Uzi together with the Scout L. Tony K, can he pull an insane clutch again? But Tony K now 10% health left. He's not going to be able to tank any more damage. Alpha will finish him off with an M16 Vampire Esports. Early elimination this time.
Incredible view, and what a play from Rosemary, and the follow-up come from Octanalva was flawless as well. Vampires, they caught off guard. They didn't see that one coming. They didn't think of somebody will be staying on top of the rooftop just now. Instead of BTR, they take the trenches for their fortress, while XERXIA going through Sem9. In the meantime, Yoodo Alliance try to navigate themselves to the center here. Boom will be gatekeeping Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance at the same time, while Octa spotted out and scouted out Rapper Boy. Due to the smoke, they already given their position. Adik Luke will take advantage of this. The pixel shot will connect.
Here we go. Alva making that long rotation up north, trying to find a clear entry into the circle. Still in an open space. He cannot stop here. He has to keep going further and further. But as he goes, there's another team waiting for him, giving out warning shots onto Alva, so he has to find somewhere else instead. For Putra, he's currently in action, fighting against RNJ, getting a knockdown onto him. So interestingly, Team Secret, they are in engagement on the southern side, but Sem9 happen to be there as well.
Oh no, this is going to be another team that's losing. Mega Mind managed to dodge that one out, but not from the DBS and the spray from the side of Kenny. XERXIA being eliminated with 0 points of eliminations. Next target is going to be Team Secret. They popped the smoke, definitely giving away the position, but PBE is there to take them away first. Can Tom still in the very last minute? Team Secret being pinned down both sides. No way out except for fighting back.
Oh yeah, speaking about fights, Yoodo Alliance and Boom Esports fighting each other. Lapa helping Boom Esports by knocking out Moki. So now Boom has the slight advantage. Moki will be taken out by Lapa still. Achu will be knocked down by Flags. Yoodo Alliance counters back. Rosemary knocked down as well. The big names going down one by one as now Flags is in the compound. He will take out one member of Boom. That's going to be another point in the pocket, but Ripple Boy knocked down. Ade Luke knocked down as well. Can Flags pull off a big clutch again, just like how he always does for Yoodo Alliance?
Oh, Sam9, they bombed themselves there. Canny got caught in Mikhail's explosion as well at a cost. For the side of Yoodo Alliance, they tried to revive and reset. Boom being eliminated as well as the 8th team. We do have 7 left, but the fight between Alter Ego is not done yet with Yoodo Alliance. Now Alva, the last remaining players coming up from Alter Ego, spotted and knows exactly the position of Yoodo Alliance where they try to pick themselves up, but the different spot is going to be another corner that he missed for now. This is going to be a big opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to bring back the fight towards the side of Alva, and if they actually calculated this right, Flags just need to wait for Ripple Boy reset. They can have a go and double peak of Alva at the same time.
Oh, but they need to do it fast though. Oh, Alva's leaving because he knows the time's not on his side, so he goes straight into the circle, hoping the other teams don't shoot him down. Okay, so far so good for him. On his left side, there is the Infinity. He crosses by, now in the middle of the circle, finds a tree, creates a barricade, and he will park himself.
Alva trying to figure out which tree is the best. Not this
The lemon
tree.
tree.
Which one is the lemon tree? Though it's gonna be a pine tree. This one is gonna be a lemongrass tree. Not really a lemon yet. This is gonna be pineapple tree, apple tree, cider tree. Which tree do Alva actually? Alva, make up your mind. It feels like Alva is trying to confuse all the openings across the field just now. But I'm still spotted out Tom. That's gonna be him being knocked down by the side of Infinity, but here comes the help. The 8 is here. The backup is here. Mikhail and Deb have to revive Tom once more. Whilst side of Yoodo Alliance, Rebel Boy. Oh, he couldn't take that buggy. I'm not sure if he got himself some first aid, but this is going to be open field and easy kill and elimination from the side of RQ.
Oh man, Alva, it's like asking my ex what do we want to have for lunch. Can't really make up mine. But the Infinity, at least they made up their mind at the side. But they're smoking up right now, and they'll take the fight against 7-9. And this is a fight that they cannot evade. But BTR, they want some of this.
Lobby. Ooh! That was a big Kirby on the side of Infinity. Lobby has been incredibly great with those hand grenades. If Infinity needed somebody to fill in the shoes, Lobby definitely filling it quite abundance of nades into it. He's been pulling out so many shots for the side of Infinity there. But BTR managed to knock him down. He's taking the front line down there. Infinity surrounded and will be wrapped around by BTR and Sam9 at the same time. Here comes the rush from BTR. Boy Chill managed to secure Infinity Lobby Axe. But it's going to be them and Sam9 next.
Here we go. Boy Chill almost getting hit, and he will definitely secure the knockdown. It's going to be a straightforward one to take down Deb. Mikael as well as Tom still behind. By the circle still. We'll find out in about 15 more seconds. Will they still get the circle or not? BTR clearing their flanks. They're going it. They're taking on the 7-9.
Tom spraying over the side of BTR, who happened to be just passing by down there. Down to Tom and Mikael to work as a duo. BTR still have a full squad, by the way. Ooh. They have abundance of eliminations in their hands right now. Satar Boycha open up the angle. Satar open up the flank. Try to swing it from the other side. Lapa knocked down. Maybe almost close enough to being knocked down. PBE butting into the business. Sam9 being lost to the side of PBE when they're focusing to the side of BTR.
Okay, here we go. PBE played with only 2 members pretty much from the start of this round. So they'll play this real passively. Still parking themselves by the blue on the left side. I'm going to take their time to get into the circle. Waiting for the other teams to get into action. Hoping for the distraction to be in effect. But Cool is going to go straight onto where BTR is at, exposing his position. They know where he's at now.
Satar spotted out PBE. A bit too far for him to tap it out. Alva! No, not like that!
That's
Well,
what
his
happens if you can't decide where to eat lunch.
His name is No Mercy on top of it, so I'm not going to say anything. Basically, it is fated for that to happen now.
Well, let's see what's going to be the fate of the last member of PBE now on the outside. Because very likely we're going to see BTR and RRQ to be the top two, but BTR Boysil takes out more. Could this be the moment that BTR finally gets the chicken dinner? Because previously, they almost got it, but they got a 6th place instead. Maybe this is the time for BTR before we go in for the break.
No Mercy with a minute 14. Spot out range. He's going to Satar. BTR tapping it out. A range. Pop the smoke. Try to flee. Underside of range. He's playing this solo-handedly. Confusing all the teams. But Hexas knock him down anyhow. Down to the classical. RQ versus BTR. A full squad versus a trio. Hexas, No Mercy, and Nepeko. All-star started lineup versus the BTR started lineup as well. But Satar always delivers.
Yeah, all Indonesia finale, ladies and gentlemen. And now with the knockdown, Satar will move in. They're going for the flank. And we can see that Hexas is all alone. Or Hexas shoots onto Satar. Satar needs to get down, but Satar receives damage. But Satar is still alright somehow. Hexas knocked down. Nepeko is the only one left. Nepeko going up against Gen Force. Nepeko at the lower ground. Gen Force has a DBS, but Gen Force knocked down by Nepeko. 3 more to go for Nepeko to be the hero.
Oh, Nepeko. He might actually be it. He is the superhero for the son of RIQ. He might actually score another. But Boytil will give him some difficult time. There's a rock in between. The rock will buy him time. There's going to be a magnificent rock for Boytil. But the side of RIQ, Nepeko down to only 50% HP down there. But Boytil keep the pressure on with Jamfus relaying all the information needed on the side of Boytil. On the side of Boytil, he wants to revive. But then Molly will try to hinder them to do so. While RIQ, I'm not sure how much he got for examination, but Nepeko managed to get on 1-to-1, mano to mano, Satar versus Nepeko.
Wow, could this be a chicken dinner clash for Nepeko? But Satar is definitely no pushover. 1v1, both of them in the circle. Now with Nepeko, he has a vehicle together with him, create a barricade. So he needs to take care of one side, but Satar, of course, he's no pushover. He is the key man for BTR. He's moving, getting closer and closer with the European hand. Only one shot needed onto Nepeko. Yes, Nepeko's down too. 80% health left. But Nepeko! Insane clutch! 1v4! RRQ broke BTR's heart!
Nepeko is just a broken meta right now. What is going on? His electrifying hair is the reason why he is so fearless fighting against the trio, the entire squad of BTR. They had a 3v4. RQ was outnumbered and down to only Nepeko to pull the clutch. He resetted himself and swapped over to that DBS in the very last minute.
And he managed to heal up. If he didn't heal up, he might be the one to be knocked down. But because he healed up, that gave him extra health to tank the damage and to counter fire on the Satar. Nepeko, if there's a pick ban in PUBG Mobile, Nepeko would definitely be banned by all the other 15 teams. But this is Nepeko. No doubt. MVP for Nepeko.
You know what? Don't put the DBS in the airdrop. Put Nepeko into the airdrop. How's that? This guy is insane. His simulation is 5. It didn't tally up with the damage output, but he played it so smart. It was brilliant. Incredible. His composure. His calmness to deal with the worst possible situation and turn things around for the team. BTR botched it.
You know what? PUBG Mobile, I have a request. Please dress up Nepeko as a dandy Grooster.
Oh yes.
He already has the hair. He just needs the colors and whatever, because right now he deserves all the attention. This guy is insane. How many did he get? 10 elimination points. But it's not about the elimination points. It's about breaking BTR's heart. For the second time, BTR gets a second place, broken by another team. Previously it was Xavier. Now it's RRQ. No, now it's Nepeco Esports.
You said it's nothing about elimination. He still got the most elimination out of all the players of RRQ as well. It was 10 elimination in total for the side of RRQ. But BTR, Sata had the green light. They got the upper hand. They starting off with the advantage, not with just the manpower. They got one of the players of RRQ knocked down first, down to 2. It was a 2v4. It was a 2v4 down to 1v4. And Nepeco, he just outmaneuvered them for the entirety of BTR. That was insane.
He had about like 2 minutes towards the end without a full squad. And he had like that final moment 1v4 against BTR. We're talking about BTR here, right? We're not talking about like any other tier 2, tier 3 team. This is BTR that we're talking about. And he clutched 1v4. Imagine what sort of flex that he's having right now. And on top of that, of course, BTR is from the same region as them. This is a huge, big one.
I want to see if we can get the response of any BTR or RRQ players at the end of it. That must be devastating for them. Oh boy. I mean, like, this is incredible. Look at how Nepeco fighting against the entirety. It was a 4v1. And it was quite a distance. Nepeco don't have any much covers. Gemforce being giving and feeding off information to a side of Boychill. We got naded down. Tata was in the back line. Nepeco would just know the fact, you know what, I will hit somebody with those hand grenade. I will just shift my attention from one side to the other, swinging all angles by himself. How he managed to do that?
This is absolutely Nepeco. Oh man, I'm starting to lose it, right? Nepecotronics, Nepeco Monix, Nepeco, whatever you want to call it. This is it. We can enjoy this moment again. Okay, just watch. 1v1, Nepeco. There was at some point he was at only his last tick of health, but he somehow managed to reset. Okay, this is the moment where he's at his last tick of health. Look at this. Satar is coming. It's not like Satar is passive. Nepeco, look at the timing. Look at that.
That was the last first aid, by the way. Oh my goodness me. Holy smoke.
Oh, by the way, don't trust that. That was the last first aid because the replay graphics do not show that one. But
That
anyway, it
was
was not like he had enough time to like do another first aid anyway.
I mean, you guys want to call whatever about their physical being, but they definitely just deliver in the game as well. I mean, it just shows. 10 elimination, 20 points in total. BTR had it in the back. They lost it when they had a full squad. And Nepeco is the bane for BTR right now. You've been Nepeco'd down there for the side of BTR. I don't know how I would feel if I'm in BTR's shoes.
Yeah, 2 times in a row. Wow. You know what? I'll be worried next if RRQ gets eliminated early, like too soon, because of the chicken dinner curse that's been happening throughout today. So hopefully that doesn't happen and the break does help them. Let's look at the numbers now. Okay, with the chicken dinner, RRQ is now at second place, only 5 points behind Yoodo Alliance, and because they got an extra chicken dinner now, the tiebreaker would still favor RRQ in case they got the same amount of points.
But a lot of Indonesian teams, aside from Boom, staying at 19, 55-54, 1 point difference between Boom and Team Secret. BTR still on the second page. Now, they were in the dire need for those points coming up from the side of BTR for this week. But RRQ, they need it for their number 1 spot as well. So both teams pretty much have their own motivation to get it and push it through to the last. But will this affect BTR momentum? I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I don't know if this will break them or not because, you know, 2 rounds in a row, you kind of got heartbroken when you got the circle, you got the compound, and then boom, Xavier just had to happen. And then, pretty similar case. You got the circle, you got only one player left, and boom. Well, not boom happened, but Napeko happened. So it's just, I don't know, man. I would really love to hear from BTR when we come back from the break.
I don't know. For me, if I'm BTR, I will refuse those interviews right now. Because for me, I'm a very easily tilted person. But they are pro players. Definitely, they have the mental strength to face whatever obstacle they have to fight against in the game. But I mean, for Napeko, that is a boost for the side of RRQ. And also, don't forget, RRQ didn't play yesterday, but they still stand at the top 3. And today they are back, and they will play till the end of the week. I have a feeling if they keep this going, there's no stopping them.
Yeah, just keep the Beko Esports online and they'll be absolutely fine. Of course, besides him, you got players like No Mercy really starting to go to gel with the team. Pre-season wasn't that hard, but as time goes by, we can see that No Mercy is really getting into the team as well. Other than that, we got Hexas. I mean, they're a full package at this point, but let's see if they can continue to be a full package because 3 more games to go, and if they'll be affected by the Chicken Dinner Curse. We'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my one. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
Here's a ticket for you. Join the airdrop carnival with Alan Walker. Grab the airdrop crate and head out together.
And we're back with me, Chichu and XERXIA. Right now, we're down to the second half of the day, which means 3 more maps. That is for Group D. XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe. This is going to be their last round for week number 2.
And we got to see the hit-to-hit. Come on, the Pico. Ah, it's
No
okay.
way.
Come on. We should
Are you
put the
kidding
Pico
me?
up there. But maybe we'll get the Pico later on. Okay, we'll wait. We'll give the way to Lapa and Flex first. To me, in PMSL, for Yoodo Alliance, I think Flex is insane. He has pulled off like a lot of clutches for Yoodo Alliance, saved them from multiple fights. So deserves to be up there too.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, Flex definitely have more contribution, but it's just circumstances just now coming up from Yoodo Alliance. Very difficult. But top performer, I mean, even if he didn't get that much eliminations in the last match, but he did, it's still going to be the picker for all of us, I think. That was insane clutch.
I like how the Pico says like above the box. it took me like 2 weeks to notice that. Oh, you're liking this,
He is the Dandy Groovster, by the way.
Yeah, he should be cosplayed as a Dandy Groovster, you know, or the Dandy Groovster should be him. Now, PUBG Mobile, he deserves it, you know, give it to him.
Oh man, this is insane. But BTR, I mean, like Lapa and Boychill, I wish nothing will be affected when it comes to that last play coming up from the side of BTR, and just have a bit of refreshment and coming back into the game stronger for the side of BTR. And also, you guys don't forget about the exclusive first time ever, the PMSL South Asia skin, only available during this time. You guys can flex it over to all your friends all around the globe.
Oh, you might want to flex this as well. The new Royal Pass in-game right now features the new beach and pool party theme, and we got a number of players actually having the bag from the Royal theme, from the Royal Pass.
Now, also don't forget the Aston Martin. I don't know if Cloud do have more fun facts about Aston Martin, but I do notice Aston Martin, when you put it short, it's going to be AM, you know, in the morning, AM. Aston Martin. So if you want to be the copy version of it, you call yourself Aston Martin. So it's gonna be PM. It was so lame. Oh my god, cringe. But sorry, I need to put it out there. But I think we still have we still have an interview after this. I think. I don't. Oh, stop it, Cloud.
I'm like Aston Martin. Guys, if you ever create a Aston Martin, it's taken by Choo Choo already, okay? She got it copyrighted now. Done. Aston Martin. By
That
Choo
was
Choo.
so lame. That was super lame. Oh man, I can't even. But we still have one more Rango map, by the way. And so far, we talked about how the Indonesian team's really strong in the Rango map. Oh my god. And I cannot stop laughing when you talk about Wedgie as well, you know. And the moment I Google Wedgie, it was about Switzerland. So I had it in my mind now. Is that city of Switzerland? All the guys experienced Wedgie before.
Yeah, why don't you ask Mr. Manager when he comes back? Have you ever done or had a wedgie before?
I need to ask that, yeah.
Yes. And then
Is
you can
there
ask
any
him to demonstrate
possibility?
for you.
No! He will demonstrate it on me. I don't want to do that.
Or you can
Also,
demonstrate on
speaking of-
him, either one. I don't know. Up to you.
But you guys watching at home, if you guys happen to be a guy, right? Did you ever experience that? How was the experience for you? You tell us in the chat, but we're not going to ask the host for that one. We do have an interview coming up, so we're going to toss it back to Flava. Take it away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PMSL, the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Fall 2023. And of course, we're halfway through the day and we're back again with yet another interview. This time, it is You Know It. It is together with Team REGUM QEON. Of course, we're joining together with Ken Boo here, who is ex-REGUM QEON player. Previously, he was actually the champion of PMSC 2019. Thank you so much, Ken Boo, for joining. Of course, we have Nerpeco, which is right next. Of course, our main superstar, our champion previously, who managed to do a 1v4 clutch earlier on. And Yeah, at the end there we have Jang's translator. Yeah, I had to intro him, right? Anyways, now let's start with Netpreko, right? You are our main star here today. What an amazing play. It was a 1v4 situation. You, basically the only survivor back in your team in RRQ. You're going up against 4 individuals from BTR. Now share with us, you know, what contributed, what helped you into securing that winner chicken dinner?
Jadi ditanya situasi tadi ketika kamu menentang BTR 1 lawan 4 tadi, apakah hal yang kamu lakuin dan gimana kamu bisa mendapatkan WWCD itu?
Nggak ada sih, lebih ke tenang. Habis itu hoki sih, menurutku hoki. Karena BTR blunder kan, jadi aku bisa memanfaatkan situasinya.
So basically, he tried to stay calm as much as possible, and then for him, actually, he think that it's about luck because BTR made a mistake, and then he used that as a weapon for him to make the clash.
Wow, that is definitely a professional move because usually you would want to capitalize on your enemy's mistakes, and he definitely did it, and that was one of the amazing plays we've seen so far here in the competition. Now, on a serious note, now I think a lot of people are just wondering what was going through your mind when you were in that particular situation, because you know you're alone and you know there's a very high chance at any point you might just lose everything. So what was going through your mind?
Jadi pas di momen itu apakah yang kau pikirin? Karena semua orang pasti tahulah 1 lawan 4 itu bukan hal yang mudah gitu.
Pas kenok 1, timku bilang kelas nih, kelas gas gitu. Langsung semangat jadinya, pede.
So when he knocked one of BTR members and his teammate like basically boost his moral by saying that, oh, you're gonna clutch this, you're gonna win this, you got this and everything. So that's how he actually made it.
So teammates is definitely important, where your teammates are very supportive of you, knowing that, you know, despite the odds, you were able to translate that into win. Now, of course, with that particular situation, do you have any words to BIGETRON, you know, after such an amazing feat?
Okay, setelah momen clash itu, apakah kamu ada kata-kata buat BTR?
Apa bu kata-katanya, Bu? Chicken rice. Ini gue bisa chicken gara-gara tadi dikasih chicken rice dari Kenbo. Udah itu aja buat BTR.
So for BTR, if you want to get a chicken dinner, get a chicken rice from Kenbo.
That's right.
So Kenbu. So I'm guessing now we know why Kenbu is here, right? So now here's the thing. Wait, I have another question for you, but then before that, now Kenbu, as mentioned just now, you are an ex-RRQ professional player. Back then, you were also the champion of PMSC 2019. Now, being here, you had the opportunity to witness that amazing play, that clutch. So what are your thoughts on that play?
Okay, jadi Kenbu, kamu adalah mantan profesional player buat RRQ dan kamu juga juara buat PMSC 2019. Dan kamu pertama kali datang ke Malaysia, kamu sempat menonton dan menyaksikan Netpreko clutch. Apakah perasaan kamu di saat itu?
Pengen balik lagi jadi pro player.
So Kenbu's trying to say that he actually feel that by watching Netpreko clutch, he feel that he want to come back to the competitive scene.
Oh wow! But give a little bit chance. They're doing well. So I think at the current moment they're doing okay. Yeah.
I buy ticket price and then give to Netpreko.
Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Now follow-up question to that is that, so what are your thoughts on the current team RRQ that we're seeing here today compared to the previous RRQ that you played before?
Jadi ditanya buat line up RRQ yang sekarang dibandingin sama RRQ yang kamu pernah main, perbedaannya gitu.
Yang sekarang muda-muda, yang dulu udah tua-tua.
So the difference is actually like right now the player is like young player compared to before is actually an old player.
All right. So I guess, you know, young and old, they're all gathered here itself. And of course, Kenbu, I think since you're here as well, have you ever had this feeling that you want to come back as a player here for PUBG Mobile?
Jadi ketika kamu di sini, kamu pernah ngerasa nggak yang kayak kamu bakal balik ke kompetitif lagi, kamu pengen balik ke kompetitif lagi?
Pengen banget.
Oh.
Vibes-nya di sini tuh aura-auranya tuh kayak bener-bener ngebikin, wih pengen balik lagi nih gitu.
Okay. So basically when he came here to the venue and he feel the atmosphere, he feel that he really want to come back to the competitive scene and become a pro player back.
Wow. So basically, we're still not sure yet. We'll see whether Kenbu would like to actually make a comeback into PUBG Mobile. And I believe a lot of people will be excited to actually see you back here. Now, of course, Netpreko, last but not least for you is that now you have a few more rounds to go right here. What can the fans expect from RQ at the end of the day?
Jadi ada sisa 3 match lagi. Apakah yang kamu bisa sampaikan kepada fans yang mereka bisa lihat buat RRQ di game 3 game terakhir ini gitu?
Hujat terus sih.
Hah?
Hujat terus.
So basically he's saying to the fans out there, keep hating them. It's because of their hate. The hatred comment is actually a moral moral boosting for them.
We have Jinx.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird.
So what did he say in Indonesia to you?
Hujat.
Hujat. So he
Hujat.
said that one word and the meaning is
keep hujat. Yeah, hujat is like basically bash them, hate them. Yeah.
So fans bash RRQ, hate them because they're gonna come back stronger. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our interview here. Thank you so much, guys, for the interview. And of course, that concludes our interview segment here. Don't go away because after this, we're gonna be back together with amazing commentators here at the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023.
My God, I love the interview so much, and I love to see RRQ Kambu is there. I casted his PMSC, that PUBG Mobile Star Challenge in 2019. He won that award. He was one of the nicest gentlemen out there, by the way. I mean, all of the PMSC players are actually very nice gentlemen, but Kambu is really a good player. I assure you, he's one of the biggest streamers in Indonesia as well. And not just that, seeing off Nepeko, I mean, like, keep on bashing them. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I mean, well, Kenbu has changed his hairstyle, so I guess that's the nice part of him even showing more right now. But what's not nice is for the first time, Yummy is subbed out. Wow, this is history, ladies and gentlemen. Yummy is always that player, that dependable player for Boom, but I guess after the coach assessment, maybe they feel that Yummy is not in the right mind today. Boom hasn't really been performing, and now he is out. I guess Boom at this point, maybe they even wish that if only we can get Kenbu in the lineup, right?
I mean, like, he's more of a streaming side right now. It's a bit too much. But we're going to head into the game right now. Heading straight into Erangel. I'm not going to pause it now this time because I already take it over anyways. But speaking of which, Cloud, can this be the momentum breaker for RRQ? Or will BTR come back stronger? Will be different team entirely? That we not expected to score the chicken this time.
Yeah, the chicken dinner curse. We gotta be careful of that, okay? So far, the two teams that scored the chicken dinner today, the next round they didn't do well. So hopefully that doesn't land onto RRQ instead. And speaking about landing, flight path is not too far for most of these teams. Maybe only BN United to Novo, but it's manageable. I mean, it's Novo. They can glide there. That's fine. North side, so you can expect that Vampire Esports, North Jokopo as usual, Severny, we're going to see MORPH GPX there, Kameshki, we're going to have PBE, so we're going to have the 3 checkpoints. And speaking about PBE, they'll be glad to have the flight path for top. The last time, they had to rotate, they had to bump into another team and lose 2 players very early.
It's all dependent on the circle about rotations, really, because just now we have very far right of the corner to have the circles, and the flight path was way down on the southern side. Now, if it's going to be the reverse, you might end up on top of SMB. That's going to be more difficult than the previous map.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, now it's going to be a nice circle, so it's going to be okay. Again, another decent circle. I guess we got majority of our circles like pretty decent today, even including the Sandhouse circle, which was in the main peninsula. So with this sort of circle, potentially we may see another similar pace kind of round like before.
Yeah, that's kind of true, since it's very generous and. Oh, Caddy the Axe guy! Dun, dun, dun. It feels like you're watching a horror movie. What's that movie called again? The one that actually find a guy with an axe that trying to hunt you down in the middle of a forest.
Oh, in the middle? A guy with an axe trying to hunt you down in the middle of the
axe guy. That's a horror movie for it.
That sounds like a template of very horror movie out there.
Really? That's one particular. I forgot what it is.
Friday the 13th?
Like, if you guys know. No. No.
Okay. Well, because whenever someone says X, right, it reminds me of Kung Fu Hustle instead. It's like, yeah, the X clan.
We have a lot of comedy moments here today. It is just incredible. But you're more into comedy side. I get it. I mean, Kung Fu Hustle. Who can actually? I wish they have the collaboration with that one day. It's gonna be funny though.
The only collaboration that they need to do right now is put Nepeko's face and cosplay the Dandy Groupster. That's all my wish list. Okay, I want to see okay, very likely we see RRQ in the grand finals by now. Where they have a player introduction, Nepeko comes out as the Dandy Groupster. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it, PUBG Mobile. Let's do it.
Well, to recap what happened to RRQ last week, they got themselves already 13 points for the bonus standings at 8th place. Now, if they ended up at the first place here by end of this week, I have a feeling they might just got themselves the grand finals. That kind of secured and tightly sealed for them. Because to have, 33 points as a start and maybe divide into two since 50%, right? We haven't included week 3, so I think that's pretty much secured for them to get themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a first place here, or even top 1, 2, 3, and then you got a middle last week, you're pretty much secure for the grand finals. So honestly, I'm not too worried about them getting the grand finals. Very, very likely we'll see them. On top of that, I was during the break, I was actually going through some numbers, and I noticed that RRQ, okay, the top 3 for the PMGC direct slot from the PMGC points now, Indonesia is. You got PERSIJA EVOS, second you have Boom, and then you have RRQ. So these 3. And the points are actually very close. With a total gap, let's say RRQ is at number 3, the gap with PERSIJA EVOS now is 100 points. And if they can continue to perform like this insanely, who knows what will happen to PERSIJA EVOS next week. Maybe RRQ can be the surprise, because right now Boom is not having the best of time.
Oh man. That's a very, very small gap. If you compare, we cast it wildcard, right? Wildcard is a big gap in between them. But this one is just too close for comfort. There's a lot at stake here, not just the PMSL prize pool, not just the trophy for PMSL, but the slot to PMGC. That's huge.
Yeah, so there's a lot on the line. So with this current performance of RRQ, can you imagine how fired up are they? Other than being champions of PMSL, other than going to the grand finals, the PMGC slot is in their reach. 100 points with this sort of performance is still doable for RRQ.
That's kind of true. Yeah, you had me counting all those points as well. It's too small. It's just too minute between PERSIJA, Boom, and RRQ. PERSIJA EVOS, definitely they sit comfortably at number 1, but the gap, like you mentioned, is just too close though. Instead of Boom, I feel like it's gonna be tough for them since the past 2 weeks really didn't work out for Instead of Boom. I don't know what really happened from them. We have the Boom box next to each other. But for the side of RRQ, that might actually be their main target for this PMSL. That's probably the case here. That's why they really try to push all out here when it comes to second and third week. And if that happens for PERSIJA EVOS, man.
Yeah, I'll just add on to the drama, right? So we can pretty much assume that RRQ and PERSIJA will be in the grand finals. So in the grand finals, they'll be playing all 3 days together. Can you imagine if RRQ wants to be cheeky, and by that time maybe the point gap is small, they can somehow choose or somehow try to block out PERSIJA EVOS, basically do what the Vampire did on the PERSIJA EVOS, take them out very, very early. RQ takes the rest of the points, and they will be the surprise team to get the slot to PLGC directly.
Imagine if week number 3, they both happen to be in the same group for PERSIJA EVOS and RQ. That's more. If that happens though.
Oh, that's even more drama.
I know, right? It's, oh my god. Can't even phantom the feeling. So PERSIJA EVOS, I mean, this is a time for them to have a bit of a wake-up call. If that's not going to be enough. Should be realizing a lot at stake here. Boom, same goes for them. They do have a shot. But they might actually lose this because they just not performing as much compared to RRQ. But Alter Ego as well do have a shot as at PMGC. It depends on the final week, really. Down to the last way to see if PMGC still stands for PERSIJA EVOS last minute taken away by the teams.
Yeah. Alter Ego also needs to hope that the other teams don't perform as well. But their competition is quite tight, right? Because you got RRQ doing well, PERSIJA, EVOS also doing fairly well too. So they also need to okay, hopefully they don't. Because if you want to be the team that takes out 2 teams and 2 heavyweight teams at least in the fight, that's going to be a lot to ask from Alter Ego. But just earlier on, okay, I have another fun fact, right? Earlier on, we saw the Infinity on screen. Actually, not the Infinity. Actually, I'm waiting for FaZe Clan. But never mind, since I opened up the topic already. Today is actually Mela's birthday.
Oh!
Fun fact. Yeah. Happy birthday, Mela. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
How many times we say it?
We're so not
Happy birthday
sync.
to Mela.
Happy birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Yay! But speaking of Mela, then he should have more reason to perform now. There's more pressure inside of Infinity because it's not Infinity anymore. My God.
Yeah, I know, right? I also got yeah, I know. I caught the choo-choo bug. Okay, another fun.
It's just
I
yeah.
have another fun fact. The team that's not playing today, I'll let you guess, right? Which team is today their organization anniversary? Hint, they are not playing today.
Oh man, that's gonna be between the 4 teams then.
Yeah, pick one.
Sorry. So if it's day 4, Group A is not playing, I assume it's gonna be DBD.
That.
It's GEEK fam?
That.
GE?
Ding ding ding! Today
Really?
is GE's 3rd anniversary. Happy anniversary, Genesis Esports.
Hopefully they can take the trophy one day. And the PMSL just happen to be falling on a lot of auspicious days for the teams. More reason for them to fight for it. But Alter Ego, speaking of which, right on top of Shelter. Megamind of XERXIA. Well, soaked down quite a number of damage. But Alter Ego, we didn't mention about Alter Ego with the PMGC points before. They do have a shot.
Well, yeah, they do, but they need to be consistent at least. Because right now, consistency, I think, is a question mark for Alter Ego. It's like one round they can do great, and then another round it's like, 1 point. It's like, yeah, that can bring you to the grand finals, but straight to PMGC, I don't know. It's very hard to tell because the competition, like RRQ, has been consistent. PERSIJA EVOS consistent now that Vampire was broken up with them. So competition is really tight. And let's not forget, if Boom start to rise up again, then, well, Alter Ego, well, I don't know how they're going to get that. The next, of course, chance is to get the top 6 in the grand finals.
We didn't talk about much when it comes to Vietnam, though. Vietnam, for their point system, I'm a bit sad to see, when you talk about the PMGC points, the next contender to get the PMGC slot is actually Box, other than the Xaviers. It's within reach if they actually go all out when it comes to this season, PMSL, but unfortunately, just Box couldn't pull it off. Really just couldn't do it.
Yeah, at some point it was close enough, but because what's happening to Box right now, then the Xavier, they will be the happier one. But who's not happy is the teams all on the left from Farm. We got Yoodo Alliance, one of the teams there, and all the many teams rotating. So we're going to see a lot of fights happening after this because of the hardship of the circle to the right.
As he spotted out the rotation of Alter Ego right now, giving a bit of a warning shot from afar. But Rosemary and the rest of the crew will definitely got himself a bit of a pit stop. And not just that, they will be surrounded by not just one, make it 3 teams. BTR right beneath them. You do have MORPH on the other end. XERXIA, Megaman have been tailing them all this while. So they need to decide which way they want to go next. The circle, we saw it before, a bit generous. So there's a lot of space for all the teams from all different angles of that circle.
Speaking about multiple angles, look at the minimap. We have multiple teams close with each other. Megamind will be the first one to be knocked, but not out just yet. Onson's knocked as well. And this is where the theory of teams clashing with each other happening. Xavier PBE, let's go.
Range with a DBS. Oh, he got shot down from back instead. It's going to be Levi and DX PBE going against each other. Chua down to only around 20% of HP left. Make it 25 or 30. Levi spot out Raimon. XERXIA on top of them. If not being careful, it was stealing away those kills from afar. PBE, a first one to be out. Like I mentioned before, Cloud, rinse and repeat on the side of PBE. They wanted to get himself away from those fights. But if you're doing the same thing all over again, people will start to trail you out.
Well, adding again to the stat that PB is not a team that likes to take early fights. They don't get a good amount of success from it. So it just so happened that they decide to crash, they want to take the fight, and well, I guess we all know what happened after that. But for birthday boy Mela, okay, at least they are in somewhere in the middle of the circle. So maybe this is birthday gift, but nah, he wants more. Hopefully his teammates can bring him the birthday gift in the form of chicken dinner.
I just hope it's not the reverse though. Then it's going to be a very sad birthday day for him. Vampires at the coastline try to get into the circle. Infinity spreading out into 2-2 formation. Lobby is the star play for Infinity right now. Honestly speaking, when it comes to his grenade, it was insane. Logan and the rest of Infinity Bear taking on Ravenclaw with a head front DBS shot right in the face. That's going to be the IGL Vampires going down. On the side of Vampires, do we have any swap of a play? Is Stone playing? Is it Fluke? It's still Fluke for the entire day here now. I assume tomorrow we might actually see Stone playing them. Infinity and Vampires having a bit of skirmish between Team Secret passing by. I'm not sure if Team Secret interested once they start to hear the auto cue, but the circle shifted right on top of Volta Ego in defense.
Wow, you just mentioned about Lobby. He immediately gets 2 eliminations out of Vampire Esports. As the saying always goes, it's like only a Thai team can take out a Thai team, right? And it happened to be Infinity taking out 2 from Vampire Esports. And now Shrubs tries to get a revenge. He sees the rotation, but he won't get a clear shot. So Infinity, they now have the advantage of being in the circle instead.
For the side of Vampires, leaving only Shrubs alone, there's going to be a bit of troublesome for him with Team Secret and Infinity on his left and right side. This is going to be tough for Shrubs to get out from this sort of too sticky being trapped in the middle. FaZe, on the other hand, this is quite a big boulder for them to take covers. Sharper will have to reload on that with 3 times got on his rifles.
Oh!
Definitely drop one big, which is going to be a Z. Here comes XERXIA.
There you go. Points collected by XERXIA. Oh, someone in the chat actually answered your horror movie question. Is it wrong turn?
Is it wrong turn? I forgot.
Oh, okay. Sorry guys, we won't get the answer for now.
Let me Google it up. You take away the commentary for a bit.
Alright, I have a fun fact about Logan. But I'll share it when the right time comes. So you guys stay tuned, alright? But boom! Stay tuned to who else? Nepeko Esports nading down on the boom. He's not dead yet. Second knockdown. Now Nacho. Oh no, not looking good for boom. RRQ rushing in. They only have 1 more to go because Gremory is on his knees. Razy to one left and Razy taken out. Another 0 point for boom. Team Secret only needs 1 point to push boom down.
But on the side of RRQ, it's a day of waiting for them. 5 domination, elimination across the board. The next is going to be XERXIA. They are the one with those elevations, and it was actually the Shining. And the Friday the 13th is actually in the box as well. So I think it's going to be more towards the Shining where You remember that site, right? You remember the scene?
The
Shining,
there you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
and also back to it. Yes, more fun fact, please.
Oh, more fun fact, please, yeah? Okay, you want to hear the Logan fun fact?
Why not? Yes,
okay, so Logan from the Infinity. Fun fact, he's actually half French. And he can speak French.
Wow, he can be translated part-time.
Yeah, he can.
Whee!
Go to PMGC. But I'm sure he wants to play instead. So he's like, no, I don't want to be translated. I want to play.
And speaking of which, PUBG Mobile scene didn't actually have a lot of French players, do they?
Oh yeah, no. Actually, no. Not that I remember. We don't have a team from France.
Maybe Logan should be the one that actually reach out to them first. But on the side of 7-9, they are winning to the side of BN United and MORPH at the same time. Now, speaking of MORPH, right? they have a lot of potential. We can see them coming, but at the same time, we compare with week 1, week 2, definitely week 2 is a big momentum pusher for them. But right now, Boo down to 3 players with Rocky and QEON. The one that actually winning is going to be 7-9 because these two teams just busy against each other.
Oh, hardship circle down south, and guess who got it? Team Secret. This is their time to play safe and quiet, or in their own words, playing Indo. So they're going to play this chill and hopefully get the next video circle and maybe score another chicken dinner.
And Boo, another thing about Boo, right, that last time we saw him, he was actually in Boom. Now coming into MORPH. And he definitely feels like he made the right decision right now because of how the standings just portrays. But at the same time, feels like MORPH still have a lot of capability that can be polished on. Inside of Sharper, XERXIA, Nepeko going in. We have a bit of a swap of rotations between the teams down there. RNJ, Sem9, RQ happen to be clustered up. None of them touching the rim of a circle.
Yeah, the circle, another hard shift one. I wonder if Team Secret got it too, though, but I don't think they're too far from it. But for the 3 teams that we can see on screen right now, Thumb knocks down RNJ. Sem9 fighting their way through. They not only have XERXIA, but they have another team as well. But speaking about other teams, MORPH GPX, as you mentioned, now against QEON United.
Rocky trying to rock things out on his end. And a micro Uzi now swap it over to that Molly's. BN United will respond with a break. Prep up the nade, but never mind. Swap it over to DBS. Rocky in trouble. He got the micro Uzi back to work. DBS versus micro Uzi. Micro Uzi is the best. So what? Shredded almost hits fast. Now with the UMP, go back towards the side of a logging area. Just taking a bit of a coward moment just to hide himself within the woods. But on the side of Rocky and BN United, this has been going on too long. So was Rocky, both being just slowly chugged down by the blue zone.
Oh, but they're not out of it just yet. Okay, now MORPH GPX will be knocked out by SOAS. SOAS fighting their way through QEON. Together with Rocky, the duo that's going to try to stop SOAS should be able to do it because SOAS is now pressured by the blue. At the same time, he's forced to show himself, and QEON will clean it up.
It works too. But instead of RQ, are they scoring themselves another chicken? I mean, like, never look down on every single player. If there are just 1 or 2 players coming up from RQ side, and more will be finished off down to only just waiting for the inevitable. DX in the meanwhile, just taking a bit of a jab to the side of Yoodo Alliance. Down to Addict, Luke, Flax, and Ripple Boy. Still having a trio on Yoodo Alliance. But the problem is, they're playing the slopes of the hill. RQ, this is going to be their highs, and now their lows. They're being eliminated at 12 on the side of Infinity. They are stuck. This is the best day for Levi.
Oh yeah, Levi's having a good moment. But he will have a better one if we can get the knockdown. The Infinity, however, stuck in a rut. But Levi's is forced to move because of the blue. But anyway, his other opponents are coming onto the Infinity. Now BA11 needs to win the fight 1v1. Opponent pretty low right now. DPS in hand, straightforward elimination by BA.
Oh, that was a scary time, but Bear coolly just clutched it out for himself. And that was just a valiant effort coming up from the side of... Who was it just now? Was it one of a vampire player or was it somebody else just now? I forgot again. But DX and Sem9 having a bolt in between. It's going to be a tough one to toss over something or just visualize the other side. But Lamborghini will have a try to the side of Tom. Explode it, soak in the damage. It's going to be down to 20% on the side of Tom.
Sem9 now with an 8. Miguel, Lamborghini from him. Okay, who's going to toss it first? Okay, Lamborghini. He chooses not to toss an 8. Tam and Miguel should be able to finish our Lamborghini, but who knows by now? Any clutch can happen. Nice name from Lamborghini. Clipped onto Tam as well as Miguel. Tam is crawling, but the smoke is blocking his sight, so he doesn't have a clear shot yet.
They're just overstaying themselves down here, Cloud. We're talking about the blue zone, 6th stage of the blue zone. This is not a joke anymore. It's going to hurt them like hell. But Lamborghini and the rest of DX with Chua. Chua just plays so well at the flank side off angle. Finish off the entirety of Sem9, which is the one that's stopping them from advancing toward the circle. But they do have another gatekeepers they have to fight against, which is going to be Infinity waiting at the end of the line.
Here we go, movement from D Xavier into the circle. But it's not going to be a clear entry for them as Lobby is waiting. Like what you said, Lobby has been the star player for the Infinity, now looking for the next knockdown on the Chua. But Logan fired upon. He has to back off. Box Gaming wants to get in as well.
Oh, one side of Infinity, they are running dry with their ammunition, with their resources. They need to figure out how to replenish themselves down there. And it's not great on the side of Infinity. They have to have a go just to the circle as well. Yoodo Alliance on the other hand. Oh, man.
Wow. Beer defended the shack all alone from 2 players. What an impressive defense. But can Alter Ego pull off an impressive defense now against Box Gaming? The smoke is blocking Box Gaming's side. They don't know. The 2 members of Alter Ego is there.
Alter Ego. Oh, final time he runs down! Kwang, he knows! Oh, that's gonna be the DBS amongst the smoke, but Kwang, he didn't see that one out! Oh my god! Alva's still there! No way! No way! The claw exploded! Kwang didn't know, he didn't have a clue! Infinity is down on them as well! Box, they've been surrounded by BTR and Alter Ego! Funny being eliminated by Team Secret all the way downtown.
Oh, that was a close one, but it's not a close one for Chua! Because Lobby has been waiting for him for the longest time. D Xavier out number 6, 8 elimination points. And here we go, top 5 teams in stage 6.
Lobby, now actually, oh, never mind. I just want to say they're going to share their vehicle with the side of Bear. But the moment they step out and just pull over, they'll be shot down by the side of a Red Bull boy. Red Bull boy, Yoodo Alliance, slowly giving away their bodies willingly towards the side of Bear just now. And not just that, caught himself in a trap between Team Secret and Infinity, while BTR fanning out, having quite a solid compound in the center. Now BTR, one more time, they have a shot of scoring those chicken. Can they finally seal the deal off?
Okay, here we go. Oh, Team Secret. Oh, this time no circle for them. It's going to be an open area for them to travel. Putra on his knees. Ryza deciding whether he wants to save his teammate or not. But Namkyu from the side. Namkyu knocked out by Zral. It's going to buy some time for Team Secret. Ryza knocked down instead by Lapa. Like Chuchi always says, it's a fish in fish world right now.
And speaking of Lapa, might spot a couple of players. He saw health in his area. It is a clear shot. It is a clear shot coming up from the side of Elton. Oh boy, just a haystack to cover themselves while you go for revival on Ryzai. Putra is just a bit too far for the rest of Team Secret to land a hand down there. Zeral hoping the smoke will last them long enough. Just pop everything else there is in his pocket. Down to the last smoke even. Putra blending out. Can they reach him on time? While the Blues will start to close in any second now. La Palm there then keep the pressure to the side of Team Secret. They've been gatekept hard by the hands of BTR. BTR, they have solid 4 players. 1 compound, 4 walls. The one next to them is gonna be Box Gaming. Box, can they finally score that chicken who've been waiting for 2 weeks now?
Oh man, they have the circle and they have the high ground and they're pressuring Team Secret. I really want to see Box Gaming get the chicken dinner now. Oh my goodness, I think I'm finally going to break it. Still tapping away, Gosu trying to find a shot onto the members of Team Secret. But we got Yoodo Alliance eliminated first at number 5, taking on 2 elimination points with them. Gosu will be the one to take the point out of Helton.
Ryzai slowly losing health, just waiting for the inevitable. It's going to be Team Secret going down next. Plays himself at 4th. I think that's quite decent. Come up from the side of Team Secret still, but Infinity down to 1 player. BTR full squad against Box Gaming as a trio. Box, they won this chicken so bad. BTR, they need to redeem themselves after they botched last game. Infinity, this one guy, can he pull it a 1v4 just like how Nepeko did? Bear already being given the information to the side of Box right now because they are focusing on Bear. But Satar though, taking the advantage of Angle. Well, BTR, there's no way they will let this loose, right? This chicken is theirs.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine how long Beer 11 has been surviving? Like, he has been defending against multiple teams crashing onto him, and he's now top 3. This is insane for Beer. But unfortunate for him that the circle moved away, and Box Gaming knows that he's there. So Box Gaming just need to keep an eye on Beer, at the same time keeping an eye on BTR. So it's going to be sandwich for Box Gaming. Beer could still be the one to surprise Box.
Jan Foss will be the furthest flank side. Satar the support fire. Lapar taking the front line. Boychill trying to find off Angle as well. Box, they do have a boulder to take themselves a bit of cover, which quite difficult since the boulder is quite high. But Beer will be the one backstabbing them. But Gen4 spotted out Beer slowly being tapped out. Gen4 scores another 6 in the back for BTR. This is the time for finally, they say, after such a long day in the top 2, can we finally secure a chicken?
Oh man, this is like deja vu for BTR. Right? Okay, full squad, circle versus 3, and we don't know what happened the previous Irango, but this time around, they might not let this go. They're gonna get the knockdown to Kwang. They're gonna break Box Gaming's heart. Box Gaming now 2v3 at least. Okay, Box Gaming, they're fighting back though, but Kwang needed down. Upkill on his knees as well. BTR should be able to finish the job. One more to go, and finally, BTR scores the chicken dinner. Look at Lapa. Look at Boysil. Look at all these players. They are saying grace for it.
Finally managed to redeem themselves with their lost chicken dinner just now. Close enough. Last time it was traumatizing for them. It was a 3v4 just like how they did and fought against Box Gaming in this map, in this match. But that one, the previous one, was against RRQ. They botched it and down to 1v4 when the Pego clutched out the entirety of BTR. But they came back stronger after that break. They showed they will not be swayed. They are not tilted. They are composed. They are professional PUBG Mobile players that can take the heat and will come up stronger. BTR secures finally the chicken they've been waiting for an entire day after getting themselves a lot of top 5. With 5 eliminations, it's Lapa for the MVP.
Oh yeah, they clearly were starved from the chicken dinner. They are hungry. Lapa is hungry. 5 eliminations, 845 damage dished out by him as an MVP this round. Man, and this guy, during the Void days, he was the multiple MVP for Void. And now with BTR, he has been showing a good level of consistency, especially today. Finally landed the chicken dinner. Can you imagine this? Number 2, number 2, number 1. BTR now, in average, is probably the most consistent team of all today.
I agree. And I feel like right now I'm reliving the PMGC points at the moment. I'm going to go back to that. But so far when it comes to team stats, I mean, Lapa well deserving MVP with the damage output coming out from him alone, almost hitting up to 1k. 5 eliminations just by himself. And when it comes to total numbers, it's down to 9. But Gen4 also did so much work swinging over the flank side. But other than that, I have to say BTR came back stronger this one. I have a feeling BTR, whatever the swap is when it comes to rotation of the players, it's just going to be amazing still.
Wow, okay, travel distance not as much because they traveled from Milta, so they needed to go up into the circle to find a middle space, and that's how they got the chicken dinner. But if you gotta think about it, that side of strategy worked super well for them. It's like how Team Secret is. Try to find that middle, be there, stay still, and then pretty much show up towards the end. If you can steal eliminations from afar, great. That's a bonus. So BTR repeating the same formula, and finally they get the outcome that they would have wanted.
Now revisit the PMDC point. Sadly, I think BTR is a bit too far-fetched to go for PMDC now. But still, it just shows that maybe they are preparing themselves, prepping out for the next year PMDC. At this state, with this lineup, and such a swappable and flexing roster, they can play whatever they want at this state.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate that PL Indonesia, BTR didn't do that well. That's why they kind of felt that the PNGC points basically is not a lot for them in PL Indonesia. That's why the gap is quite far. So for them to really catch to like the top teams is hard. But you still got top 6, which is actually a lot of slots in total for Southeast Asia, by the way. But then let's look at the match ranking points. 9 eliminations for BTR. Playing the same strat, playing safe inside of the circle, showing up at the end. 9 eliminations, not that much, but still 19 points.
On the side of Infinity, 12 elimination, you have to love beer and lobby combination. So far, I feel like Infinity, this is the highest frag for combination coming up from the side of Infinity. Lobby is just blowing our mind. Yeah, I mean, like, we talk about Mela shifting over to his side of FaZe, but Infinity right now feels slightly stronger than before. They can push even further. But when it comes to the weekly rankings, so close yet so far. RIQ just 5 points apart. I mean, can they finish off the day sitting at number 1?
You know what surprises me the most? Boom is now number 20. What are they doing down there? The only team with a single-digit placement point. What are they doing down there? No disrespect to teams like PN United, Box, and Team Secret, but even they have overtaken Boom, who is just Boom. I don't think I need to explain further, but Boom down there is just, it's like you're telling me that, I don't know, Nova is down there. I don't know, some big name, right?
It's starting off that day with 52 points, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? Yeah. And then they just got themselves 4 points for the entire day. We're down to 2 more maps, which is going to be Miramar. But top performer first, Bear and Lobby. I love this 2 combination right now. With Lapar, BTR, all the 5 numbers up there. Levi squeezing in, coming from DX. And now you mention it. Yeah, we've seen Levi so many times before. I don't know why you changed his name now.
I know, right? Maybe it's like a feng shui thing, you know.
Possibly.
Possibly putting out the facts there. We got the top Miramar performances. We'll jump into Miramar after this. The Xavier, RRQ, XERXIA, and PERSIJA EVOS that's not playing today. So I guess the Xavier, this should be their chance again to rack up the points. But scary enough that RRQ is one of the top Miramar performers. They've been doing very well today in general, so they'll be happy to be playing Miramar next.
But for Miramar, I do feel like they're still sort of heavily towards the side of Thai teams. They are the heavy hitters when it comes to Miramar map. But at the same time, we are looking at the rise of the team Indonesia. Since yesterday, a lot of, since 2 days before, yesterday more towards Thai teams. But the last minute, they push up one of our teams come out from Indonesia. It was RRQ, so if I'm not mistaken, yesterday, right?
Yep, it was, especially the last game. But what will be in any game will be the PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin Series, the Dream Chaser. 1 whole set available in game. Do join the event. Get the skin while you're at it.
Nepeko!
Nepeko!
Nepe Dandy Groovster, okay? I just hope he highlight his hair, just for the sake, you know, this set is the ultimate set. Nepeko is the ultimate set. And also don't forget the Dragon Ball Super. We talk about this, like how Cloud say, it depends on Son Goku's hair to know what kind of season it is.
Yeah, but you know what? If you like spike up Nepeko's hair,
I don't think
you know what I'm
do.
getting. You spike
so
up
curly.
Nepeko's hair. Yeah.
It's so curly, it's not possible, Cloud. Don't do that to him.
Come on. I know I might not relate much to hair, but I know there's a thing called rebonding. Okay, you can do the rebonding. And you go to hair.
Hey, it looks so weird. Imagine if the Nepeko hair being rebonded. And then it's gonna be straight and flat. So funny.
Yeah, keep it as a Dandy Groovster. Okay, let's just do the Dandy Groovster.
I'm sorry, Nepeko. We're making fun of you, but it's fun to do so. But, okay, our prediction, Box. They got themselves in the top 5. They still couldn't score themselves that chicken we've been waiting for. For me, boom, Box, y'all. And so far, it's going to be my jinx because I made a sentence out of teams' names. Hey, I'm a genius, okay? But boom, what is happening? Boom at the bottom. Last week, not so great. Box as well. Team Secret, no comment.
At least Team Secret got a chicken dinner yesterday. But come on, Boom. 2nd place. BTR. Give them the chicken. Come on, BTR. But yeah, that was the closest to Box getting the chicken dinner in the longest time. I believe this is their first 2nd place finish in the PMSL.
It feels like, you know, I can smell it. We can smell the chicken now. But the smell just stops at smelling. You can't touch it, you can't eat it, you can't poke it. Because they cannot seal the deal. But it was difficult really for Box. They kind of been cornered in that boulder. And the circle just happened to be moving away from them as well. And BTR do have the advantage of the position too. But should we worry about FaZe Clan now, Cloud? Because this is rare to see any Thai teams be around the bottom area. And when it comes to the first week, FaZe Clan is not doing well either. They are at 17th place. This week, where are they? I mean, like, it's 14. Will be enough.
They don't want to give Mela his birthday cake, you know? Like, come on, FaZe Clan. Speaking about FaZe Clan, so we got Trace coming in, replacing Mormon. So, this is Trace again. The last we saw him was like in week 1 when Mela was away. So, this is first debut in week number 2. Let's see if it changes the fate of FaZe Clan, because Mela really needs his birthday present.
True. I did ask you this before. Can we have Mela and Trace play in the same lineup? Feels like will have this in this tournament now. Because Mirama, it just shows that they're very desperate for their points as well. And it's coming out from the side of FaZe to actually have Trace back. And Trace comes in when things really in a dire need of it. And that just shows that a lot of players and teams start to having a bit of swap in and out here. Pepank, when it comes to Mirama, maybe he is the specialist.
Oh, okay, Pepank. The last we saw him was also last week. So another debutant of week number 2, playing this time for MORPH GPX is Pepank. Ooh. Hopefully Pepank can prove all the haters wrong out there, because he's been receiving a lot of flag. Okay. Come on, Boom, you cannot play without Yummy, right? I still believe that he is the key player that is unmovable. You must have him.
I don't know, personally I feel like both Razy and Yummy is such a high value players for Boom right now. They cannot afford to just one or the other to play. Feel like Razy do offer more when it comes to firepower. Yummy offers more with DBS and hand grenades. These two have to go hand in hand. But I don't know, maybe the coach do see some other potential on their side. We're gonna have to see and wait it out in the game.
Okay, so more fun facts this time about Boom. Okay, so Yummy is the youngest player, 19 years old. Fun fact, he's only 19, you know, and he's like what? SEA Games gold medalist and now top player, yada yada and so on. And I think a lot of people forget that he's actually as young as Tony K. They're actually the same age, because probably he looks a little bit older.
No, because he is tall. I tell you, I give you that. Last time when I saw him last time, he was so tall. I'm looking, I'm tilting my head as well. And he looks like a football player instead of a PUBG mobile player. His body's quite buff, by the way.
Rugby football.
Yeah.
For those of you who says rugby is not football because football is supposed to play with foot. Yes, I understand the argument. I heard that before. Alright, so yes, football means soccer. Oh, okay. Never mind about that. Let's carry with it.
Now, we do have a lot of Indonesian teams winning over the chicken dinner for the day. They're finding, can we have our Thai teams back here in PMSL? We kind of missed them. And speaking of Box Gaming, come on Box. Let's go one chicken for everybody's sake, can we?
Just like how they say in Vietnam, Box Gaming fighting!
Ooh.
Box Gaming fighting, come on Box Gaming. Oh man, I'm gonna get a headache if Box Gaming don't score a chicken dinner because it's so close. The second place finish, oh man. And they were doing so well earlier on with the circle just moving away and away and away from them. They still managed to survive the second place finish. Box Gaming, they should, I hope they can ride on the momentum to finally land their chicken dinner here.
I really wish they could finally close up a game for once, just for once. Even if they have to copy and maybe re-improvise the other team's rotation, why not? I mean, like, try to play as conservative as they can. But Box Gaming, they don't want to go, I mean, they won't back down for a fight. When it comes to Box Gaming, they love fighting. So that's one thing about them. But the problem is they're fighting way too early when their loot is undergeared and not appropriate when it comes to fighting the team that have way more buffed up gears. But we do have Impala Circle. I love this.
Not only you, PBE will love this because Impala is their regular spot, and PBE does well if they play the quiet game. In the middle of the circle, don't move, show up at the end. PBE is one of those teams with this sort of circle. If I were to put a bet onto any of these teams, I would at least put my first bet on the PBE now.
A bit too early for that, but PBE is pretty good when it comes to finding the right spot, waiting for the right moment. They are an opportunist team, so they know exactly when to pick out, when to not to fight, and when to start to engage. So they are doing as what they usually do. So like you mentioned, they're quite happy with the circle for now. But at the same time, I do want to see if the circle ended up right on the isolated islands. That would be great to watch.
Since we have PBE here, you want to hear another new fun fact?
Go ahead.
Okay, so after SEA Games, so PBE, Mod Boy, he got the solo, for the solo event, he got a bronze medal, and he's the first PUBG Mobile athlete from Philippines to get a medal for PUBG Mobile. All right, so that's not the fun fact. The fun fact is that when he went back, his reward for getting that medal was a house from his mayor.
Wait, no way. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no kidding. A whole house from his mayor. We're talking about mayor as in Dato' Banda. And we're not talking about like the ministry. We're talking about like his town.
I want a house too. It's so
Time to
hard
play
buy a
PUBG
house these
Mobile.
days. No, I think we should move to Philippines because if we are playing from here, Cloud, I don't think we get anything.
I shall reserve my comment. Thank you.
Okay, but at the same time, I mean, like, you know, French might be one of the country you want to represent as well because they don't have that much of PUBG Mobile players that we know just yet. So maybe if you've been the first for the country, this is the time for us to polish our PUBG Mobile stats and maybe our way of playing the game. But I cannot play this game. I get jumpy so fast.
Well, you can ask Mela to no, you can ask Logan because he can not only teach you the game, he can also
Be
teach
my
you
translator
French at the same time.
Yeah, be my translator, please.
Yeah.
Save me the time from learning another new language entirely. I have enough in my head right now. FaZe on that, I'm like FaZe. Okay, jokes aside, FaZe is really in trouble. We're talking about them might actually be the teams that have a bit of a warning zone and might be relegated, and that's like never happened before. In the previous PMPL South Asia during the PMPL season, in the PMSL, we never have teams from Thai like as big as FaZe to be relegated.
There was once they were relegated though. So that relegation happened in PMPL Thailand when the season that they do not have Tony K. That time Tony K moved to Vampire Esports, and that season they got relegated. Now, how did they come back up? They come back up because they got the partner slot. So when they got the partner slot, they got back into PMPL Thailand, and that season when they got back into PMPL Thailand, they got Mela. And that's where they were like, okay, we're back there. And because of Mela as well, they remain a certain level of consistency, at least in PMPL Thailand.
Speaking of Mela, right? Did Mela not go for Grand Finals PMPLC ever? Because PMSL is sort of PMPL South Asia right now. Just a different branding entirely. PUBG Mobile Super League South Asia now. Even in the days of when you used to call PMPL. Did they ever been relegated, these big names? Okay, we put aside an org because we do know it's the players that make it work for the entire team. I don't think so. I don't ever think Ventores, Onsens, these are veterans as well.
Yeah, okay, so to answer your question, yeah, Mela has not missed Southeast Asia Grand Final before. Because back in the Infinity, obviously they were like dominating everyone. So that's one reason. And last season he played with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan went to the grand final, so yes. And this season, still question mark. We don't know. So Mela hasn't missed it yet.
Don't want to be the first then. But I mean, like, all teams well deserving to be in the grand finals based on, even if they are the last play, based on the growth that we've witnessed ourselves the past few weeks here. Like we mentioned about Team Secret, like last week, this week is way even better than last week. But for Boom, not so much. I don't know what really happened to Boom. Feels like they are heading into a brick wall that they cannot break through. They stuck there, having possibly a mental block.
This is where it's very hard to tell, right? Like, what is wrong with Boom? I absolutely have no idea. Is it like because they already got a lot of individual rewards and they're contented with their money? I don't know. It's really the mystery that's surrounding Boom now. It's at least like if you say like, oh, Team Secret, like we kind of know, Box we kind of know, but for Boom it's like I have absolutely no idea.
I mean, Boom, definitely a lot of shuffle for the players. But speaking of Boom, they start to engage against FaZe. And these both teams are actually in the red zone right now. I just wish they picked somebody that really comfortably sitting high up there so they can take advantage of it. And since both teams are in the dire need of a rescue for their points, so they both try to outreach each other now with the distance of around 200 meters apart between Boom and FaZe. With FaZe having the compound, having those walls up to them. But on the side of Boom, they do have a couple of trenches, I think, around them somewhere. But FaZe, do they take up a challenge? Would they go rush into it straight, hat on?
Looks like the answer is no, not leaving their comfort zone just yet. Speaking about zones, we're going to get the next one soon. Look at the amount of teams in the middle. This is going to be the trend. And the zone, ooh! 50% of water. All right. Are you guys ready for Battleground?
Let's go! But maybe we go for the isolated islands instead. I have a feeling some teams will start to swim over that site now. And that's going to be Team Secret. Highly chances of that. But, well, hold your horses. Because Alter Ego will happen to be visiting Team Secret. A bit of a trading down between these two teams. Octa almost being traded. But slowly they're taken out one by one. Team Secret in trouble. Down to 3 players down. It's going to be only Alter Ego Potato on his knees. Alva finish off the rest of them. Octa tried to find one last player of Team Secret. Rizai, where to hide? Nowhere. Both angles covered and jobs might be done. But never mind. It still managed to secure one more.
Last hit. Okay, UMP in hand. But Rizai, wait, how did he? Who should he? Wait, how? Wait, what? Come on, mystery. What? Oh, range! He just had to butt in. But then again, you know what? Same story, different map. In secret fights early, they don't really win.
I think it's just, they want to get into the isolated island a bit earlier. Happen to be clashing Alter Ego at the same time. I don't think they want to force this fight early on. I feel like they want to swim over to those islands at first. But just timing-wise, happen to be, you know, clashing at the moment. But for PBE, they're playing smart, taking those high grounds. This is their turf. This is a place they know like the back of their hand. So they took advantage of it, and it was well paid off. They saw Vampires. Now they're gonna see BTR as well. Every single team that cutting across Impala will be in the palms of PBE. Now, the only question is, can they take advantage of it?
Oh, I see Box now. I know. Some of you out there watching the show right now is saying that maybe we shouldn't pick Box, but too bad. We already picked it throughout the day, so we can't change that answer for now. But for 7-9 and Vampire Esports, they could change their fate. Because right now they choose to fight with each other. But look at the amount of teams inside of Impala. We got 5 teams inside of it.
Tom bleeding out. Dap toss another one to the side of FaZe. FaZe being hammered down. Left, right, and center. Vampire Straps and Tony K both being gunned down by BTR. What is happening on the center of Vampires and FaZe? Happen to be clustered on. Both Thai teams being shot down from all angles down there. Yoodo Alliance next to be eliminated, while XERXIA happily holding on the southern side, which I don't think it's a problem for them. Can we get back to the center of the circle just now? Let's see. It's going to be moving away or going towards the isolated island. Look at the airdrop. That was a ridiculous airdrop. But it still comprises some of the isolated islands here. RQB in the center, PBE. This is the time for them to push the numbers up.
Yeah, thank you, Airdrop. That is very helpful. As helpful as my cat in washing the dishes. Thank you, Airdrop. At the inside of Impala itself, we've still got all these teams. Naturally, because now the circle is centered around there still, but with 50% of unplayable land, basically, it's going to be huge. It's going to be big. We're going to see a lot of fights here. The fact that Yoodo Alliance got eliminated, chance for RRQ to overtake Yoodo Alliance, take back that throne.
Raimon. Pick and choose, Raimon. There's so many delicious dishes for you out there. Presented like a Thanksgiving day on the side of PBE. Taking BTR Gem Force out of the equation. Ravenclaw bleeding out. But they have to be careful for PBE. If not, it's going to be a very steep slope for them. And we're immediate knockdown from this distance, from this height. PBE definitely eager to shut down on BTR Gem Force. Still hoping for help. Raimon spotted out Vampires. Vampires limb by limb take it out. Cool going in for the push. He could hold on much longer. He wants to go for the elimination. 5 for now on PBE. They can go for more.
Ooh, if Vampire Esports opens up a lot of opportunity for the other teams to overtake them. XERXIA, Sam9, maybe even PBE, maybe even MORPH GPX. Let's see what happens next. But for Vampire Esports to drop down this early, ouchies for them.
Rocky spray on a Z. Down on his knees already. XERXIA also in shambles. Slowly losing their mania. They are dropping like flies for the players and teams. RNJ still of health remaining. Lucky got himself covered in the last minute and just going to reset himself. MORPH, on the other hand, will want to seal off the deal. They want to get into the circle first. But the side of XERXIA, they'll be gatekept from the inner circle by the hands of MORPH. MORPH, it's not safe for them just yet because they are Infinity. The Infinity actually taking those high elevation grounds. Same goes for the side of Boom. But PBE, nothing stopping them. Look at the numbers. It will keep going up.
Yes, PBE, their home ground. This is a chance to get the points in the bag. But if MORPH GPS can get more points out of XERXIA, that'll be great for them. But Rocky not having an easy toss as he's been shushed back to the circle. But he's still keeping an eye on XERXIA though. XERXIA, we got a couple of members on the outside of the circle. We got Earths on his knees. They gotta crawl to his teammates. Should be able to do it. Chopper on his way. And Chopper will be the one to pick him up instead.
A bit too risky there. A liability right now for XERXIA. As he's still bleeding out, Orange managed to revive and reset himself. But the circle, this is truth being told. PBE, this is the day they've been waiting for. But BTR start to crouching, coming up from the back line, coming up from down south. We're calculating there's gonna be like 5 teams: Box, Boom, Infinity, MORPH, XERXIA, all marching in the same direction in towards Impala. This is gonna be a tough entry for all the teams down there.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be hard, especially for Boom. It's also one of the teams down there. And if they don't somehow make it, they will still be down there in the overall charts. MORPH GPS not letting go of XERXIA now. Super duper low. Chopper making his way across. But the rest of MORPH GPS coming in. They're going to create this block from the high ground to stop them.
Speaking of stopping people, Boom stopping there. Infinity still going to fight back. Chan on the ground, Achul. Infinity having some problems down there. I'm not sure what is happening. Down to one last player. And that's going to be it. Boom, finally back. They finish off the entirety of Infinity and beyond. While the rest have been down to heavy casualty. 2 players left. Yummy May re-looting himself to have an upgrade of loot. With XERXIA RNG after that reset, trying to have a bit of redemption to his MORPH. Spraying on the side of MORPH. Papang and Yoru tried to flee away. Rocky got himself a front line. Chopper got fired back the side of Boo Boo Hoo. Urzi as well, soaking in the damage. But Urzi and XERXIA, can they get into the circle first?
Oh, here we go. 2 teams trying to cancel out each other. But I think a little bit more advantage to XERXIA. But on the other side, there's actually one member of MORPH GPX. Not sure who it is, but it's going to be Rocky. So they have XERXIA basically surrounded. Nowhere for XERXIA to go.
Boo Boo Hoo holding the ground to XERXIA. And it's gonna be Boom taken out by Box. Where are they? How? How did they get out Boom all the way?
Yeah, I really want to know as well. That made Boom only one player left. And Boom needs 3 points to overtake Team Secret to not be at number 20 at least. And with that one player left, looking hard for Boom.
Here comes Box. Kwang is actually being fired on. Boom Pumbit finally down. Again, the entirety of Boom being ousted by the hands of Box Gaming. Box Gaming still have a full squad. I'm looking for, can they score those chicken? We might actually jinx them again. I'm sorry, Boom. Sorry, Box. Instead of MORPH on the other hand, still having a go against XERXIA. This have been going on so long between these two teams.
Oh yeah, but anyway, MORPH GPS can wrap it up. I don't think we'll see this any longer than this circle. Because we can see that the movement from MORPH GPS, they're getting closer and closer to XERXIA. XERXIA has nowhere to go. We got 2-2 split here from MORPH GPX. They're going to eat up XERXIA now.
RNJ, prep the singers for Boo Boo Hoo. They have the same mindset. Who toss first? Both tossing at the same time. But Boo Boo Hoo's in more damage. But it's going to be Boo Boo Hoo dropping another one. Boo Boo Hoo clutching 2v1. What?
Yeah, thanks to that nade, you can see that what again? That's the highest pitch I've heard in the longest time.
Sorry, I don't want to burst the eardrums of our viewers. But can they finally score for Box? So they are hunting down MORPH down there, moving away from the circle. There's a trio. What wrongs in feeding off information on the side of BTR and PBE at the same time?
Oh, okay. Interesting for Box Gaming. Despite not having the circle, they're going towards MORPH GPX. Wonder what they're going to do. Do they really want the elimination points? But we wanted to get the chicken dinner though, so Guan now he's kind of stuck. PBE has him on site. He gets to... He managed to get into the vehicle. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully he'll be able to get into the circle safely where his teammates are somewhat at.
I'm a bit on edge right now because I really want them to score, but I don't want to get disappointed later on. But PBE is just having the greatest time up here. They can have a clear view about what's every single corner happening down there. And nobody's challenging them by far. The one that's going to be Box, but the hike is really a tall order for them. There's going to be a tough hike coming from Box Gaming to take down PBE. But in the meantime, Box don't have that much time. Less than 2 minutes and 20 seconds. They need to get out of here. They need to get into the circle, which is starting to move away from them. So...
Surely not going to go for the hike. They will need to find a way to go for a wraparound instead. At the same time, they need to kind of hope that PBE is distracted by other teams. Just like what Sem9 is now doing to PBE, or more like PBE doing to Sem9. So as long as they got distracted, then maybe we'll see Box Gaming slip into the circle.
Nope, they're taking the hike. We saw the vehicles. They are trying to take the hike either way. But I just hope the time is on their side. This is a dangerous game Box Gaming is playing. Maybe they're wrapping around from behind PBE. Possibly, yes. But at the same time, the terrain is just too challenging for the side of Box right now. Sem9 and FaZe, they are stuck down here. There's no way for them to actually get out of the view of PBE. Because Momboy kept pushing it to a Sem9. And Momboy knocked down Mikael with that M16. At the same time, BN United, Porsche, is still down there as well. The entirety of BN United taking the warehouse, hoping they will last long enough. But PBE just slowly picking them off one by one.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be hard for these teams now. But PBE, we kind of expected this sort of advantage for them because it's in Pala Circle. They do well within the circle, stay put, and they are now having the advantage of stopping teams or even crossing the road. Sem9 is going to have a hard time with the tap coming in from Monboy, not allowing him to get across that easy. BN United, Xavier, almost in a similar situation, but they still have this part of the circle. But the next stage, they might not get this advantage.
Do you have another different team just next to Box as well? That's why they're having a tough time to wrap around from the southern part. But BN United Porsche finish off Sem 9 for the entirety of it with 0 elimination on the side of Sem 9. That's gotta hurt because they try to force the fight, but it just happened to be a lot of teams on those elevations given more upper hand advantage towards them. And the circle just moves away from all the teams. PBE, time to climb down their high horses because it's gonna be on top of Alter Ego down to only Octa, but RRQ already widened up their spread.
And looky who's in the circle. You just mentioned it. RRQ. Good advantage there. They're on the lower ground though, so they still need to play the defense game. Now, the high ground game for PBE will end on this stage because they need to get out. They need to get into the circle. As for MORPH GPX, they're going to play the low ground in, but if they do so, then RRQ will be their next contender.
This is a ridiculous circle for the teams out there, honestly. It's just so hard for them to find a better place, the best position there is. There's no best position in here anymore. It's all about who gets up there first and who gets down later. That'll be fired down by these guys. These Avids trying to figure out how to cut across to be in the center of the circle because it's an open field. It's just too open for these guys. It's not a flat plane, yes. It's sort of a curve around it, but no covers. As FaZe spotted out BN United trying to migrate themselves to the circle, they've been taken advantage by two teams. FaZe and DX both firing a hammer down on BN on both sides.
Call the police, ladies and gentlemen, because everyone's trying to steal eliminations from each other. PBE especially still with a high ground, but they need to move soon. FaZe Clan taking the fight out of PBE. BTR on the lower ground. Ventura sees him, but Ventura doesn't have a clear shot just yet. M4 in hand. They're sharing the same area together with BTR. Two from BTR on their knees. Genforce on the lower ground. Counters back. And now Mela will need to be the hero again. Can the birthday boy bring it to FaZe Clan?
PBE lost their most highest frag, or their frontliner, which is going to be Momboy down there, and start to slowly break their formation here due to the shift of the circle itself. But BTR down to 2, Lapar, and also the side of Gemforce try to revive their teammate. Boy Chill, make the work done. FaZe, it's out for them. PBE managed to get away in the very last minute, but RRQ capitalized over this center of the circle. MORPH having a hard time to even breach in. It's just so heavily guarded over the entirety of RRQ. Feels like a whole full squad of 10 people of RRQ capitalizing over this vicinity.
Yeah, RRQ has been staying quiet for the longest time. Now it's their turn to be in action. And as long as they can defend this ground against MORPH GPX, first mission done. No mercy with the nade. He's going to toss it onto MORPH GPX. He's going to toss it onto the smoke. But the nade will not knock down anyone. But anyway, they still got Bobo Who at the end of the day. So 3 eliminations now for RRQ. Getting closer and closer to taking the throne back from Yoodo Alliance.
Is this going to be a back-to-back or double chicken for a day coming up from the side of RRQ? Hexal's cooking up the nade, try to stop MORPH. MORPH, if they slice down, Yuri decide to jump. The leap of his faith down there. It's a dangerous game he's playing. He can just try to swim, hoping there's a couple of rock for him to stand on in case somebody else jumping down. But Cool will have to revive Raimon. They're down to 3 for PBE. They had the high ground before, and they've been definitely attracted so many unwanted attention as we speak. But Range down to only using bandages. Strong's trying to push up to his side. Box Hill having a full squad. Can they wrap things around against PBE? Raimon bleeding out. Range on the lower ground. Kwang gonna go for the push. Flanks are all the way. Bumpy come moment. Oh boy, this is gonna be tough for PBE.
Oh, PBE now, Cool 50% health goes up to the high ground. He's ready to shoot. Cool! Gets it all down. Can he get more out of this? Because a member of Box Gaming is still active, and Box Gaming will counter for Cool. Cool knocked down instead. Box Gaming, they can still reset. Time is still on their side.
Oh, Ghost is too low right now. He needs to reset himself as well. He needs to have a bit of a first aid moment. But Range down to the last player of PBE. They scored 7. But that nade will still soak into his Rage's HP. He's down to only bandages at this stage. There's nothing more they can do other than just fight back. BTR and Box. Box into the side of Rage. Rage left, right, center, and it's done. Box winning over that side with 5 elimination. Need to reset. Time is not on their side. They need to move from the blue zone, or they might lose the chicken dinner this time.
Hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen. Box Gaming now is the only team to technically still have a full squad. Presumably they can reset everyone. But now the circle has shifted. It's still going to be RRQ getting the circle. BTR is still in this. So far, what a consistent day has been for them. But Box Gaming could be there to pop their bubble. Now that 2 members of BTR on their knees. Lapa, the only one left.
Oh man, Lapa is just not within his reach to just go for Gem Force by giving away his position. Spotted out by Gosu. Can he just force this one? Lapa on the ground trying to play a bit of a pro shot. But these saviors! How? Levi!
Had to steal it away. My goodness. D-Savior. They were on the clear like nobody was putting their attention on the D-Savior for the longest time. But now they've awakened the dragon, the beast that is RRQ, to put a little bit of focus onto them. The 2 members of GPX taking a dip, so looks like they're going to stay out of this. But for D-Savior coming in, MORPH has Chua on his crosshair. Chua in trouble.
Oh, there's no covers for Chua anymore. RRQ just left, right, center, boxing into a side of Chua. Down to Levi's and Lamborghini. And on the side of MORPH, it's just going to be a swimming day for them. Nothing else they can do from the D-Saviors. This is just tough. Have to get into the circle, not being noticed by these guys. It's a clear view for RRQ. RRQ capitalizing over this so much. I'm not sure how much elimination they have in their back right now. But instead of box, there's still a shot for them to get a chicken. Can they finally score a chicken? Can they again go against RRQ for this chicken dinner? Kwang down to 50% HP. MORPH spotted out Lamborghini. Smokes in the air. It's going to be them spray and pray, hoping it will connect. But when it comes to his ammunition, MORPH is running low and running dry with his resources.
Both Box and D-Savior can't really move before they clear their flanks. And now Levi's will be the one to be knocked out. But Gosu is there to try to steal it away. But is it no, it's still going to be no mercy. Taking the point. So Gosu didn't get it, but that's fine. As they now have an entry point into the circle. But Lamborghini, yes, that will open up space for Box Gaming to go in. But their next challenge is going to be the Beast RRQ.
But Gosu is bleeding out. Box Strong's in as well. Down to 1 last player. RRQ. This is it. They will score another. After Napeko's clutch, the entire rest of RRQ now being on beast mode. All they need to do is just fish out a couple of MORPH players. Pepeng and Yoru. I didn't know Mercy is kind of add up the equation. He knows exactly where they are.
Yeah, this is fishing moment for RRQ. They got already 8. 2 from MORPH GPX. Later on, there's going to be 10. And they're going to get 20 points. See, I read the future now. Alright? There's no multiverse in this sort of story. No way MORPH GPX can do anything except try to deny the center to the zone. Even if they want to swim towards the zone, it's like, by the time RRQ will shoot them down.
Peko, I mean, this is not even breaking a sweat for him. If he didn't secure this, the Blizzard will work it out for him as well. Peko, down to the last one. It's going to be Pepeng and Yoru. Good luck swimming, buddies. Down to the last one. It's going to be just that one last play of MORPH, Pepeng. No mercy, even taking a dip just to give those information needed to the side of RRQ. Pepeng, they couldn't spot him out. Couldn't see him through. Finally found him. That's just it. What a day for RRQ. My God.
Yeah, another chicken dinner in the bag. Double chicken dinner for RRQ. Nothing was able to stop them from getting that chicken dinner. It is definitely theirs by that moment when MORPH GPX is taking a dip. And RRQ definitely going to be number 1, overtaking Yoodo Alliance now.
They're not even celebrating. This is just another casual chicken for us. I mean, like, yeah, we're cool like that. But coming up from the side of BTR, what consistency still. When it comes to the top 6 just now, we witnessed how they can maintain themselves at a spot. But Box, so close of getting those chicken again. But Napeko,
wow,
multiple MVP for the day. That hair definitely plays the biggest part of them all.
Yeah, that hair is like his scope 10, you know. Like, it allows him to scope beyond the game to see where everyone else is. To put out that amount of damage. 1,150 damage, 5 eliminations for the Pico Esports. Man, this guy, okay. Dude You know that meme that they say that, stop it, he's done already, stop it. Yeah, this is the pickle right now.
What the heck was that voice, man?
I'm trying to be the Imsons.
Okay, but when it comes to RRQ, I mean, that was pretty much straightforward. 10 eliminations. I think there are some couple of teams out there, including PBE. They got 7 in the last time we saw them.
Wow.
But when it comes to RRQ, this is just a different level of players entirely. They know what's at stake here. When it comes from the side of RRQ, they're not nearby Impala as a start. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I had that room.
No,
But
it's okay.
No Mercy reminds me of John Cena now.
Oh yeah.
You know why?
That's kinda true. Why? Which John Cena, the player or the real John Cena?
The real John Cena.
Oh,
Because you can't see me. He didn't get a single damage.
That's kind of true. And they played it beautifully coming up from the side of RRQ. There was a clean execution as a squad. I'm talking about them dropping on the outskirts of PERSIJA and water treatment, going all the way to Impala quite early and capitalize over Impala, splitted themselves into 2-2 formation and guarding over the high grounds. Very neat formation on the side of RRQ. Not even letting any teams pass by or breach in unless for MORPH. And that is the only result for MORPH, is just taking a dip down there. But Sem9, they had that blunder, even the face palm moment themselves. But they were laughing. I think they're just having fun.
Yeah, and the opposite reaction is like RRQ is like, just another round, yeah, chicken dinner, yeah, like we know, we got it in the bag. 20 points for RRQ, and PBE got a lot of points, so we kind of expected this because it is their safe spot, I must say, with 8 elimination points for PBE, bringing them up to 10 points. I just have to look on the other end. Boom! More points this round, but it's still 4 points. Not enough to overtake Team C.
And also speaking of what happened to Vampires Infinity before, they were clustered down and being hammered by the hands of PBE, RRQ, BTR is there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So Vampires couldn't even score one because the rain of bullets was incredibly hard for them to get out of there. There's no exit out at all if you got stuck yourself in the middle of the war zone just now. But when it comes to the number, they are taking back that number 1 spot, and RRQ just widen up the gap as well. Not just that, with the most number of chicken dinner and elimination of the week.
And placement. And lesser matches than Yoodo Alliance. All the stats just favor to RRQ. 15 points difference now between RRQ and Yoodo Alliance, and the tiebreaker would favor to RRQ. On the other end, well, Boom still down there. Team Secret above them. I don't know what else Boom needs to do. They're just going Boom right now.
Well, we have our top performer. I mean, like, you mentioned the hair. We cannot unsee that anymore. But RRQ players do have average higher hairs than the others. Look at Napego and MORPH. Their hair sticks out from the box. But Rocky wants to join into. The only one is going to be Ghosty. Ghosty needs to vamp up his hair so he can actually get the chicken finally. But what I'm having the most concern right now is going to be from FaZe Clan. FaZe is in a very dangerous zone right now. 2 weeks in a row, they didn't perform well.
Yeah, FaZe Clan. I mean, the return of Mela gave them some hope, especially in day 2 or week 2. But after that, that was pretty much it. But speaking about hope, you guys don't need to hope because you guys got it in front of you. The PMSL Southeast Asia Limited Skin in-game right now, joining the events to get it.
The beach and pool party team royal pass. This just reminds me to go back to the beach and take a bit of a sun-kissed time. And also don't forget about all the items and the goodies you can get. And not just that, speaking of beach and sea life, we have the jelly suit going in with the first axe suit ever. And also with exclusive glide effect, the MORPH axe suit is available for you guys to get it as well. Now back to our very heavy topic. FaZe Clan 2 weeks in a row, 17 plays here now, Cloud. They definitely at the start of the bottom 4. 17 plays. to be relegated. Now, can they still do it?
Hang on, the topic is so heavy. I'm trying to lift it up. Ugh. Oh man,
Wish I
topic's
could
so
punch you
heavy.
in the face right
oh
now.
man. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, so heavy. Oh my goodness.
Can I slap you? Can somebody in your house help me to slap you off? Just in case.
Luckily, no one's at home except for the cats, the 5 cats.
I wish I have your housemate number just to do that for me.
Yep, even he's not at home. So unless you got my
Aw.
cat's number, then maybe you can ask
slapped
them.
by a cat, man.
Yeah, that's what happened to what's his name again? Oh, what's that? I forgot. That was the story of like the Avengers.
Okay,
what's the guy
we're
with the
back,
patch
we're
name?
back about our prediction. Should we take away box row prediction tomorrow so finally they can score? Because multiple times they always got themselves in the top 3 here.
Oh, sorry. I was still trying to figure out what that name is. You need to give me a moment there. Actually, box gaming again, they came close. If you think about it, it's like they don't have the circle ran away from them, like to the right. They had a tough time going in. It feels like the previous round where they got the second place, but they still survived that long with a decent amount of eliminations. So they're like almost there. If only the circle wasn't that cruel to them.
But today, honestly, I feel like the time is fleeting. I don't even feel like we're already casting down to one last map of the day. Today, the game has just been amazing, exhilarating even. I had fun watching it. I mean, you guys too. But I'm sorry if my screaming just broken off your ears already and just couldn't function anymore. But, you know, stick with us for a bit, just a tiny bit longer because we've got one more map to go. Coming from PBE, even though they didn't actually score this chicken, but they got quite a number of elimination based on the standpoint just now. But the circle was really incredibly tough, Cloud.
Yeah, it was a trash circle, not gonna lie. I mean, I'm sure all the teams were like, majority of the teams at least they were like, this kind of circle, oh no. But I do like the kind of circle. I do fancy me a bit of a Impala circle, so that was kind of entertaining for me, and now you see why. But for box gaming, they didn't really enjoy it. They're like, again, another close round. It's like they're almost getting there. So come on, box gaming, one more round to go. Get the chicken dinner, and let's all be happy.
It's really crucial for the players to decide what to do first. The moment they drop themselves from the flight path, the moment the circle pops, because that's what being decided on the side of RRQ. Their game sense, the IGR call was incredible. They know for a fact this is going to be an incredibly hard circle. They know it's going to be, if they are late into the circle, they will be sharing the same fate as all the other teams down there. So they know what's most important. It's going to be get into the circle first, find those vehicles to work, and then along the process, get in the circle. There's nearby compound, just take a couple of loot down into it and just park yourself up there. They know that for a fact. Now, it's all down to the circle, really. If the circle again happens to be a tough circle once more, I mean, what other circles can be tougher than the Impala circle for now? Can it be Lost Eagles? Do you think Lost Eagles will be that tough compared to the last map just now? I think that one was the hardest one.
I would say, yeah, Lost Eagles will be tougher because you need to swim or you need to take the bridge, which is the choke point. So yeah, it is tougher. If you want an even tougher one, in which we haven't seen in recent time, and it's very, very rare, it's the small island outside of Impala. That is the craziest circle of them all. In my entire life looking at PUBG Mobile, I've only seen it twice. And when that happened, it becomes very straightforward. If you're the first team to be on that island, then you pretty much get the chicken dinner because no one else can do anything except swim to that island, and that's where everyone will just be fishes.
Really just exhibit it just showcased how high caliber of a player you are when the circle is not even nearby, like how RRQ just shown us in the previous map. They work around it just amazing, flawless, coming up from entire RRQ as a unit, moving in and moving out at the same time. Now, can the others match up to the performance here? We gotta have to wait and see. But most importantly, we gotta have to wait and see the circle, because the circle just ruins the fun for the players, but make it so much entertaining for us that watching from the outside. Are you guys ready for our second last day here in week 2? Let's go.
final game it is, and also the last game for some of these teams. Ooh, that will not be playing tomorrow. So this will be super duper interesting. Keep your eye on this because this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The last game for Group D. So again, keep your eye for Group D, which consists of XERXIA, Alter Ego, Yoodo Alliance, and FaZe Clan. Their last push to get whatever points that they can get in this round.
That's why I'm really concerned about FaZe Clan, extremely, because if they cannot close things in a big number and just push themselves at least better than last week, got themselves 16th place. Barely, I mean like better than last week. Last week, the same as this week, 17th place. It's not going to be enough. Then they have to push themselves in the top 5 for the final week to redeem their loss of first and second week down there. Now that's going to be devastating as well, to not able to see Mela, Onzens, other than Victorious, and all guys from FaZe, to not able to be qualifying themselves towards the grand finals.
They have a risk, no doubt. They have a risk. But at least this time, they somewhat get the circle since they normally drop in Picado. So it's not too far from them. If any miracle would happen for FaZe Clan for today to not be in the bottom 4 by the end of the week, it has to come from this round.
But this is incredibly hot circle as well. Down to Minas Deville, all the way down south. Goodness me. What is happening towards the generosity of a circle that happened to be giving its grace the entire day since map number 1, and it just going crazy and bizarre when it comes to last 2 map of Miramar.
Well, you had to. Well, at least it's not as bizarre as the Impala circle, right? So this is considerably okay. But to take advantage of the okay circle, you need to get that high ground on top of Chumasera. That has to be the first advantage, especially for teams that drop nearby. So we can expect that area to be quite populated. Unless the circle shifts away, then okay, yeah, you manage it from up to down. But if you have that circle already, you be there and the circle becomes yours, it will be easier to defend from that high ground. So Chumasera, south side, time to go for it.
Oh man. If it's gonna be on top of Chumasera, it's great. But if it just goes down to Minas Deville, we've seen that happen before. And the terrain in Minas Deville is no joke about the hardness to go through it. To navigate around Minas Deville is just a headache to do, due to its deep valleys and super high mountain grounds. Oh, fingers crossed for these teams. Hopefully it's going to be a general circle pull back all the way up to maybe around Picardo area. But so far, for the teams on the other hand, they don't have any first contact made yet. No first blood being made yet. Everybody's just busy to get themselves the loot that they needed and find those vehicles to work, because they need to move in an instant.
Interestingly, I had this thought that because GE isn't playing, Box should go back to St. Martin. But the last time we saw that, okay, with the absence of Box, Team Secret would challenge St. Martin from Box. Okay, with the absence of GE, sorry. But this time it doesn't seem to be the case. So I guess they kind of found that so-called truce to not engage early. Perhaps it's also because that both teams happen to be the bottom, so they're like, okay, no, if we want to fight, we'll see you later, rather than being one of the first teams to go out and risk not getting a single point.
That's kind of true. I mean, a lot of teams, especially the teams actually in the bottom 4, realize how much at stake here, how they actually might get relegated from the grand finals, and know that they are not in the comfortable zone to put too much things at jeopardy. And they just play a bit more safer, including FaZe. It's kind of a rare sight to see a Thai team not trying to engage as much. But the problem with them, remember we mentioned about them, here it goes. The rotation they made, because they're so used to playing as the aggressor on a lot of PMPL Salvasia we've seen before, even in PMSL previously. it's just a bit awkward for them to play a bit safe and conservative. So it's not their strong suit to find themselves a hiding spot or a place to just observe what's happening while waiting for the right time to open fire. Because in nature, so far, the entire 5 to 6 years of PUBG Mobile I've casted, it's so rare to see the teams that qualify towards the Southeast Asia level to play non-conservative. Most of them will try to hunt people down. So can they adapt themselves to play a bit more safer for FaZe now?
I think it depends on the circle, right? So they come from Picado, circle centered around Chumacera, and they're not too far from trying to get the high ground. So that's why they like, okay, let's try to get the best position possible instead. So they went to one of the elevation, one of the high ground that happened to have a compound, and that is where they want to hold their ground. And I think that is okay. So circle dependent wise, they probably adapt to like, this circle we do it this way. If it's another circle, then we do it another way. So example like the Impala circle, then like, okay, opportunity to take fights, because you would like move, and then you don't really have that objective of getting that high ground in the middle of the circle, because PBE will be there first. So since they have this opportunity, so I think that they go for like, oh, let's go for what gives us the best advantage when we need to take a fight later on.
Speaking of advantage, yeah, Box definitely want to play at the advantage with high grounds. Innovation spotted out 79 passing by Kenny in trouble. And he's being left behind by the rest of the cavalry as well. Try to fire back, Dap giving support cover fire from the backline entirely. Bit of a long shot. Ambitious even, Bold and Breeze and Dap still keep the pressure onto the side of Box, so Kenny can leave his compound, have a bit of a reset even. While Kwang, the rest of Box are committed to this fight anyhow. They're not going to back away first. On the side of 79, they definitely want to be parting ways, but the moment they're leaving the side of Box Gaming onto them, they'll be jumping straight into BTR's land next, because they're heading right in the direction of BTR, and happen to be another Indonesian team on the back of Box Gaming, RRQ, just nearby, passing by for now. But RRQ right now on the rabbit mode. They are on a rampage. They're hunting people. So the moment they hit the order queue, they will try to open fire. Like you mentioned, PBE will try to get the advantage of position first. They're moving as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and because they come from Impala, right? So naturally, like they just rotate from down to into the circle, they'll be fine. But because that distance is quite far, I think they'll be cautious about like straight going up. So they will take their time to try to scout, to get information. If there's no team, then okay, great. Instead of like going just zoom up there. If there's another team, then looking at PBE's trend of not doing well, if they take fights early, they will probably stay down. Okay, so now we have a good view of teams where they are. So PBE has scouted a high ground just below, or just at the side of Minas Del Valley, but unfortunately the circle moved away, so PBE needs to go, and I expect them to go through Minas Del Valley high ground, and then if needed, go down to Chumacera from there.
Look at XERXIA, already plays himself on the high grounds. Infinity coming in at the back line. PBE happen to be clashing with Alter Ego and Yoodo Alliance. If they're moving the same direction as they do right now, it's so clustered in the center of Minas Del Valley. But BTR being spotted out, RNJ. XERXIA trying to take advantage of BTR unawareness. They're having their guard down for now. Didn't realize there's one team nearby, surrounded them all left, right, and center. They need to get out from this trap, or they're being snapped for life here by the hands of XERXIA.
Oh no, RNJ nowhere to go. BTR says thank you very much. And it's gonna be a pan. Thank you, at least we got that. But if you gotta think about it, BTR actually haven't been playing with Yuhai today, but Chopper takes advantage of Chicken on La Par, their MVP from the Chicken Dinner round. So BTR playing as a trio for the rest of the round. Same goes with XERXIA.
And one more thing, BTR didn't actually swap too many players all around, so I think it kind of gives them a a good dynamic, a groove, which is definitely one of the most consistent day here all around for the side of BTR. But Alter Ego sharing with PBE next to each other. A bit of a dangerous mode right now. Rosemary bleeding out, but PBE, we know they are not stopping. Is it the Mombo or Raimon who start pushing in? And Raimon's already there. It's all about timing it. After being shot down by this pixel shot, Momboy and Raimon closing in the gap. Momboy down on his knees. Infinity taking on Zerja. PBE on Octa. Alter Ego start to lose men one by one, but Potato fight back. A clip down onto the side of Raimon and PBE. They need to pick up both their teammates who happen to be down.
Not a fan of early fights, but at least they even it up with Alter Ego. Okay, Alter Ego Alpha. Pick up Rosemary, an important player for Alter Ego. This is also a moment for PB to sort of reset, but we got an incoming player. We got Octa at the forefront. We got Potato at the forefront. Actually, Cool shooing him back, buying time for his teammates to reset. Rosemary is back up, and PBE will continue to fight with Alter Ego.
Managed to revive one of the players being knocked down early on the side of PBE, while Cool tried to hold the angles towards their team. They're giving a bit of support fire, but Alva being chucked down by quite a number of damage from that explosion. 3v3 on this top of a hill of Minalzaville right now. Potato, Alva, and Rosemary. I'm not sure how much they have left when it comes to health utilities, but definitely not so much now. Same goes for the side of PBE. MORPH coming up from the northern side a bit later. We do have the circle shifting away again. It's right on top of Chumacera. BTR right in the center. Infinity were fighting against another team just now, but PBE versus Alter Ego. Well, I hate to break it, but Alter Ego didn't make it through.
But goodness for PBE, they want to fight. So that is great. But with heavy casualty, only 2 players left for PBE. And now it's time for them to play a little bit more safer, which they still can because we don't see any other team blocking the entry point at the south side. So they can still get into the circle from the high ground and stay there for now. But for Boom, they cannot end the day at number 20. Coach Ken will not allow them to even use their phones before sleeping.
Oh, man. This is just too much to handle right now. Vampires having another trouble. They are in a blunder. 2 knocks down. Yoodo Alliance and Team Secret just nearby. But on the side of Vampires, down to 2 players left. Vampires feels like everything going down the drain the moment Tony K left and Fluke next. Ravenclaw and Fluke happen to just barbecue his own teammate, but Fluke has still tried to redeem himself. In the meantime, Yoodo Alliance tried to find the last player, Shrubs, but Yoodo Alliance, they got a couple of knockdowns, but they can pick themselves back up. Shrubs, he decided to leave the monster truck. He knows for FaZe is too much for him, but we do have FaZe on the elevations, on those high grounds. This is a very easily noticed vehicle, by the way, and easily to shoot down for the one that actually driving it. Shrubs decided to take the low ground for a bit, just gonna play it low profile for now.
Yeah, it's gonna go for chill time now in this compound. Although FaZe Clan knows that he's there, but there's nothing much that FaZe Clan can do since he's on the other side of the compound anyway. But I'll be worried for Shrubs in case any team really want to crash onto him. Then it's going to be 1v against the world by that time. But at least for now, Shrubs will be okay. We got still 15 teams though, so you got to pray that no teams come by. If not, it's going to be 0 placement points for Shrubs.
Vampires. But at least they're kind of secure in the top 5 though. Well, the other teams that still have a full squad, so for Alter Ego be the first one out. At least they're not going empty-handed with 1 point down there. Instead of Boom challenging RRQ, but if they're not being careful, MORPH start to close the distance as well. They're just on the other side of those hills. And it definitely hurt the gunshots early on. If they're curious enough, this is going to be tough for the side of Boom. They're already in the last place for now, in the 20th spot. They are at the verge of being relegated as well. On the side of RRQ, how they hold their ground, we're going to have to wait and see, because the circle will be shifting again once more. We'll move away from Chumacera up north all the way. Not really. It's going to be in between whether you want for the low grounds or it's going to be the high grounds. A lot of cases, the low grounds will win this one.
Oh, I'm looking at the rotation of Xavier, right? It looks like they'll be interested to go up to the high ground at the south side. PBE is there. We might see a fight between PBE and Xavier later on, so keep an eye on that. But for the rest of the teams on the outside, we got RRQ And boom, happen to come by in front of RRQ. Ooh, I mean, boom is still finding their way through. Don't have the circle. They're making that long rotation down south. That means they might want to try to get the high ground. But that also means Xavier is going to be next.
Or maybe these Xaviers will be actually shooting them down. They make a big of a U-turn just now coming out from Boom. Realize that warning fires coming out from these Xaviers. Definitely not the place they want to go against. Because right across the X right now is an open field by Lamborghini. They have to have some reserve on that ammunition. But that Daisy are close to being exploded. But the other side of DX backs to them. It's going to be the Blues who start to close in less than 2 minutes 30 seconds. It's stage 4, by the way. We're hopping to stage number 5. XERXIA and Boom will have a bit of a meeting done with Infinity breathing behind their backs. We do have 2 more teams. Make it around 7 teams in the same vicinity.
And they somehow found a way into Chumasera itself. But that also means that other teams know the presence of Boom Esports. But since it's a compound, so that is where everyone will just hold on to their own building for now. But teams without building, RRQ, and we got MORPH GPX on the other side. This is where we might see the next fight to happen as the Peko shoots from behind, surprises MORPH GPX. Some of them on their knees right now. Hexas will blow out the vehicle, knocking down Rocky. And Nepeko has information of where the rest of MORPH GPS is at, but Xavier taps onto Nepeko, and now he is back on the passive mode.
RRQ, they are on a steamroll right now, but Xavier will stop those streak coming up on the side of RRQ. MORPH on the other hand, it's going to be RRQ and Box Gaming eyeing out to them. Hexas managed to knock him down, but might be a chance be stolen away by Box Gaming, because right now shifting away their focus from the hands from the side of MORPH is going to be Xaviers, because it's too dangerous for them to let Xaviers lurk around freely behind their back. So RRQ, they have to deal with whatever behind them first. And Box Gaming closing in. Same goes for the side of MORPH. Now, seems to me like RRQ is the center of attention right now.
Oh, MORPH GPS also the attention, but Box Gaming shoots from the other side, putting pressure on the RRQ instead. And these 4 teams need to get into the circle. Now we see movement from RRQ. MORPH being shot at. It doesn't help that his vehicle's punctured, and he's knocked down by Levi's.
2 knocks on the side of RRQ, while MORPH Pepang will be focused by Kwang on the side of Box. Seems like a perfect nade, not a Kobe yet. Now here comes another Molly, straight in the face of Pepang. I think it's going to be coming out from MORPH. MORPH, they don't have many players left. Pepang is the last one. Nepeko back on the ground crawling because being knocked down by Gosu. And the circle have to shift now as well. And things get a bit rowdy in the center. We do have PBE spreading out thin among themselves. Team Secret and Yoodo Alliance coming up from the right side. Northern still open up gunfires blazing around between DX, between RRQ, between the side of Box Gaming as well.
Oh, here we go. Xavier blocking 2 other teams from coming in. And they still have that circle advantage. Inside of Chumasera, I noticed that BTR was there. So they are repeating the formula that gained them the success. Stay in the middle of the circle, stay quiet, show up at the later stages of the game. They should be able to hold that with the current circle. But for Xavier, they're the ones that need to move. They are having a split now. So I guess they're deciding which side to go.
Box Gaming. Decision made. The IJ called the shot. It's going to be 2-2 formation for them. Some of them will try to stop the remainings of RRQ, which is going to be 1 more player. Xaviers, on the other hand, still having a full squad, take down a bit of a blue zone, while trying to chase the tails out of Box Gaming here. Spotted out Persian from afar. Kwang trying to shut him down. Bull and Brazen giving a bit of a warning spray from quite far apart. 100 meters apart between them. 3 for the elimination scores on the side of Xaviers, but they want to go for more. Box split into 1-3 formation where Nam, Cute, and the rest of Trongs and Ghost moving in the triangle mode. They're leaving out Kwang a bit too far off, but they will reunite once more. The one that actually will stop them is going to be Hexas, but the problem with Hexas, he's too near towards the blue zone, and finally the Trongs in said, it's time to stop RRQ, consecutive run, and just shutting down their rampage mode.
Ooh, that means opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to retake the #1 spot. Okay, This is going to be interesting because Yoodo Alliance still has a full squad now. They should be on the right side of the circle since they rotated from Los Lunas. Xavier overlooking the movement from Box Kwang as they will get away. And now Xavier, they're playing a, not really a 2-2 split. Okay, it's about a 2-2 split. They're pretty close by with each other. But they also need to hope that the circle does favor them since it's still a 50-50 split thanks to the road in front of Chumacera.
Speaking of splits, right, we do have a very wide split between PBE players. I think it's quite close to them. They try to close the distance between the units amongst them. Team Secret tried to stop them from pushing forward as well. They're guarding the inner rim of the circle, but the terrain is just not on their side. They don't have those elevation where PBE stands and have. But it's kind of a spread between the PBE players. A bit dangerous game they're playing. But we talked about low grounds as well. I have a feeling BTR will score himself in the top 5 once more because they got himself quite a solid compound to work with. And that is one of the most precious and valuable compound when it comes to this sort of a circle.
Well, if that's going to be the case, then we might see an urban warfare finale later on in order for BTR to really show up towards the real end. Because at this stage, stage 5, stage 6, we still have 13 teams. It's because there's a potential urban war. Looking at the teams. All right, here we get the next circle. It will still likely be at Chumacera City. And to get a confirmation, we should get it now. There you go. Yeah, Chumacera City it is. So urban warfare finale.
Whoever's not inside of a compound, that's going to be tough. The Xavier's trying to take advantage of those elevations for a bit, but have to get in there. It's just so cramped up. We're talking about overcrowding, and this is it. The Xavier's shredded. Almost his helmet is going to be purging with smoke up vehicle even. They barely got enough. PBE tried to shush away Team Secret, but Team Secret cook up the nade. Can he toss in the right time? But Raimon sprays first with the AKM, but running low with his bullets as well. Raimon, that is a very dangerous game. He's down to last reserve of magazine and a secondary weapon. Hopefully he got enough ammunition as well. But on the side of PBE, try to knock, and it's going to be Rizai. Getting those knocked done on a Kirby to the side of PBE.
Here we go. Cool tries to take out the members of Team Secret, but the nade from Rizai will knock him down. Rival will be eliminated as well, leaving Rage all alone. Can Rage do it? But the answer is no, as Team Secret wins the fight against PBE. But now we move over to Yoodo Alliance. They're losing members to FaZe Clan.
Onza's dropped himself just a big nade onto the side of Voki. FaZe as well. Yoodo Alliance, will they have to hold their ground here before they take over REGUM? Maybe that's going to be tomorrow's story, because that one last play of Yoodo Alliance, that's going to be Rapper Boy. Now have to face the wrath of Schraps. 1v1 between the solo squad players. Schraps versus Rapper Boy. Who's better when it comes to outmaneuvering the others? Who can he outwit? Rapper Boy chucked down Schraps down to 50, but Rapper Boy shot by Box Kwang from afar.
Wow, Box Gaming, they Schweppes a favor there by taking out Repo Boy. That is just heartbreaking for Repo Boy because Schweppes only have 50% of health. My goodness, Box Gaming being the bane. But now Box Gaming, they have the high ground, but they're likely not to get the next middle circle. But that's okay. They seem to still have an entry into the city when they need to.
Box Gaming dominating over across the board right now for the elimination. Still have a full squad. Is this it? Is this the game we've been waiting for the past 2 weeks now, Cloud? Inside of Infinity, they try to open up the space, but these Xaviers is stopping them from advancing, denying their entrance, while FaZe Clan shutting down Team Secret, who happen to be start to lose more men now. Heavy casualty on their side, only duo left, while the center, BTR is still being quiet. Even if they lost one man early on with 2 eliminations, same goes for the side of Sam9.
Oh, Sam9. At least, oh man. Okay, not too sure how clear are they right now. At least they still have a full squad though to work with. I'm going to be interested to see how Boom is going to manage this now. The next phase of circle is going to be crucial for them because they are by the edge of the town. So it's very likely they'll need to move. Box Gaming, from our view, okay, BN United will be the next closest team to Box Gaming. They might go in to take that fight against them.
But this could be the last game coming up from FaZe Clan XERXIA. Alter Ego already lost this one. And also one more which going to be the hands of Yoodo Alliance, also lost to this. On the side of FaZe, they are in the red zone. They have too much at stake here. At least he's still having a full squad. Scored himself a 4. Can they have one last push before they bow out for their second week performance?
Let's see if they can do that, because there's still like 11 teams alive. We're on stage 7 now, alright? Naturally, this will happen if it's an urban warfare. Okay, Boss going to go from the side, and that's where Boom is at. Boom, they'll get a knockdown. It's going to be Ichan onto Namkyu. There's going to be one more point on the back. 2 points now for Boom Esports. They defended the ground against Boss Gaming. Boss Gaming will take care of the compound. Pombit still has to clutch out the Strong's in. Draws it now in trouble. One last hit, and Pombit will do it.
And boom, here comes Yummy May. Drop a big one to the side of Trongzi with that nade. Pombit and the rest of Boom going in for the march. They want to go for the rush, knowing the fact one player is down the side of box, leaving them only one last player there is Gosu. Cooking up the nade, hoping it would land. It was a Kobe, but it's not going to be enough. He did secure the eliminations, and boom! Obliterate doesn't make the Box Gaming hope to get those chicken. They had a 4. In a second, they are none.
Yeah, tried to catch Boom off guard, but unfortunately, Boom was not phased by it, and they managed to eliminate him, defending his ground. And now FaZe Clan on the other side, they have the Infinity. Okay, the Infinity has moved in. The Infinity, they don't clearly have a circle yet. They're really by the edge of it, maybe slightly on the outside. And that is where FaZe Clan will try to stop them from coming in.
The Xaviers try to get the warehouse out of XERXIA's hand here. Boom do have those low grounds. Definitely it's going to be a low grounds game here. BTR definitely got quite a solid compound. Same goes for a side of 7-9. They are there first. And side of FaZe at the rim of the circle. Now praying the next one in less than 10 seconds will be on their side. Team Secret is spotted out by the side of FaZe. Ventoris trying to finish off right side. But it's going to be tough due to the structures in between. But coming up from the side of Putra. Can he help his friend? He opened up his space to be shut down. Ventoris finished off alongside with Trace. Finished the entire tier of Team Secret of their run of the week.
Arguably, he should have just left his teammate because it was pretty much a bait. And FaZe Clan took advantage of it. So FaZe Clan, happy to take the points, put them in the pocket. 6 already for FaZe Clan now. And the circle slightly to the right, so it does look like the Xavier don't have it, Boom don't have it, and Sem9, they have the circle, but they have to defend their ground right now because teams are getting closer and closer.
Team Secret, they still can play tomorrow at least, but BN United on the other hand, here comes, just squeezing themselves in between BTR and Boom here. I'm not sure if this is a wise decision, but this is definitely a difficult one to call on to. And one down. Max on the ground bleeding out. Yummy May within the smoke, preparing his DBS and goes forward side of Pombit. Yummy May, when he comes in nades, he is reliable. Can he drop a big nade towards BN United? Or will BN United take advantage of their recklessness here? Pombit finish off Max. Break, cooking up the nade. Yummy May toss it over first and breaks on the ground. So was a Porsche. Can they actually secure this one as the rest of Boom start to rush into BN United?
Time for Boom to charge in because he don't want to be number 20 at the end of the day. One more to go. It's going to be pushed with the DPS gameplay unless he can pull over clutch within him and 3 players from Boom Esports. He gets one. Can he get the second one? He can't secure the elimination point just yet. He goes in. He gets the second one. Push! Did it clutch? It did! Push! Unload clutch! 3 members from Boom!
That was incredibly baffling. And that was incredible fight by the side of BN United. The entire Boom, they are numbering BN United, but he secured anyway. He lost it to be in the top 5. And BTR, once again, as consistent as they are, they still stands at top 5 as well. Sem9 and FaZe do have a full squad. These Xaviers as a trio alongside with BTR. BN United, that one last clutch. More than enough to have him in the top 5. But Sem9 spot out FaZe. They start to lose momentum here. Down to Oliver Torres. Being pinned down left, right, center. Levi's there as well. The Xavier spot him out. And Levi shut down FaZe. That ended up their run where it's going to be 10 elimination. Pushing up the numbers in the last minute for the final round and final map of week 2.
Wow, look at this. BTR up there again. Now in the top 4. Another consistent round for BTR in general. Let's see if they can get another chicken dinner for themselves. But for Porsche, the last man for PN United, you need to move. He does have the circle at this point. You can see the circle, the blue, putting pressure on him. But BTR is his neighbors. And likely he will deny that to the point. Oh, wait a second. Tam is the one that mollied down. And he will get the point. Too bad he can't deny that to the blue.
Oh, but the Blues are closing in on side of the 7-9 FaZe. They need to move. They need to march forward. There's no space for them anymore. Barely got cornered by the Blue Zone. And the Blues are saving them as well. These Davis actually being saved by the Blue Zone to a side of 7-9. But BTR, will they score once more? This is a BTR take advantage. I didn't mention them having the most solid compound. They scored it right. And this is it. The Blue Zone start to corner them out. Levi holding on his last breath. Tom holding on to this walls.
Oh!
Star, Satar. It's going to come out from D. Xavier. Levi fighting back.
Satar doing 7-9 a favor now. But D. Xavier could be the one to mop them all up. BTR still has 2 players still active. Tam is still active as well. He's getting across. Tam now with Gen Force. Levi will take advantage of it. 1 more to go. Mano on Mano. Levi's with the UMP. Takes down the last member of BTR. D. Xavier. Chicken dinner for the last game.
And that was a tough one for them. They were having the open ground. No cover, no compound, no walls, nothing. They just played out with their wits and used the terrain at its best. Climbing down from the hills just now to fight against 2 teams at the same time. Oh, this Xavier. It was between Sam 9 and BTR, and they pick and choose at a timely manner as well. Finally, they are back here, these Xaviers. It's been a while. We've seen a Vietnam team coming in with a chicken dinner, and they just score it.
On top of that, with this chicken dinner, definitely will put them in contention to get the #1. And they are playing. They are playing again tomorrow. Oh no, they're not playing tomorrow. So, oh yeah, they're playing tomorrow. So they have a chance to catch the #1. Okay, we need to wait and see tomorrow what drama will happen. But again, it's going to be Levi's aka V-Choi with the MVP. 6 eliminations, 1,008 damage from the man himself.
High value players, I have to say. V-Choi aka Levi is just incredible plays today. Usually when it comes to these Xaviers, it's always about Lamborghini here, Lamborghini there. But when it was his name, V-Choi, back then, he was quite a name up there as well. But Persian, Lamborghini Chua, everybody pulling off their weight down there. It's just so difficult for them to get out from the zone and to get into the circle. But they made it happen anyhow. Levi, he just hang on to those walls till the very last minute. It was well worth it.
Yeah, that is 10 eliminations for the Xavier playing from the high ground. And at first, they were like on the left side. They were still on the outside of the circle. They were kind of deciding. So they did a little bit of a yo-yo. Like they went up north and then at some point they decided, like, okay, let's go down, play from the high ground into Chumasera, which was very smart of them so they don't get caught inside of the urban warfare. And that is where they took advantage of teams coming out, forced out by the blue. And that's how they wrapped up the chicken dinner. Look at the travel distance. They had the most because they went all across the left side of the map to get this final moment.
They make a big rotation. The furthest one away, coming out all the way from Voldemort up to the north, maybe coming up from Montenegro, going from the north of the circle, slowly going back. A lot of a yo-yo rotation on the side of these Xaviers to go back towards the mountain after that. And it was a blunder for most of the team. Whoever take the top mountain of Chumasera, they did not survive. We're talking about XERXIA, couldn't make it through because of how the circle shifted away from them. And we do know this kind of pattern of circle, it just preferred the low ground. Entirely true. It's rare to see ended up on top of Minas de Ville, but there's still a shot of Chumasera top high grounds. But regardless, Mirama map today has been incredibly tough. It was bizarre circle, first map, second map, same toughness. But when it comes to the numbers, FaZe got 10 eliminations, same goes for these Davies. But will it be enough for FaZe to push themselves up in the last minute?
We need to see what happens tomorrow because unfortunately FaZe has no control of their fate. They will not be playing and they will need to depend on whatever happens to the other teams. How far will they go down further? Speaker are going down. Alter Ego, only 1 point. Vampire Esports, the heavyweight, no points in this round. That will push them down a little bit to number 10. But if we look at this, okay, RRQ still at number 1 because Yoodo Alliance didn't collect enough points. So they had that 13-point gap between them. On the other end, Boom Esports, at least they did not end the day at number 20. They rose up on top of Team Secret, now at number 19.
Now, what I worry most for FaZe right now, because BN United, GEEK Fam, Boom, and Team Secret will be playing tomorrow. How much further they will be pushed down by end of tomorrow? Because the gap between BN United and FaZe is too small. And not just that, they placed themselves 7th place last week as well. This is a warning zone for the side of FaZe. They might be relegated. Don't forget,
Each team has to go big or go home, basically. So tomorrow will be big. Tomorrow will be crucial. We are going to end week 2 tomorrow, and we will see how far is the gap when it comes to the weekly points. But of course, before we talk about closing the show and go to tomorrow, after this, we'll get an interview. We'll hand it over to our handsome host, Flavor. On to you.
What an intense day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. We've witnessed some amazing plays, and of course, we've come to the end here of day number 4 of week number 2 of the PMSL Southeast Asia Fall 2023, and we've come to our final interview session. At this time, it's together with Chwaji H from Team Xavier. So welcome, and thank you so much for joining on this one. Now, talking about the team, you guys played exceptionally well, and your team is the most performing team among the Vietnam teams this week, and there's a very high chance that you guys might just get that number 1 spot in the league ranking points. Now, can you share with us what your team will improve or do in order to have the best performance tomorrow?
Rồi, chúc mừng đội mình với lại màn trình diễn vừa rồi ha. Thì đội mình hiện tại là đang thi đấu rất là tốt. Thì trong số những đội Việt Nam đang thi đấu tại giải đấu này á, thì có thể nói là đội mình đang thể hiện tốt nhất. Thì và mình đang có một cái cơ hội rất lớn để giành được vị trí top 1 sau ngày thi đấu ngày mai. Thì không biết là ngày mai á, thì đội mình sẽ có những cái thay đổi như thế nào để mà trình diễn tốt nhất cho trận đấu ngày mai không?
Bọn em thì lối chơi thì vẫn vậy, còn khắc phục mấy cái lỗi cá nhân nhỏ nhỏ của từng cá nhân trong team thôi ạ.
We will think we will stay with our strategy and we try to improve its personal performance.
Wow, so basically it's clear that it's working and they managed to perform such well, including today as well. Now, we can see in these 2 weeks, the performing teams are very different, but your team has been very consistent in the top 5. Now, can you share with us what is the most important thing during the game? And is there any secret recipe to your victories so far?
Thì như là bạn đã thấy trong 2 tuần vừa rồi á, thì những cái đội mà thi đấu tốt, dẫn đầu bảng thì lúc nào cũng thay đổi hết. Tuy nhiên đối với đội mình á, thì mình đang có một cái phong độ rất là ổn định. Thì không biết là theo Chúa thì trong một trận đấu thì điều gì là quan trọng nhất? Hoặc là bạn có thể chia sẻ một cái bí mật nào để giúp cho team mình có thể thi đấu thành công như vậy không?
Bọn em thì thứ nhất là cái đoàn kết và cái teamwork với nhau, mỗi khi bắn nhận ra lỗi sai của nhau, không chỉ trích các thứ gì thôi. Vẫn bình thường.
I think the most important thing to our team is our teamwork. We work together, we stay together, and we will take the win together.
Wow, that is very charismatic response. And of course, last but not least, now of course, there's a lot of fans out there who are rooting for you here back in the countries, wherever they may be. Now, is there any words that you would like to say to the audience, not just to your supporters, but also to all those haters out there, who's criticizing yourself here?
Thì không biết là hiện tại đang theo dõi mình trên màn hình, cũng như mình có rất là nhiều fan ở tại Việt Nam hiện đang cổ vũ cho mình á. Không biết là bạn chưa có một cái lời nào đó gửi tới các bạn fan, hoặc là nếu có thể thì bạn có thể gửi một lời nào đó đến cả những người đang comment không tốt về mình cũng được.
Thứ nhất thì đầu tiên là em cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ và theo dõi bọn Dingo Savia tại giải thi đấu lần này.
The only thing that I want to say that I'm really thankful for all the love and support for Dingo Xavier. Thank you for you guys.
Here for week number 2. Sunday, final day of the week, and we'll get to see which teams will be crowned the top of the rankings at the end of the day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care, guys.
I saw that twice, like confused. Should I wave this camera? There's another camera, but I'm gonna go and wave this camera instead. I don't care. It's so adorable. No, Chua, he's always looks sleepy all the time. He always yawns all the time. He's like a gentle giant, by the way. But speaking of which, we're already at the end of the show when it comes to week 2, day 4. We're down to one more day. I have a bad feeling for FaZe right now. It doesn't sit right with me. But speaking of which, you guys have been watching at home with us, taking us till the end. I know one Urdu word. This guy's taught me a lot. It's called, you guys are Kamal. I was thought it was supposed to be meaning awesome. But I hope I didn't butcher it. I just hope I didn't curse you guys as well. But thank you guys. What?
Yeah, we also thank you a lot again for being together with us because it has been an amazing day, I can tell you that. And yeah, can't wait for tomorrow because tomorrow we'll be wrapping it up. This is going to be huge tomorrow. What is going to happen? What sort of drama are we going to see tomorrow? Because today has been a dramatic day, I can tell you that. My goodness. A lot of amazing clutches. Can't wait to do my highlights. So do catch us on our social medias as well. Show us some love, okay?
I think everybody is kind of puzzled as I am right now to hear what actually Cloud is saying.
Yep.
I think his microphone also gave up for him as well because it's already been a long day. But it was an interesting day, and I think it's time for us to wrap it up as well. So thank you so much, everybody, and thank you so much, production and everybody else. And you guys are awesome. We're gonna see you guys again tomorrow, same time, same place, but we're not yet. We're gonna just chat it out with you guys. Now it's time to say goodbye. Good night. Bye.